Fury come through all the way back in, God, what feels like a lifetime ago when we had 2021 bumping around. You know, they were in there, they were competing every single stage, and look, things have changed since then, obviously, but it looks like they're still on top. So this will be a close match. Do not get this twisted. This is going to be one that is decided by the maps. No, I don't know. I'm just trying to storyline here. Let's go ahead and have a look at the vetoes. I tried to segue in and didn't work as well. But look, I ultimately at the end of the day, sorry, that border band coming out from Bleed. That makes me laugh a little bit, Mandy.
We lost 4 rounds in a row yesterday.
Pay off. Okay.
Yeah. I look. I think you kind of you've
got
no
grand final
去走線嘅。Very early here. We head to Skyscraper.
第3或者第6都唔錯嘅，第3會好啲嘅。
I think. Look, to be honest, Dev, if 2 teams are going to play Skyscraper, if 2 teams are going to go head to head on this map, these are the 2 you want.
Yeah, this is a really exciting prospect, especially for Bleed fans out there. These guys are actually on a 6-game win streak on Skyscraper, including taking down first pro VP at the 6 Invitational. Yeah, only, you know, the best European team in the world right now, more or less. Like, that is a huge scalp to have taken. They took down Sonics on this map in Atlanta as well. So a lot of really massive teams that Bleed have been able to dominate on this map. This is one of their favorites, without a doubt. On the flip side, for Fury, like, yeah, they played a few times internationally. They beat Scars. It was a very close game. They beat Knights, you know, the South American roster at one point. But they did lose as well in their most recent game, which was at the site to NIP. And that was a fairly convincing 7-3. So, on paper, this is absolutely a Bleed map, and they're probably extremely happy on a Skyscraper.
There is that discussion there as well, that if it is so heavily Bleed, do Fury have something cooked up?
I want to hope that they do. I've been thinking about how much this means for Fury if they actually lose this one out, and I think in the long run, it doesn't really change their capacity to get into playoffs, but it does change their likelihood to then get that 1-2 seed, right, and actually skip through the first round of the playoffs. And I think when you're in such a tight-knit league, do you really want to be taking a lead to a map that they're so proficient on? Not really. It does make me worried for Fury.
Yeah, and I guess there is also that conversation too about the fact that, you know, you are seeing this as a round robin, top 6 go through to you know, the GSL format. So it does change a little bit when we start contextualizing that. Both teams have banned out their first game map, and it was both teams that actually banned it out. Of course, banning Border and then Oregon being banned out by Fury. So maybe we could be seeing something from Fury here, just testing the waters, seeing what things might be like when we get to the latter stage.
GM or Loyal.
It is time for us to welcome in our 2 commentators.
GM. The GM.
Guys, this matchup really is, it's proposed to be first versus second, no matter which way you want to cut it. This is probably the match of the round robin stage.
Yeah, I think they both go in probably earning that title, and historically we've seen them go toe-to-toe in the past. As James alluded to, often though it is Fury to get the edge in really important games, but Bleed tend to clean up in matches that perhaps don't have as high stakes. So for me, that's why I went with Bleed heading into this game, albeit yesterday was a little bit concerning, but they've played the veto perfectly. I'm very confused as to why we're on this map, just as you guys were mentioning. So it's going to make Fury look very, very silly if Bleed wipe the floor here, but hopefully it's close.
But it could also make them look silly if they do the opposite and come out all guns are blazing, mate. You just don't know. It's the Asia League. But one thing I do know is the game is almost ready, so we'll let you 2 have it.
Thank you, Robert. Yes, it's a big game. Probably an easy one to say the best of the night to come, and hopefully it plays into that. We obviously saw Bleed yesterday, got off to a very, very slow start, losing the opening 4 rounds to Hesib Warriors, but you know, a lot of that was very much down to their opponents, guys. They played quite well, and then it's also very easy to kind of say about Bleed's mental that, hey, they were able to actually overcome that and then win 7 in a row. I think actually puts them in a really good position tonight, where it's like, hey, we saw what can happen if we kind of play a little bit lax. We're not at 100%. Let's start strong tonight against Fury.
Yeah, probably forcing them into gear a little bit after what was a disappointing start over on border, but then to flip that 7 rounds straight.
應該出到嘅，出到去行幾遠啫。
A little bit weakened. Don't forget, they lost to Jalita in OT cleanly at that 6 last night. So for Bleed, I think this is a really good opportunity. If they smell blood in the water on a map as strong as Skyscraper for them to really put on a dominant result here and make a statement.
又教唔到個聲線，又要 refresh。
Hey guys, Upsell Games here. FanDuel Casino's exclusive live dealer studio has your chance at that #1 feeling, winning. Which beats the #18 best feeling, giving that spawn camper the business. With their live dealer studio, it's like being at the table anywhere you play. Let me tell you, real dealers are the real deal. Get your chance at the #1 feeling, winning, in an exciting live dealer studio, exclusively on FanDuel Casino.
By yourself, but you know, there's always a little bit in it when it comes to Fury versus Bleed. The big qualification matches, Fury have done well against Bleed every other time. Bleed have been the better team and typically also do better at the international events themselves. They definitely go into this as the favorites. That is Bleed, of course. I think Fury are a good team, but I think Bleed are a good team. We do head to Skyscraper as well. It's really a map that they should be very fond of.
F96 發唔到威，佢就火嘅成隊嘢。佢琴日咁一開頭。
At the very highly anticipated PSG versus D+ game, which much like this game is probably first versus second. D+ able to walk away with an 8-6 OT victory in that game, so PSG's first loss of the stage. And obviously Korea probably still trailing in the footsteps of what Asia's been able to establish as of recent, but yeah, an interesting storyline rather, nonetheless. And again, constantly, I feel like because we cover all the sub-regions of APAC, we're constantly sort of comparing them to one another and where they're at the moment. So eager to see how this matchup compares to what I've been told was a very, very chaotic match.
DAY2
Yeah, just waiting apparently on one person to make their way into this particular game. Unfortunately, they've gone off to the toilet, so great timing. And we just kind of just sit here with this beautiful scenery heading into Skyscraper. Really difficult, obviously, to ascertain as to probably who's going to take this game. It's easy to say who's the favorites. It's going to be Bleed. Is there a world in which Fury find victory here, though? On Skyscraper against the Bleed team that won 7 rounds in a row yesterday after a very slow start. What's essentially going to take for Fury to win this game? That's the biggest thing. Like, they're on the attack first. That's already going to be difficult as it is. Bleed very much are a team that likes to be very aggressive on the defense. They'll deny entry positions. They'll make those choke points very difficult to overtake them. So what do Fury need to do on the attack? Is there a world in which on Skyscraper they can kind of dictate the game a little bit and catch Bleed off guard? But Skyscraper is a little bit more difficult. They must get banned out immediately.
Yeah, for me, it probably comes down to 2 things. One is the mental fortitude of Fury. They should be going in with the expectation, even if they're super confident that this is going to just naturally be a very, very difficult half. Skyscraper attack, it's always a challenge, especially against a team that you're evenly matched with, and the expectation being that these two are quite close. Secondary to that, for my eyes, it's going to be on the attack, either isolating key players, key star players, like your Reaps, for example, or Toad if he's having a good day, either dedicating resources and going all in, try to clear them out, or doing your best to avoid them. I think, unfortunately, last night we saw Hasib probably play into the ladder, trying to avoid them, and it kind of got a little bit messy and unraveled their chances of being able to close out that game. So we'll see how Fury deal with it in this match, allowing 1 or 2 players on the defense to really dictate pace, especially.
Alright, well, Banface, done. Into the game we go. Bleed on the defense to begin. Onus will be on them to do well here in this first half. Expectations already plenty for them as a team, and certainly it was a very startling sight to see them under siege yesterday against Hasib Warriors. But they bounced back. mean, that's really all you can kind of ask if you are going to start.
佢咧試過頭嗰兩撳喎，都係好似一頭草咁樣。Skyscraper。
The shorter of the turnarounds when it does come to these two teams.
改完之後，一啲都覺得唔好玩。
Now playing the first, whereas Fury got to play the first game yesterday, and also once again now playing the first. They've got a little bit extra of a break, but it's all good. Grand scheme of things. Montang is going to be very much a focal point. It has been a very big focal point, I think, throughout the stage across regions. If you can play it well, it is incredibly powerful and difficult to deal with.
Yeah, certainly can be, and has been. I don't want to say necessarily a consistent ban, but has been a prevalent attacking ban already here for stage 1
你咪今日啲 game 聲細咗，就自己開大啲。
On the most recent patch as well, the blitz animation has been fixed too, so the feet are covered when crouched. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we also see.
我未瞓醒啦 ，Raps 夠咯，睇下有炮槍啦。
Teams and individual players get more proficient on that particular operator. Does just alleviate some of the pressure and map control.
未瞓醒啊，唔夠唞啊。
Also free up your composition.
7點幾㗎啦，夜晚7點幾㗎啦。
Which we're not actually really seeing here from Bleed this time around. So they don't probably have the best of lineups to deal with the Monty. Instead, it's going to come down to
兩個一齊守
establishing crossfires and just trying to mitigate the amount of ground that low balls can take.
Yeah, very much going for that aggression over towards Axie and Office. Crit J with a lurk through House Loppy. That's a wonderful snap headshot onto Axie.
You're barely gave out in
with a very similar result. And that's a quick double kill to begin. Reeps gets aggressive. He too will fall, and then BG Man with the pistol too. And the round is over. Bleed wanting to get aggressive at the entry point, as you would expect on Skyscraper, but Fury just sharper. In all of the shots, in all of the fights, they were able to just lock it straight in. Full white for turn, flawless round. Great start for Fury.
And it wasn't even flawless in the ceremonial sense in which everyone was alive. They actually just broke down every little part of that attack really well. Two players on the Office extension, both put on islands, and the Monty able to isolate that. Any remaining defenders that then tried to assist or escape were then held on the double window upside down repel, so you're not going to win that fight, and netted 2 more kills for Fury. And then in the 1 versus 5, Turd dealt with very, very handsomely the last player left for Bleed. So at every single point in that push, Fury played their cards right.
To deal
with it, and also positionally wasn't that sound either. They paid the price for it, and so they'll have to quickly switch on again. Attacking rounds should be coming at a premium. So this isn't a story like last night, right, where we could probably sit here and be like, okay, at some point Bleed might be able to mount a little bit of a comeback. If they lose the first few rounds, it's going to be really, 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 and it should be really, really costly on a map like Skyscraper if you get off to a slow start defensively.
We've already seen so far, though, that for Bleed, as yesterday, of course, not that long ago, got off to that slow start, they were able to rebound. And obviously, it's early days, 1 round in. You don't oversell the fact that they did start slow, brought it back, but it is something to kind of keep in mind. It's very easy to sometimes get too overhyped over 1, 2, 3, even 4 rounds apparently, and think that that's going to solidify the match itself. There's always that comeback potential for Fury, though. Great start, and the fashion in which they won it as well. I'm not sure if we've lost sound altogether, but yeah, right now no sound. It's back. Reloading. As long as they can continue to play that confidence for Fury's sake, you know, peeking these windows, taking these fights, not feeling they can certainly find some success as BG Man. Another opening kill onto Asp with the mute dealt with. Over towards Geisha window now on the 0 for I9. No one holding it directly. A couple of players obviously close by. But again, a great start for Fury. Now they can open this up, get entry in towards Geisha. And eventually then go for that map-wide sweep across. The drone in now from I9, successful. And with that entry being made, Reeps is, of course, now kind of brought into action, baited out by the drone. No one there, though, to go for the kill. He will rotate. Now watching. Check back in towards Makeup and gets in an aggressive position. No surprise from Reeps. This is what he's capable of. Back himself in, take these fights. Turd wanted to do the same. He lost his, though. Mentalist able to get a kill, but Reese eventually overwhelms Engager. An easy swing from the window for Dark, and suddenly Bleed on the back foot for the second round in a row. Fury have been able to dominate the exterior gunfight, winning out these balcony fights.
Yep, Fury really not even having to get their feet inside of the building this time around to get these picks. Despite the desync a little bit there from the Fury attack, they still had enough pressure applied, forcing plays to be forged by the defense that
Mentalist 喺邊？茶水出邊嘅走廊。轉嚟一邊翻，點嚟轉咗手茶水。
Fury though should be able to deal with this.
嗰邊叫咩 ？Office 嗰邊。
It does risk making this a little bit more challenging for them, as trying to dislodge this particular position, especially from Mentalist, can be a challenge.
30 seconds remaining in the round. Numbers advantage with Fury. Nitrocell available though for Mentalist. I9 wants to go for a quick entry here. Rotate very. That skeleton key. Mentalist wins out a dragon. Still out in the rappel though, not ideal for the second. Shot from BG Man. On the upside down rappel, he gets the head onto Holvin. Down two just now, Mentalist in the red time. BG Man has made his way in with the diffuser. There is that Nitrocell. Ripped and thrown, but not thrown. Oh, never mind, not blown up until the last second. I9 was just standing there. That was a straight end to the round. It's like I9 just basically submitted to his fate. He didn't try and shoot it. He didn't try and run away. He just held the angle, maybe anticipating Mentalist would swing off it.
That was all
that happening, and BG Man's not sticking to plan.
Yeah, it should have been a Fury round. Plant needed to be stuck there, and then it should have been as simple as just holding down the angle in towards front office. They knew that Mentalist was there from earlier on, and I find it hard to believe that he would have had a Nitro lineup without exposing himself to that line of sight through the doorway, which could have been held by the second player. So, Fury let that round slip. Don't know exactly what happened up there in terms of determining if they wanted to go for plan or kill. I think maybe they got caught in a little bit of a strange middle ground. And Mentalist as well, that was not the cleanest Nitro cell. He was exposed for a long period of time, so if we were holding that angle, it was a pretty simple kill to clean it up and win it. In terms of eliminating all the defenders, so yeah, this is shaping up to be an intriguing game. Fury certainly not perfect, prone to mistakes as shown in that most recent round. It wasn't quite as clean as round one, so not. Good work from Bleed. They were able to withstand that storm. The early round was disappointing. They need to not be forfeiting picks. Two players on rappel, on our inside windows. It's simply not acceptable at this level of play. They'll know that.
Massive reprieve though by still being able to win that round. So you get the learnings, get another beatdown in that exterior battle, but you still get the round win. Just relieves the pressure ever so slightly for Bleed. Fury though, certainly got themselves confidence though. BG Man now 5-0 with that kill onto Turd. Timing was perfect. Obviously was able to stay alive at the end of the last round. Still on 0 deaths. Testa though, 0 kills. He was like that had an awful start to yesterday, but then brought it back. This is the case where Bleed can sometimes double down with their aggression. You can see what Mentalist is probably wanting to do with the potential run out. Reaps gets a kill back onto Dark at least, and that's a big kill onto the ground. This is where Bleed have kind of got to watch themselves a little bit to not over-aggress.
Yeah, Turd was incredibly hot and cold yesterday. There were a couple of times where he was getting shot and dying and simply was looking the other way, caught off guard. But then there were also plenty of times where he was actually a clutch factor for the team. So hopefully he can find a form for Bleed, bolster their chances and being able to be a little bit more proficient early round. 4v4 point. Here. Shield top black stairs, like Halls has that diffuser in hand. Vision though now in play from Bleed. Super conscious.
Okay.
Hoven we saw earlier, rotated onto the stairs itself, so the cross established here with Reaps.
No.
Good positioning. Reed. Hoven traded though, so pretty switched on from I9. Reaps now close to shot, also slain. 2v2.
Scrappy round. Only 2 drones remaining, by the way. It's still 2 logic bombs. Crit J throwing one out.
UFC 96支索緊壞咗啫嘛。
Final 2 drones remaining are both from BG Man, so you can play off of that with a minute remaining. Mentalist over towards Drum.
呢單嘢
Anticipated the push from down
樓下
below,
知有一個
Critch's
應該有
currently
info。
holding.
呢 skin
Good
幾
positioning
靚
for Mentalist. Top gun
，Mentalist
at
個
close range on the
靚
stairs.
個
Well, cam shot out by BG Man, kick close by top black. And a 2-on-2 now.
靚個麥冰喎。
Mentalist very much on that read in terms of where Critch is kind of down below, moving around 30 seconds.
散架真係喎，打一忽打咁多槍嘅。
Good lines of sight covered. Gas babe thrown out by Mentalist.
OK 咯。
Not a lot of time remaining. One final logic bomb will be able to ring out from Crit J.
鎖對面啦。
Shoots that now. Has been watching, waiting for BG Man, and he's made the cross. Done so successfully. Crit J now making his way in towards Geisha. Can't win the close fight. Aspie does. BG Man got one, but then the trade eventually from Aspie. Holding strong towards Geisha, gets the round win for Bleed.
Yeah, good
work there from Aspie. Didn't mind what we saw there from Fury in the 2v2 clutch attempt. Instead of both just trying to hit top block and go for something pretty linear, they did try to split it, come from both sides. You win that first fight, again, you're more than likely going to be able to trade out the second. It really did come down to Geisha hold. Rewinding though, there's so much action over towards this top black stairs position. Monty looking the wrong way, so like Colas loses his life and was very snappily traded, and then Reach was under a lot of pressure, found his one, then also taken down. So the trade game from both teams there in the third round was really, really clean. Good work from both rosters. Unfortunately though for Fury, Aspie just a little bit too sharp, really late in that round. And with time dwindling again, and perhaps lack of information is highlighted, drones also wearing thin. It just make things a little bit tricky there for Fury. Now succumbed to some of the pressures that come with attacking this map.
10 seconds to insertion.
睇唔到，唔係個 host 睇唔到應該。正常嘅，有陣時睇唔到，睇唔切。
But once again, despite a 0-3 start, backing himself in to go for these aggressive plays. His skyscraper, like this, results in the defense. The natural way to play it. And if you play scared and you play on site, you're probably just going to forfeit map control and entry positions and eventually get overwhelmed.
我唔知鋪得唔得啦，選手我上次嗰個係可以，我 set 咗係可以自己撳停，但多數都係。 係咯，叫我撳翻，佢哋可能唔記得咗自己度，即係叫樣住你睇到，點知有啲真係睇唔到，睇唔切。
Through these choke points to eventually get themselves a bit of that top floor hold. Vertical pressure. Colas in towards Dragon, nice and free. So far, no real collision between the two teams, but soon enough they will most likely meet over towards T-Room and Karaoke.
Aspie and Drum as well. Perhaps in a difficult position to cross now in the face.
咁多我老驚佢哋，我老驚好用。
For this position, with magnets replenishing, YouTube may prove to be a challenge here for Fury, so they need to look to play around this Monty.
呢個我老驚用啲穩嘅槍係 OK 嘅。
Playing quite passive at the moment, and now push
大後座咧 ，SNP 11我真係用唔到。
Let's see how Fury look to break this down.
Yeah, and still plenty of time here as well for Fury. You've got like calls that can eventually allow you entry in towards this position.
Wow,
C4 gets blown up by Reeds with that nitrocell. Bleed haven't really found too many openings in these rounds so far in the half. That's good signs that Reeds was able to find that over towards the battle of the stairs, and Aspie wins out.
MP5K flick lock.
Big couple of moments now for Aspie in the previous round, now into this one. Like Colas on the Monte has not really been able
Colas
to
隻大盾嘅壓力唔係好足。
BG Man though, he is having a tremendous game so far. And just breathe.
唔知點解佢要玩大盾。
Fury as Reeds also will fall. And suddenly
等茶水嗰邊打缺口。
40 seconds remaining.
打揭牆
Still a little bit concerned about Fury's ability to get vert here and also hold flanks. So yes, it's been okay from them to chip away at this extension, but it is only an extension. Sight down below, Reaps finally cleaned up. So 30 seconds, 3v3. Mental still 2 goo mines, so there's a util available here for the defense. You can see the main positions that aren't exposed to any potential vert as well.
唔夠時間，我覺得佢哋。
Maybe like Colas can go deep with the shield.
15 seconds remaining.
Not a lot of time. There's the drop. Trying to get behind the shield. Actually got ran into.
尷尬咯。
Made life very difficult.
追落去先換 diffuser。
Can eventually go for a peek. Doesn't need to rush this though. Running around the map. Oh, he just gets caught. Turd. A little overzealous. Little info on where Dark was going to play from. Puts a bit of pressure now to Mentalist and Asfi to deal with this Montang. Easy kill for like Coles, and Asfi knows he needs to retake up above, which is where Dark has come from. Turd has thrown this round into disarray. They had no idea where Dark was going to go. A 3-on-2 wasted for Bleed. Well played and executed from Fury.
Yeah, the pieces required there for Bleed just not in the positions that they needed to be in the late round. Just showing a little bit of weakness there on the tertiary site. Smiles all around for Fury. They've reached the benchmark now for Skyscraper attack 2 rounds. Next 2 has plenty of primary sites.
I mean, the way I look at that ending of the round, and I kind of want your thoughts on it as well, but you're on a 3-on-2. One of them is planting. So in terms of threat level, it's very low. Like, yeah, he's going to get plant down. You don't like that. Brings the timer, etc. But with your numbers, you can retake above very easily and overload that solo player, either playing stairs or playing up above, with the 3 players that you've got, and then make your way back down below and deal with it. Turdstar just runs and just like holds W and dies. And with that, you lose a big advantage in the round.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I think as we entered that sort of last 15 seconds, I made the point that Monty likely is going to drop, try and go deep and or plant, and it was going to inevitably expose Vert, especially when it's only 2 players left on the attack and no dedicated flank watch. So, yeah, it was a little bit perplexing. Lee did a good job at this portion when it came to holding the horizontal.
又唔係企廚房嘅梯底啦，梯底附近啦，你睇佢咁樣行翻去，完全係東頭。你企梯底嚇會好啲咯，我覺得。攞多啲 info。啱啱 info 都唔夠。
Well, 2 attacking rounds now for Fury puts them in a really good position. Really good position. This game.
去睇廚房出面嗰條 hallway 啊，嗰條窄 hallway。
How many rounds realistically do you need Skyscraper attack in this kind of meta, in this era of Siege? 2's not that bad, and you've still got 2 more rounds, 2 more opportunities. And the fact that for Fury right now, they're doing it on both ends. Like, you've got the opening end, which is the...
翻咗啲 feel 30點要俾打亂停啱啱地，冇啊3打2啊嘛，翻完啫係嘛
？Also now starting to get plants down, executing sight. And so... you go back to that second round as well, and arguably should have won it. So with the 4 rounds that have played out, they've been the better team 3 out of the 4 rounds. That's quite concerning for a Bleed team on the defense.
唔知佢哋咧把握唔到。
And not hide it any other way.
溝通問題嗰個一個上2樓，一個上翻邊。
On the mirror, interesting setup. Makes it a little bit annoying for Fury to obviously try and play off of this main breach.
仲要對面有個藤，你基本上都冇可能贏1-on-1會知道。
Couple of ways to navigate this, and there is one of them through bedroom for I9.
因為當你上高吹咗一個1K1。
I mean, sooner rather than later.
咁你下底嗰個點樣對日大藤好難。大藤我唔知依家我依家1對1都係扮錯就贏嘅啦，以前你已經係咁。
Again, it's going to come down to just responsiveness here for Bleed. Their ability to deal with said shield. No lesion this time. So let's see if that's a complication. Go down below. Will this prompt pressure from the likes of Turd on that roam to try and contest? Dark is assisting though. He's alongside the delivery. So they have their bases covered.
1-on-1 一定係，但有 crossfire 就唔屈啦。
Hold the site, but like Coles, he's already in said site. But full vision.
同埋都叫依家冇得 hit fire，冇之前咁勁。
In a tricky position as well, and low on health. The Adrenal Surgeons from Crit J can help a little bit, and he helps with more than just that. With the spear, he finds the kill. No more Kiva barriers available, and once again, Fury with an opening pick. The Quan Hive launcher so strong, and then the push up the stairwell from I9. The team coordination here from Fury is astounding.
呢度冇得贏啦，隻大藤拎咗勁多壓力。
turned around and smacked on the bum.
attention.
Flawless again from Fury as they get their third attacking round in this half, and Bleed are getting taught a lesson.
I don't know if I want to double down from your call there. That was... There's something in my mind right now that's... You've put a vision in my mind, a visual in my mind that I did not expect to see tonight. But in essence, when Fury have looked really good on these attacks, they have been quite clean, concise, the coordination has looked really, really good. Bleed are getting taught a bit of a lesson here. Some of these objectives and some of these rounds where they make a small mistake and it is snowballing so quickly, and then they're not able to recover. Last round we see the Monty again allowed to do a lot of damage with a lot of information as well. And with that distraction in play, eyes elsewhere, the pockets of the defense.
唔得，我想瞓。佢瞓唔關事，我想瞓。
Full credit to Fury. They have already surpassed my expectations in this.
我琴日出完去買完餸，最尾瞓咗成2個鐘冇變，好攰。
Yeah, played quite well. Once again, for the second day in a row, question marks over Bleed. I think, did we maybe overestimate the dominance that they would bring into this particular league? It shouldn't be without question. You go back to last year, and outside of the playoffs of 2023 Stage 1, it's like they basically never lost a game. Like, they were undefeated in the regular season, like 2 stages in a row. Clean sweep in the playoffs for the second stage. I mean, like, you kind of go and look at their numbers. It's quite insane.
I mean, they have a 2-1 record against Fury. That's Bleed.
我早嘅係早瞓嗰排，上兩個禮拜早睡早起就呢個禮拜就係遲睡早起。呢兩日啦，早2日我仲係遲睡遲起。
Very much played some good Siege at the moment.
Certainly have. Reeves. Oh, I thought he was going to maybe go for a bit of a door peek here.
Okay,
was on the other side of it. Already quite low.
Kind
of stranded in office. Nitro cell thrown. Did it get shot? No, it didn't. It got blown up in the end, and a lovely kill onto Dark. Got over aggressive. Adrenal Surge was activated in that moment, so Reeves had to do a little bit more with the SMG-11. Able to come to the foray though. 90 seconds remaining, an advantage for Bleed. Not too often they've been in this winning position to begin a round. 2 more Adrenal Surges available for Crit J. That is a clean shot. Hoven was close though. On that VIP single wall to get the trade immediately on to Crit J, and Reeps will activate. And suddenly now in a 4 versus 2. Surely this is the kind of round you cannot lose with a very low health Monte. 60 seconds remaining. I mean, it's down to basically BG Man to just go and pop off here if you don't have any chance of salvaging it. Otherwise, Bleed will look to tie things up 3-3 to close the half.
Yeah, they didn't let the snowball happen there too. Despite losing his Light Dragon, the rest of the team stepped up in this round. So they played it quite differently to some of the ones we've seen previously. Like Cole as well, he will fall. And quickly after BG Man in the grave, did Bleed do an okay job to somewhat salvage the half. Still far from perfect on a map like Skyscraper where we expected a little more dominance.
Just one.
Turd begging for a kill. He is 0-6 at the moment.
Yeah, and 3-3 is not going to be good enough for the Bleed there on the defense. They've got some work to do now on the attack. For Fury, they're in a position. They're not actually going to go bathroom and bedroom, are they?
Oh, that is...
Wow.
That is epic.
Well, that is something we don't see too often. It's not even considered a tertiary site here on Skyscraper. You just frankly don't see it outside of very rare circumstances. I think we got to cast it once, all throughout 6 Invitational. Incredibly rare site here. I mean, the main emphasis is very much going to be on defending Optus and Exhibition. Up above, the Vert hold will be in play. There's that wonderful shot from Crit J. I mean, had he got that kill onto Hobbit, it would have unlocked the round. They would have got VIP control. So yeah, 3-3 scoreline. Great for Fury to get those attacking rounds. Now they can kind of go on the defense. And if they're going to bathroom and bedroom, they're in the kitchen right now. Are they going to burn?
完場都仲係零殺，有啲問題。
I mean, if you're going to a site like this to open things up, it's showing a lot of trust and faith in your support staff and your team.
啲 entry 角最少都
It's not like days of old where you could go for an offsite, catch the
2晚入邊點都要殺一個啊！
Bleed will have their composition that they want to play into this particular setup, or the operators or the site itself. They don't have to be guessing where the objective is going to be to kick things off. So there's a lot of trust that Fury are putting into their team at the moment as a core. Hopefully they've got something hooked up. Tubarao is an intriguing operator pick here, probably to stall out the breach up above. You've got Maestro for info side into chip away drone economy as well. Combo that with the Bandit. These walls should be stalled out, but that actually isn't the case initially. Wow. Turd gets one elsewhere, and with that, up Hoven is also given an opportunity to take down Dark. This site is so dependent on stalling out up above for as long as it possibly can, because the site itself is very exposed. So this is, yeah, not the best of starts for Fury, but for Bleed, wow, what a statement here in the first minute.
Fury. So,
yeah, certainly
why you still in
so many hallmarks back to last night, is there not? I mean, you starting slow. You're looking a little bit shaky. Even Turd finally now gets a kill.
睇唔到個鐘，有個鐘去左邊，係咁睇。有眼大睇過龍啦，佢哋。轉頭俾人 P fire。中呢嘢嘅草度，仲未爆。
Still on the defense though. You can always bring it back, but another shot, little cheeky push in from Reaps. No one watching the door. And with that, I9 will fall, and surely with that, it should be the round going away. Bleed Esports. Good J over towards the Mez. Gonna just see if there's anyone lurking in drum. He makes the drop down, but no one from Bleed making any kind of mistake, as Asfi will retake this in his position. Drops down though. He does actually lose his life. Mentalist at the exact same time found a kill onto Lycolis, and with that site control, Mentalist then doubles down, gets a second in a row, and Bleed will take the lead.
Well, good vibes in the Bleed camp. And in a strike of irony, they kind of took down Fury in a similar fashion to how they struggled defensively themselves with losing those early picks. We didn't really see any value from the Tubarao or the Bandit combination that I think Fury were probably going to try and lean into, installing out the hard breach, and that just weakened the hold so significantly. Ultimately, Bleed actually got such an advantage that they didn't even need to worry about burning out the objective and worry too much about the late round structure. Just had to be careful of the flanks, which they were, and in doing so, they were rewarded. That is only the tertiary side though, so Fury for the next 2 rounds, we expect the next 2 rounds to go back to the finals.
A little bit more time needs to be spent, I think, workshopping that for Fury. Obviously, they'll be a little bit disappointed in how that played out. Credit to Bleed, though. Can't help but feel, as good as Fury have been in this game, you can just never discount Bleed. It would be so infuriating for me as if I was playing in the championship on Fury, because I'm thinking we're playing so well, everything's going so great, we've had so much go our way, and yet we're down 3-4. It doesn't feel like they deserve to be down 3-4 right now.
都係大停陣嘅，
佢 remainder of this half.
以前最勁嘅係 Luna Metal 大停啊嘛，不過都好耐以前啦。
Man, you can quickly lose some confidence if Bleed just start to pile on, attacking round after
佢哋個隊都冇，啲人都退晒，啲 sell 啊。
Just thought maybe for a moment might get aggressive over it towards
冇聽呢啲咩？
but he thinks better of it, makes his way back up above. Does have the barbed wire there. Asfi's going to send a drone in, of which only 4 remain at the 2-minute mark.
到底個
Solos can play either, so I'm not sure.
呢個 pick 好啦重要，但我都係做唔到，我手會咁手殘㗎。
I think it's going to be a full black stairs hit. Right? So you have the air jabs to try and ward off the retake through barbecue and restaurant. Asfi's probably going to play outside black door eventually, and then look to try and squeeze I9. He does have keeper barriers though to support, and there's no Flores here from Bleed, and also a lack of general explosives really, unless they're going to try and use the Capital to. 作鐵絲網作2下之後先撳。 Black Stairs obviously only one small piece of the larger puzzle, but then it's itself, but it's going to be a big piece at that. And Fury should sense that quite quickly, that this is going to be a Black Stairs hit, because there's been absolutely no noise on the exhibition side of the map.
Yeah, it's kind of like knowing at the very top level. That's very much the way these players are going to kind of look at this game. I9, a very critical piece defensively for Fury. Certainly the best operator to kind of defend his position. He peeks behind the keeper barrier, goes for the headshot kill. Really nicely done from I9. Free plays gas, oh, he turned away.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? I'm so confused. What, am I seeing things? No, he pushed back because of the gas bait, but he could have got shot by I9.
Yeah, it was
both of them have just fallen off each other.
Yeah, it's really awkward. I thought Reeps was going to be able to get that there, but not to be. 4v4, 40 seconds. Crit J now rotate around. Turd is watching for this, though.
Yes, yeah.
Anticipating some aggression here from the defense. Crit J will lose this. There you go. So with 30 seconds, Bleed get a free advantage for the execute.
Oh, there's 2 for you, Ted. Start to build that confidence back up. Not good signs for Fury. Yeah, and losing I9 there now means Black Stairs control. Reeps on the Capital can push forward. Turd in behind Montang of Asphyr. There's not a lot of time, but they've got best position now here for default plants. Smoke, division, lovely headshot from Reeps.
Oh, below.
Match yourself from below. Could win the round. No, misses the mark. Kit has to stay down here. Well, they get the kills anyway. Clearly in that moment, Fury understanding they needed to kind of take below and put pressure from below, but once Bleed had site control, they were able to fully play around Black Stairs, and that was really their mission from the onset of that round. And eventually it was their win condition that got them the round. 5-3 scoreline for Bleed, 2 attacking rounds to begin the half. Exhibition and Office now for Fury, but they are looking a little shaky here after a significantly good start to this game. And again, somewhat similar to yesterday, Bleed are now bouncing back.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, in my opinion, that's probably where we see Bleed at their best, is with these sort of snappy set plays, and they did a good job to fight for Black Stairs control. Turd, who obviously isn't stacking kills at the moment on that flank quad check, but they find the kill. And even if BG Man there had have hit the Nitro cell, the Night Plant, whatever, even if he got 2 kills and they couldn't re-attempt the plan, Bleed still had the presence of mind, and with a couple of seconds to go, got the kill anyway, down below. So they had their bases covered, they did a good job fighting for that control, and they kind of simplified the map. Sometimes on that particular objective you can get sucked into the exhibition clear, which takes a lot of time and resources as well. And with drones low, Bleed went for the percentage play around that Monty. Did quite a good job of clearing it. And they're applying pressure now. It's a very similar story to the first half, where we're going in with the expectation that defense is going to be supreme, and it's just not the case.
Yeah, it's always fun when that plays out, though. You know, it's kind of our job to obviously say, you look at the stats, you look at the numbers, this is the way this map plays out. We all know what the meta is like when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege at the moment. Defense, defense, defense. It's an easy one to kind of ascertain. You put one and one together, you should get 2. Right now we're getting like 43. Bleed, obviously kind of just flipping the narrative. Skyscraper is apparently now attacker-sided. I don't know at this point. Throw your hands in the air and just take a guess, but I mean, clearly right now, Fury's ability to win those entry points with rounds. For Bleed, it's their ability to get into the building and eventually executes on site. Well, a 2-round differential now, and for Bleed, 2 rounds away from finding their second win of the stage. And for the second time in a row, it would be from a bit of a minor setback to begin. Yeah, his single wall opened up, as that got a bit janky. Half health as well for Crit J. Renal Surge activated by Turd to just bring back some health for Reeps. Now they open up.
Well, they stopped out the Jammer Bandit trick then from I9, so that's some good reactive defense from Fury. 5 versus 5 now, minutes. Down below. Maybe he can find a kill. Asphyr to poke elsewhere. Reeps does eventually find that kill, and with that smoke, Dark now forced to make a decision. Does he stay or does he kill back? Gets caught a little bit in the middle and may now look to hold drum, but will likely be under pressure soon. Keeper barriers though to create a buffer.
炮火、炮槍、
Really
炮
gets that
槍，
kill, but Dark able
核
to
突。
escape and plots one on his brief entry to the
係
objective.
炮呢隻俾佢翻咗殺
Yeah,
人，
good little follow up as well
3打
from
3。
Nicholas, and just like that, the round can even up a little bit. Dark's still quite low. Time remaining for Bleed. Jump control. And with that, Mezzanine fully under control now for Bleed. That's where the push is going to be coming from. No one really on the exterior outside of the site.
自然會往前少少，
Flash available for
拱俾
Rick's
佢。
drone potentially to send him in.
係知啦。
It does not get very far though. And at this point, no real time for drones. 2 nitro cells available, by the way, as well. Mentalist does make his way over towards VIP. There is one of those nitro cells. Zaspi in towards Exhibition, one close left. He went right, and then the shot from the other side was I9. Reeves was able to get one. There's no time though. You got to get the kills. There's no kit, and there's no chance at that point. Reeves did get 2 kills at the end. One of them though was a team kill onto Mentalist.
Yeah, a little bit better there from Fury. They had just enough tools to be able to stall out that push. Bleed through the mid-round, that rotation through towards him ultimately proved to be a little bit costly. And it was only a fraction of a second in it. Mentalist almost gets the kill for free through drum, and that would have dislodged that position with so much more ease. Unfortunately, though, there wasn't the case, so time drained, made that push through into the objective late very, very challenging.
I guess
Fury played into it nicely, and yeah, looks like I'm going to assume a technical rehost here. In fact, I just got a Uplay notification that like Colossus has relaunched the game, so I'm tipping it's him.
啱啱嗰間 Bleed
Fury able to offset a little bit of that momentum that Bleed were very much building, and then even into that round, opening 2 kills.
跟住轉邊打 OK 嘅，轉去雞房個機場嗰邊打佢，跟住讓 Mentalist 關鍵槍炮咗，殺唔到嗰隻阿三面，跟住抹位嘅隊友俾人殺翻。呢度冇嘢好講啦，呢度冇時間。
The incidental team kill. For what it's worth, that team kill was completely irrelevant at the end. As you can see, there was 0.3 seconds left. I don't know why we are replaying this like 20 million times.
I just want replay to feel bad.
But it means nothing. It literally means nothing.
Caster 又抽水。
Yeah, again though, Fury were
重複播個
leading into that
replay 唔
win
知幾多
position
萬
time
次，
really nicely in that particular round.
又抽蒲得上水。
Where red time has potentially posed a threat for Bleed, probably none more so than that one. And again, I think it backtracks to probably the mid round with the rotation onto the other side of the T room portion of the map. We had the pre-placed mirror in combination with the Izami, just made it a little bit difficult for Bleed to unlock. And then, as is naturally the case, actually getting back into the site and applying pressure back on the objective proved to be a challenge. 3 members rejoining. Not entirely sure what happened for 4 players to need a DC, but nonetheless, hopefully we're back in soon. Bathroom and bedroom is once again being teased here by the defense. We were a little bit critical of that decision last time. I suppose it was excitement that then turned into disappointment because the way in which they played it, especially the extension top floor, was quite poor. Maybe they will see a bit of a switch up in terms of the wall denial or their ability to respond to the walls being opened, which will aid them in being a more compact defensive unit. Because unfortunately last time walls got opened quite early, they gave away free picks, and it was very, very easy for Bleed to convert them.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be much longer. It looks as if they're back in. I mean, Mentalist obviously gives his ready check, but I mean, it's Fury that need to give theirs, and that's exactly what Crit J is going to be able to do for us. For all intents and purposes, whenever you see 5 players leave the server, it feels like it's always going to be a bit of a longer wait time, but that was pretty quick. Nicely done for Fury to just obviously resolve whatever issue was plaguing them and straight back into the 10th round. T-Room and Karaoke down, which is obviously one of the, if not most primary sites when it comes to defensive skyscraper. Really good opportunity now presents itself for Fury to tie this game back up once again. Onto the Solus as well for I9, which is really doubling down on what's actually been really good drone defense from Fury so far.
PV 個戰隊 skin，
Lee didn't really have that many remaining.
密集恐懼症。
So,
5 seconds left. Insertion.
I mean, That coupled with the mute as well makes it a little bit difficult here for Bleed. Not really too much of a change up in terms of the lineup that they are bringing for this 10th round. It does come to Bleed. Montang. How much focus will go to Black Stairs? Hard to say with the way they've spawned in. May very well lead to a bit more of a sweep across. We'll see. Right now, this game is living up to the expectations, which is good. No real beatdown. Both teams playing quite well, and this really should be what is expected between the two of them.
Another mute stall into Bandit Trick for Fury.
Around,
and we'll see it once again. So good job in denying that.
And
the most important thing to note here, though, from Bleed is they are not bringing the Monty. That said, we are still seeing early focus over towards restaurant. Reaps on Buck to probably vert out Karaoke and or
幾好用係啊！打 rank 都係用，打 rank 你咁用咧，我諗80%咧對面都頭都痛埋，真係幾好用呢個。
Very, very careful that he does not get flanked. It's SV elsewhere though, so fun first.
Oh, in a second as well.
仲要依家攻方咁慢。
Dark though does somewhat similar, and even better with that second flick headshot onto Reaps. Asfi's quite low. But it does have those adrenal surges. Can only do so much though.
睇你要睇多2環，5準備。
Another 3-on-3. That frag grenade though, just short of the mark.
A bomb has been located.
Just say impact, but either way, Colas still at least has sight control, along with I9 over towards T-Room. Holven and Asfi. Double stack over towards Drum, looking to open up makeup. Turn in towards Geisha.
No Geisha.
Off the back with that final adrenal surge, they are very much looking to take Geisha, but Dark down below. Has an angle. Tap, tap, but he doesn't find much. It's a flesh wound into Holven. Takes away that first floor position.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They now know that he hasn't retaken up main, and if he does, they'll have a player posted up to watch that retake attempt.
佢嗰個尷尬，嗱俾我咧，掃個位咧直接。機房睇上快算啦，冇法。咁就嚟嗱，咁就6個啦，佢 G 咗啦。
He's on for the ace. Who said the LMGs are dead? Well, they brought back.
我講咩等咩？我話要打到2 round， 唔使1 round 得啦。
I don't think Asfi will mind. It's all about the team. It's all about winning these rounds. And Bleed now get themselves match point. And even despite the fact that once again it was a very close round between these two teams, for a large portion of that round, you know, that kind of 3-on-3, Dark was able to get a very lovely double kill to offset the start that Asfi brought in for Bleed. Fury just could not really do anything. It was just kind of sitting back on site. They had one real win condition, which was Dark, first floor, pantry and bar. Took a couple of shots at the Holven, gave away his position, and with that, then the round kind of fell apart.
呢度靚嘅，咁你係啦，之後就走啦。嗱，呢度殺唔到，點解仲留喺梯底咧？唔係好明呢下，掃完自己位之後，對面更加 firm 點得2個，直接打掂。
And it's one that has probably continued on from last year. That you cannot count Bleed out really from any position. Even when on the back foot, even if they may not have the best start inside of a map or even as far as a series as well. Don't take it for granted that it's going to result in an easy win. You have to continue to respect them and play your very best. Fury simply haven't been able to maintain the pressure that they displayed in the first half.
Definitely being the better team as we've progressed. I mean, Fury came out with a great start. Love their exterior gameplay, but as we've gotten on, kind of like again yesterday, Bleed just get better and better in these matches. It's certainly turning into a big strength of theirs. Maybe the slight weakness being they do start a little slow. Once they get going, they really get going. I mean, even Turd, very small example, but started 0-6, 3-1 since then. I mean, only so many rounds that have played out, but He's been able to kind of offset a pretty statistical bad game.
Attackers have located a bomb.
This one's not over just yet. Available momentarily, but only momentarily. They will bomb back up. Red ping information. Pressure plenty in towards Lounge from Reaps, and eventually Dark will succumb to said pressure. You can just feel the way in which Fury are holding their positions here. They don't look comfortable. They can sense the pressure coming their way. Turd will make it 4, now 5 as he doubles down. Fury falling apart despite a strong start in this game. Turd is activated. And he knows where the last player is, and he says, this is mine. From 06 to 7-7 for Turdstar. And for Bleed, another slow burn eventually ignites into a massive flame. They win their second game off the stage. 7-4. How fitting.
Yeah, fantastic win there from Bleed, who now put themselves potentially in that top spot now for Asia, not just in terms of the discussion of power rankings, but the standings themselves. Very solid result, completely tearing apart Fury on those tertiary sites, most importantly, right? Fury tried to throw a spanner in the works, round 1, let's go to bathroom, capitulated. Final round of the game, let's do the same. Again, fell apart. Bleed were allowed into super powerful positions, didn't put a foot wrong. Fury did not land any trades throughout that particular round as well. And so it just made it so challenging for them. And when the heat was on, the level that they needed to be.
5 of the last 6 rounds won by Bleed. The strong wave of momentum that this team can encapsulate. They won 7 rounds in a row yesterday to take down Hissib Warriors. And again, emulated that today despite the slow start against Fury. They were able to eventually win out 7-4 against their local rivals. For Bleed, it's the perfect start. 2-0. For Fury, it's back to the drawing board, though, as they succumb to their second loss within 2 days.
佢正常咧就唞10分鐘就開播，所以都唔會話唞好耐。
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. Loading mag! To go. 5 seconds. Seconds left. Loading new mag!
點解個 highlight 播咁耐嘅？正常好快完嘅。
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Loading back.
To go. 5 seconds left. 10 seconds left.
Loading you, man.
5 seconds left. Attackers bombed it. Drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Loading bag.
To go. 5 seconds. 10 seconds left.
Loading you, man. 5 seconds left. Attackers bombed it.
We haven't actually signed the contract yet, so.
If anyone can guess this right,
That's T2 in.
It's a wall.
No, that is Oregon. That's Oregon.
It looks a
That's
bit like
backstairs.
T1. I don't think it's T2.
That's definitely backstairs, though, right?
alright.
If I get this right, I'm telling you
Because
right now.
could
you're
also
right.
be laundry stairs. I think it could be laundry stairs.
That's a good guess.
3, 2, 1, flip him.
Yeah,
very
thank
nice.
you guys for hard carrying the team.
Like the way we're all like, oh, geez, he came up with a good. But I was like, instantly, it's Oregon.
Oregon, mate. That was
Piece of
never the
shit.
question.
Yes, it was. He was like, geez, what map's that?
Well, that's
I got
Jake.
it wrong.
Jake doesn't know what day it is.
Why did I agree to do this again?
Ooh.
Villa?
Sorry, no,
I'm definitely getting Villa
it's not.
vibes,
No,
but
it's not
also
in.
cafe. So
Has
I
to be
reckon that
cafe.
carpet's red. I
Yeah,
reckon
it has to
that's
be
like.
cafe.
I'm gonna just
Mickey?
lock it in. I don't even know.
Has to be.
I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna change it.
Yeah.
If I had this right the first time, I'm gonna cry.
You ready? 3, 2, 1.
Cafe reading.
Oh.
Yeah.
That looks like border. Like the back of it looks like workshop.
I think it's on a rubbish bin.
Yeah.
So a little rubbish bin.
I'm
Oh,
looking.
do you know what it would be?
I
There's like
feel like it's
computers.
Harry
There's
Potter.
computers in the top right.
I
Is it-
feel like this is workshop.
Custom,
Oh, not workshop.
Customs or Harry Potter?
Where's next to workshop?
I don't know. You tell me, big boy.
Shut up, you
Vents.
Bobby.
Oh.
Wow.
Would
Damn.
never have got that.
No one did
That-
coast,
wow,
right?
Nah. Alright. Maybe I threw everyone when I said border instantly. That's border. That's border bathrooms.
Is there a bathroom in cafe at all?
I think I've got this wrong.
Ah! Water bathroom? Oh,
Yeah.
Oh!
wormhole.
Jeez, what is that?
What is that light? Like, is that a fire or is that?
No.
I'm
that's
ready, let's go.
That's a light
Shut
bulb.
up.
What's your guess, James? Is it good?
No? Steam?
About as good as mine.
I said Bane Park Armory.
Oh, the furnace!
I've been prone in that corner too many times.
Is it classroom?
That's what I was thinking. So
Yeah, it's like mattress up against the wall.
It's Oregon. Oregon.
You can do it.
Bunk.
I very often pre-play drones here, so I should be on the right track.
Turn.
Is it blue bunker?
Yes! I pre-plays here all the time! Yeah!
Damn it, yeah. When you said I pre-placed, I was like dining, because that's where...
False scent, mate. False scent.
This one, I'm not sure
This
what
one
it
looks
is.
easy, but I actually am a bit confused.
I reckon it looks a lot like Oregon to me. Don't you think it's kind of like Big Tower of Oregon? Bank lockers? Yes!
It was
I
Bank
knew you
Lockers.
would get it. I knew you would get it.
I was legit confused.
Do we really need me and Rob on this show?
This one's pretty easy.
This one's pretty easy.
I mean, the map is easy. I actually don't know where.
One.
how wrong am I?
Is it?
It is off.
I did break room. No way! Is that your first one?
One that everyone else got wrong.
Well, it's Oregon.
Yeah, but where?
Oh, that looks like classroom.
3, 2, 1. I'm so right. It's not even funny. I'm so confident. I'm so confident!
I did finish writing before you revealed it.
I got Oregon. I got one.
That was Drone to the Unknown. Thank you for watching. We hope that you enjoyed it. But we do have more countdown to come. Let's hope it doesn't end.
Rob. Hope everyone enjoyed the content that we brought to you here today.
Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you in the next one.
That was Drone to the Unknown. Thank you very much for watching. Enjoy the rest of the content.
We got there!
We got there. Talent drama, take one.
Alright, this is a really tough call. I'm actually not quite sure about this one. I'm gonna have to think for a really long time. I know my answer.
Wow, so shocked.
Oi! Oh, I feel dogged by this.
Copper stray.
Yeah, Dev definitely caught this straight.
Actually, to be fair, I'll be on in 5 minutes, and you'll be on in like 5.
Oh, actually, no, that's true. That is true. I am.
First frag.
I don't know. I've seen this guy farm a little bit. I went roll.
What? That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big dog. Big dog.
Come on. Yeah, thank you.
Why did he listen? I'm on drones.
I figured you'd be just spawn picking.
I'm on drones.
He doesn't know how to get. So what happens is there's someone drones someone into the building, and the other player is an entry.
It was who gets the first pick, not who gets picked.
Not who watches it on a drone.
Yeah.
Well, this might be a controversial take. I don't know. Only if I'm on drones can this person pull this off.
Oh, absolute bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go.
I really have just continued to just
You haven't played enough
The
with us,
thing is,
mate.
Rob doesn't want to work together with anyone.
No, I just want to run in and find as many heads as I can. We play it like another game that I shan't say.
This is a tough one.
I mean, it's not like you can't really kill yourself with nades anymore.
You can. I've seen it.
Well, you might if I haven't. I just picked the worst.
It's the
person.
most obvious.
well.
It's the most obvious.
He already knows.
It's the most
He already
obvious.
knows.
This turn.
Yep. Is that a first 5 out of 5?
Yeah, that's a 5 out of 5. Well done, brother. Welcome back from the break. Hope that you enjoyed yourselves and the content. I do recommend watching the stream on mute once it hits that portion of the show, though. It is time for us to break down a little bit of what we've just seen. Bleed and Fury, seeing this one, Dev, it was a very tantalizing prospect. And then we saw Skyscraper, and we had a couple of questions. Have they been answered now that we've seen the entirety of the map?
Yes. So, obviously, we saw Skyscraper. We know how good of a map that is for Bleed. 6-game win streak, now 7. We know Fury's had some okay results on it. And immediately, everyone's like, oh, Fury don't know what they're doing. Why are they picking that map? I was trying to play devil's advocate, and I was thinking maybe Fury know that Bleed play this a lot. They've done their research. And I think they've cooked up something for it. We saw Fury had cooked up a lot of cool strats with the Deimos and the Dokubi yesterday, and I thought maybe that would be the same here. And I started to be convinced of that in the first half because Fury did really well. They got 3 rounds. Second half, Fury are picking Master Bedroom Office twice, and it doesn't even work. once they find a single round of defense on what should be a defender-sided map, it ended up being overwhelmingly attack-centric. Very disappointing end to the game, in my mind, for Fury.
Well, it's time to hear from Mentalist himself. Let's welcome Mentalist to the Asia show, the Asia League for the first time. Mate, how are you doing? Obviously, we've seen you play twice now, so we've got a little bit of time under our belt. How is the team feeling after this one?
I think the team is feeling pretty good. Obviously, coming back from invite, having not too much time to have a break. There's a lot of teams that did came back from invite that's suffering from some kind of slump. So I think right now we're considering ourselves in the de-rusting period, and it's evident that in the past like 2 games we started off really slow, and we kind of picked up the pace after. So I think for the team going forward, it's gonna be just try to pick up the pace again, try to start practicing well again, then try to make sure like we're in game day form whenever the time comes.
Yeah. So speaking of taking a little bit of time to find your feet and warm up. The game today, you guys started Skyscraper, arguably your best map. Defense, arguably the favored side, and immediately Fury come out of the gate swinging. You guys go 3-3. How are you feeling at that point? Were you a bit disappointed? Were you aiming for 4 or 5 rounds and a half? And how did your feelings change when you moved into the second half?
I think going up against Fury, we know that it's going to be a tough game. They're our toughest opponent by far in the league, and we also know that they're probably going to abuse Monty, seeing what happened yesterday. So we were kind of prepared, but at the same time, it's still we're still learning how to deal with Monty. Definitely have to do that. So even though we did go down like 3 rounds on defense, it didn't really feel that devastating because we know like our attack is really strong. The bends kind of doesn't really favor the defense as much. So we know we can pull it back on attack, and thankfully we did.
Yeah, so early on you mentioned that at the moment you guys are going through a de-rusting period from SI. You would not be the first team to struggle a little bit from that post-SI fatigue. My question for you guys is, how have you been dealing with that post-SI fatigue? What's the mental game been like for you? And has Julio had an impact on that, being a world champion, of course? He's got a lot of experience under his belt. Do you feel like he's been a leading figure in helping you get through that period?
Definitely, Julio has been a great help because coming back, all the players are pretty tired. All of us, to be very honest, we want to chill for a little bit. Obviously, me and Julio, as well as all the other support staff, needs to take charge and make sure like we are focused on what we need to do, preparing for this tournament. So definitely, having like a voice outside of the players will help in that regard, 100%.
So, Mentalist, obviously, the changes have been pretty significant to the Asia League, and this is something I wanted propose to you last night, but unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to chat with you. I want to hear from you. How do you feel like these changes have affected the region?
Let's be real here. In APAC, in the past few years, Southeast Asia has always been the sub-region that has always given consistent results. But back in 3-4 years ago, it was Aeroroof. And after that, it was for a period, it was Elevate, then Dem1, then sorry, not Dem1, and the old Elevate, and then now it's like kind of us as well as Fury. And looking at the other subregions, they're kind of inconsistent relative to us. So to be very honest, from my perspective, it would make more sense to give us more slots, obviously. From other
Do it, say it, scream it from the rooftop, Mentalist.
Give us all more slots, give us our first slot back.
We love it, mate. Look, oh god, that's not turd, is it? I better not be hearing turd.
No, for certain reasons, it's not turd.
Yes, yeah, I'm so glad. Yeah. I'm so glad. So let's any final thoughts before we let you go, mate?
Yeah, just I hope everyone will continue supporting us, even though we're a bit rusty at the moment. I think we'll get better and better as the league progresses, and hopefully we'll put up a show during the qualifiers, and we will get to go to Manchester.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll be seeing you there, mate. But until then, best of luck with the rest of the matches.
Thank you. Take care.
So, I mean, we hear it directly from the vein, from the IV drip. That is really Bleed. Coming off the back of what would be considered probably, I guess, just such a hectic period, Dev. You know, they finished SI and then they were straight into the league. Like, there really is minimal downtime for them. But clearly they understand what the hurdles are in front of them. They understand where those clear I guess, objectives are for them in the opening 2 weeks of the league. This is good signs.
Yeah, and to be honest, I don't think that there's much you can do about having a post-SI slump, as he called it. I don't think it's a problem. Our format entertains some flexibility in the round-robin phase, as we have talked about. Now, that doesn't mean that these games don't matter. I don't want people to think that, because if you come first or second seed, you get a free match in the playoffs, right? And also, like, seeding does matter. If you come first seed, you don't have to have the third seed in your side of the bracket either, or the second seed for that matter. So in theory, it's going to be an easier run. I think that, like, if you have a bit of a slump, like, these are the games where you want to build up your confidence, test out your new strats, experiment with the new meta, and don't kick yourself if you have like one loss here or there, because that has historically been Bleed's problem in the past, is the higher stakes the game, at least domestically. Overseas, it doesn't seem to be an issue for them, but domestically, the higher stakes the game, the worse they will perform. And as Guz pointed out, historically, they've actually bested Fury in the BO1 portion of Asia, which is great, but we are yet to see them play in those BO3s. So I think that just keep working through this rut. I don't think they're even in a rut, really, but work off the rust. And by the time we get to BO3s, that's when things get serious.
Yeah, they're just brushing it aside and still looking as dangerous as ever. We'll talk about Fury, I'm sure, later in the show if we have some fill, but this is obviously not a great start for them. 2 losses, only 1 point that they've been able to accumulate. Granted, you're probably going up against 2 of the hardest teams that you've got in this kind of in this schedule. So we'll give them the benefit of the doubt, and we'll see them come back next week. But it is time for us to turn to match 2 of the day. We've got Elevate taking on Jalita, and I feel like, Mandy, this matchup for me might actually be closer than our previous Fury Bleed game. I don't know. Am I reading too much into it?
I would agree with that, to be honest, completely. I feel like between these 2 teams, I would say they're very much middle of the pack in 2023, but going into 2024, especially after yesterday's performance from both of them, they both look very competitive, like competitive enough that they could be competing for that major spot now as well. I think just the roster changes that have come through, the Mania and the Chaos, is going to make this one a pretty close match.
Yeah, Mania is a good way to put. It does feel like the league, although we're coming into it with a lot of preconceived ideas about these teams, there's a lot that we're still yet to find out, Dev. And I mean, only going into match 2 of the day, we will start to get these answers. I feel like we always talk about this. We don't really get the full picture of some of these teams until we get to day 3, day 4, once we've seen a couple of games under their belt, once we've seen a little bit of turmoil, a little bit of a challenge. But this is definitely one that we might be able to hallmark, benchmark as I guess as the benchmark. That's a terrible way of putting it. But Elevate really come into this game with, as Mandy said, the utmost confidence.
Yeah, well, you can't do much better than a 7-1 in your opening game, and that's exactly what these guys did against Knock Knock. So massive confidence boost for them, of course. Probably one of the most radical roster shuffles that we've had in the Asia region, which, to be frank, we haven't had a huge roster shuffle in this region. A lot of the teams have stuck together because they were already doing so well. Elevate, unfortunately, was not, and so, as Speakeasy told us yesterday, they needed some radical changes. Shed, Heikel, and MC have already looked pretty strong. Obviously, Shed and MC imports from Europe, so big stuff there, and the support staff as well is European, so I'm excited to see what these guys can achieve. They haven't truly been tested yet, like, let's be honest. Knock Knock is not the same caliber as Jalita, and so I think today is the real test for them.
Jalita will be a very tough opponent, there's no doubt about it, Mandy, but we do have the utmost... this is probably more of a question than it is a statement. We do have the utmost confidence in Elevate?
I personally have got a lot of confidence in Elevate, especially after Speakeasy's interview yesterday. His read on the team and their sights being set on that major spot does make me feel a lot of confidence in them, and him even saying that not getting it is failure for the roster, I think, it makes me think that, like, these guys should be competitive for sure. Like, they look like they're putting in the hard work for it. I think Dev pointed out completely, they will be tested more today, but I think that there is, without a doubt, they've got the right mental game going into it.
Well, it's the really, it kind of identifies a strong campaign, right? Having very clear objectives, identifying what your successes and failures are for them. But I mean, successes and failures probably a very interesting segue to turn into the Jalita conversation, Dev, because this roster on paper is just, it really is the Elevate of old. This is their old team, right? This is a, it's already been talked about as a grudge match in previous years. This is not something new that I'm mentioning. But where do you put them? Where do you put this roster in terms of their successes and failures? What would actually classify as a failure for this team this stage?
I haven't garnered like a clear indication from Jalita about we know that Elevate's goal is to make the major, and if they don't, then that's failure. I haven't heard the same sentiment from Jalita. But I think that they are still shooting high. Of course, last year they played under no cap R6, and there was a huge amount of drama, to be frank. Just about a year ago, in fact. It was just before Stage 1 started. Of course, these guys went to the old Six Invitational in Montreal under the Elevate banner. Back then, Onigiri was playing in the place of IDFC, and there was so much turbulence going on. These guys were leaving the org. The org was wanting them to stay or not wanting them to stay, and yeah, it was an absolute nightmare. And it ended up with Elevate just forming a completely new roster with none of the old Thai players. These guys going their separate ways. Onigiri went back to university. I think a lot of these players were going to focus on other stuff in their life. And then, of course, the roster ended up forming under no cap and qualifying and doing quite averagely, which was quite a disappointment, to be honest. So it has been a really turbulent road for them. But I'm really excited to see that they have representation now, that they are taking things more seriously. And guess what? They won their first bloody match against Fury. It doesn't get much better than that. I'm really excited for what Jalita could potentially accomplish this year, because last year they really got dealt a pretty shitty hand. And I think this year they can give a real go of it.
Well, considering we're seeing them still in their player house, right? They're still competing as a team together collectively. That is what always excites me about these Southeast Asian rosters. There's really so much behind. There's so much lore that this team in particular brings into this league, brings into Stage 1, that it's certainly one to keep an eye out for. Let's go ahead and turn our attention to the map vetoes now and figure out where we're going. So no border, nice and early. I'm still surprised we saw border yesterday, I'm not going to lie to you. But the staples of Clubhouse, Chalet, and Oregon have now been banned out. It's leaving Consulate still in. There we go. Thank God we're not going there. And our final map will indeed be...
Oh, yeah, baby!
Are you excited for this one, Dev? That sounded a little bit too excited.
Oh, look, I'm always excited when I see these guys play. But in particular, if you look back last year, the last time these teams played in a BO1, it was when Jalita were under no cap, and it was a 7-8 in Stage 2 on Cafe. So if we're lucky enough to get a 15-round banger out of these guys, I'd be super excited. Elevate actually do have their head-to-head, though, because they did win that match, and then they won the BO3 that they ended up playing later on in October. So, yeah, I don't know. I want to see a lot out of both of these teams. I'm probably a little biased to Jalita, but I want to see a big 15-round game.
Mandy?
Yeah, I think Dev pointed out perfectly the last time these guys went ahead, it was 7-4 to the previous iteration of the Elevate roster. Now it's quite a different roster coming into this time around, and it honestly just makes me wonder how much more Jalita have improved since that best of 3. I'm really interested to see how this Elevate roster is going to fare on this map. New iteration, I would say that the previous score lines you can almost throw out the window because of just how different the roster is, to be honest. But yeah, I think the two or three players that have joined up are all really smart players. They showed us that yesterday, and I'm looking forward to them being challenged.
I guess we now go to a map with the history given that probably is going to be close no matter which way you cut it, Dev. I feel like this one it's got all the makings of a 15-rounder, but it sounds like we actually don't need to, as we like to pronounce here, waffle on any longer. We can actually go to our incredible duo. That's right. I'm going to be polite to them today. They're my favorites. They are my second favorites. Well, maybe my third favorite. Let's go to Guns and Xenox.
So maybe on any other given play day, guys, this could have easily been labeled the match of the day. I mean, we had to pretty much give that mantle to Fury and Bleed. Did it play out that way? Maybe not. This one, I think, could actually play out a little bit closer and a little bit better and could live up to that mantle. Jalita, of course, yesterday, I don't want to use the word shock, but certainly surprised us in their performance, their win against Fury. And obviously, they're a team that has so much experience, but can they do it again?
Yeah, let's wait and see. I'm keen to jump into this game because storylines are converging for these two teams. I think they both have a bit to prove. And
佢
they're
cast
maybe
成咁
nibbling
大
on
聲
the， heels of Fury, who haven't been off to
都
the best
搞
of starts
下。
here for week 1. So yeah, I'm eager to jump in. Yes, it's Cafe. I may not be the biggest fan of this map, but the matchup itself is an exciting one, and keen to see it play.
Yeah, that's fine. I think when it isn't played all that often, you can even you guys can be okay to see the odd Cafe here or there. And honestly, I'm all for it. I've already seen enough Oregon. I've already seen enough Nighthaven Labs. Let's get into Cafe as we get to this match. Elevate and Jalita. Obviously for Jalita themselves, players going up against their old organization, an organization that has clearly changed quite a lot in terms of the current roster that we see currently. MC and Highquell and obviously Shed all joining. Speak easy as we get into the ban phase. The Dockerby has been banned out, very prominent so far in the Asia League as a very healthy, supportive entry operator. The Ying as well, always very prevalent, not just in this region, but also on this map.
Dockerby Ying, so two very execute-heavy operators off the board here initially for the attack. Not really changing up from what we have seen previously too much on a map like Cafe, but critically now in the era of the shield rework, that means that we're likely going to see Monty and or Blitz in play. Some teams around the world opting to play both at the same time. Even the Fuse has also seen a little bit of playtime as well. So we'll wait and see exactly how these two want to approach it. And then defensively, again, stock standard, it will be the Solace Fenrir combination. Valk in play then, Azami as well. And with Jalita kicking things off defensively. Let's see if they can start things as well as they ended last night.
Yeah, and obviously for Elevate, a bit more of a test too, isn't it? 7-1 yesterday in their win against Knock Knock. I think Jalita's going to be a team that's far more capable of providing them with a contest to really see what this new look roster can do. The good thing for Jalita as well is at least coming into this particular game, they've got, I think, the confidence off the back of their win against Fury to take into this game. But they can mix it with all of the top teams within this region. You know, Fury now slumped to 0-2. I was listening to the deck before, Rob was saying, well, you know, arguably taking on two of the toughest teams to begin. Jalita being one of them, Bleed being the other, but then you take into account Elevate. Well, they're up there. I think right now, I think this Elevate roster would probably go in as favorites of Fury. And then you can't even discredit a team like DAY2, for example. It's very easy in what is a very cutthroat region to just tumble down the standings. These matches so important for the seeding to come later on in terms of the playoffs. Very much could be the difference between second, third, fourth, and where you place. Whether or not you have to say play a team like Bleed early on. Lovely swing from DCH. Heard the sound cue from Speakeasy running on in towards bot white. DCH then swings. Nice aggression early from Jalita. They're here to play here on Cafe.
Perfect way to kick things off. Speakeasy on the board. A lot of that pressure would have been alleviated, but there is the ramp for backup, so the breaches can begin to get to Roam still employed, missed a punch reading, contact made, double window repel, and senses push from tree, wins that fight, good work, and that is pretty much the round over here, unless Elevate can pull something pretty miraculous off. Wow, and it doesn't look like that will be the case.
Yeah, just a no contest round, even MC there.
Yeah.
Over towards mining, little entry, but IDFC is just watching. Arpe, unfortunately, by himself now with, well, just about 2 minutes on the clock. And just kind of sits contemplating in bar as to what has really transpired in this round. How it's very much transpired as well. It's a very startling sight to behold when there's 2 minutes on the clock and it's a 5-on-1. Credit to Jalita, though, they completely made life difficult for Elevate to even kind of get a look in towards the map itself. Like, at no point did Jalita give them any kind of an inkling that they were going to be able to get entry inside of Cafe comfortably, outside of, well, Ape. And in some strange universe, it's the attacker that's been droned out. Echo with the Yokai spotting Ape over towards New Balk and eventually down to Cigar Shop, and they know exactly where he is. But, well, any disciplined team at this level, guys, they don't go hunting. This is not ranked. A little peek from DCH. That's all you'll probably get. The drop into Pillar. Default can be watched. Now they know where he is. You don't need to swing this. If you are, though, going to do it, has someone swinging at the same time as well from behind, and that's exactly what Mr. Punch has gone and done.
Ooh.
Yeah, good work there from Jalita, applying pressure early on here defensively. First kill quickly rolled into a second. And they're able to then fortify their positions on the roam. And instead of running around and being caught vulnerable, they instead held down lines. That led to more kills. Ultimately, the round then goes their way. Really good fight there from Mr. Punch. That brings it back to a 4v4 if he loses it, and then puts pressure on the remaining roamers. But he just had the presence in mind that the swing was going to come. The rate of fire of the MPX able to win that engagement. So good work from him. Best decides to elevate, but we've seen plenty of time already really in the first week. You don't necessarily have to have the best of starts to recover, especially
so 3樓
Yeah, kind of
唔係喎，就2樓嚟
Siege, it's very much a case where you get on a bit of a momentum roll, start somewhat irrelevant. It's also Cafe, so defense can always be probably the more prevalent of the two sides.
你嘅想法。
But it's probably the way in which the round was won. Very concerning. I mean, Elevate didn't even fire a shot. Jalita just had them across every kind of entry point. Coupled with that start from DCH with the swing out of bot white. The way in which they won that round, that's quite concerning for Elevate. But fortunately, even in a beatdown round like that, you only lose one round. So you're only one round behind, that's fine. Now you can bounce back a little bit. And look at already the kind of slower approach. That's all hard here from Speakeasy. Yeah, I'm assuming what a difference. What a difference.
Yeah. I was going to say, I'm assuming it's going to be a rather standard hold here defensively of what's cocktail. You think about the mirror windows facing in towards this western side of the map. And if Elevate look to filter through the hatch drop positions, they're then going to lead into that. The X factor for the defense, likely though this castle, which just does minimize some of the angles in which these defenders are exposed to, increases the amount of utility that also has to be cleared. So an emphasis on explosives here from the attack, which unless they're going to expend hard breach on these barricades, it is something they have to be very, very careful of.
清完個中吞啦，2樓兩、3樓兩個就。
Well, by this point in the last round, it was Jalita in a 5-on-1. This time around, though, and Haikel is going to get the opening kill onto IDFC. And Ape once again finds himself over towards that new belt position. Will rotate back, though, outside the building. And C will hold up him towards the clear bar and cocktail. The moment is being held extensively by Jalita. DCH was aggressive to begin the opening round. Would have heard that repel noise. Doesn't want to bite though, or maybe holds this angle. The upside down repel though catches him off guard. Nicely done from Ape to win that. And Speakeasy, when he also was making his entry in towards the map, he found a kill swing from top white, and suddenly this round has gone like the opening round, but now for Elevate.
Yeah, clean on the clear, repel game strong. Jalita forced into some uncomfortable positions, some unfavorable fights, and this should be a pretty easy round to conclude. Sapper stuck on the soft wall inside a fireplace. Sound to drown out the push. Arpe to push down said stairs. Swift response from Elevate round 2. Good work.
Yeah, I mean that's a very swift response, and the way in which they also won that round probably speaks volumes as to what this team can realistically do. The other thing as well, them getting these attacking rounds probably means a lot more than, say, Jalita getting a couple of defensive rounds on this particular map of Cafe. Fireplace and Mining to come here next. There's some interesting site choices so far defensively by Jalita.
Defenders, protect your
rotation of sites, but then also now sending us over to Mining, for example, rather than the more typical reading. Capcam brought along with the mirror as we head into how close this round could have maybe gone. Not sure if he was anticipating Alpay to be on that upside down repel. He was kind of holding that angle, but as soon as he pushed forward, it was an easy kill. And that white stairs control led to quite a few kills, in fact. For Alpay, he goes to 1-1. Probably not the player on this roster anymore, at least when it comes to players that are now on this Elevate roster. I don't think Ape is the one that would stand out as the core fragger on this team, but he is certainly capable.
後邊好似都係受翻2樓。
So the ramp play will persist here from Elevate in each round so far. I feel like we probably have seen less ramp overall since our introduction to the game than perhaps we initially expected, and I think just because of the fact that Buck gets a little bit more value in terms of ability to vert more positions in total. Overall vert might be similar, but just different areas of the map and hard breach as well. So we'll see though if Elevate can extract some value. Abe having a good read here through shot. The extension from the smoke. Mark just needs to be careful that he doesn't position himself into this line of sight. Some pretty basic understanding from his perspective though, and we'll see what the clear is like from Elevate to pressure this spot.
Yeah, just kind of waiting here patiently. Ape through the skylight for a bit of a misstep there from Jalita. Holds that angle. Others can get to work elsewhere though. Gasbay thrown towards top red.
以前佢打開窗口，係頭先咁打。
Again, this is mining. Ape setting up a nice drone though, looking in towards pillars. Can get a lot of information for the remainder of this round, and the drop from MC comes through. With that, the beeper shot out. Mark, oh, that's a little concerning. MC had to do quite a lot to win that fight. And in the end, Mark does succumb.
嗰陣時上到去喂，好難睇嗰條顏色咧，我唔知點解仲係咁紅嗰個顏色。
With that, Elevator got the advantage. Mr. Punch from backstore now takes a few shots. I think he did get MC quite low. And he knows there's one close as well towards Mushrooms. It's N-High-Quell. Eventually, MC does go down, who was low on health. Headshot, nevertheless, from DCH. And N-High-Quell has now got into a position where he is swinging to clear out this freezer position. Bit of a freebie onto Mr. Punch, who clearly had no idea that he was being aggressed on. And suddenly Elevate now on a 4-on-2.
How it can flip. 40 seconds, Nitro could turn the tide potentially, doesn't land, and now I guess he's stuck on an island, trying his best to find a pick in response, but caught out. Speak easy with the initiative, with the swing. Zappa now mining. Tall task. 20 seconds though, so if Elevate put a foot wrong, he might be able to capitalize, especially with Nitro in pocket. I wouldn't count him out just yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way he wins this round, right?
I can't count him out now.
And now you can count him out because he's dead. Zappa could not clutch up. And Heikel drop down into pillar to get that final kill, and it is all Elevate. What a response after that initial round from Jalita was so clean, decisive, and I thought would maybe set the tone for this half, for what was going to be an aggressive defense on Cafe, looking to swing, looking to be the team to engage and take first contact. Elevate, I think, took a little bit from that opening round, though. They've fallen off a little bit and said, okay, we'll drone out, we'll get information, we'll play the right way. And with that now, they're getting the results. 2-1 lead, 2 attacking rounds here on Cafe. Suddenly, a couple of the site choices for Jalita, looking a little bit questionable. And now they go to Bar Cocktail.
Yeah, Bar Cocktails, the castle back in play, so layering that util and looking to try and mitigate the ability for Elevate to play the Pell game. Also, Maestro in play, who's been floated with a little bit here and there from different teams around the world. And I think a site like this one in particular is quite strong with the Maestro. You can position them for long lines of sight. And again, it's not necessarily the Maestro. Drone economy as well. And with Solar Span out on a map like Cafe where you can really punish those drones. It's good to have a backup option to deal with them. And so Cloud drones available. Like response to said Maestro pick, so that'll be an interesting back and forth. Around
with high goal,
also extending the side of Lounge. There's going to be plenty to keep a track of in this round.
Yeah, where's the response now from Jalita? Last 2 rounds have been pretty convincing for Elevate.
重複嘅嘢，有 claymore 跟住又掉咗個 TMR 嗰個陷阱。
They can maybe steal them. They've been pretty much beaten down convincingly All 3 rounds that are played out right now have been very one-sided from both teams.
We're
not getting that kind of scrappy affair, that back and forth nature. Astro Cam's set up by Sapper.
Maybe睇 DW 我估。
I think the drone work from Elevate is actually
睇埋開得嘅佢。
why they found some success here on Cafe once again. Yellow Ping's going in towards Cocktail onto Mark's position. He feels under the bump. He's moving around. Traxting is thrown out by Enhaikel. DCH though went for a vault out and he found success kill. Somewhat similar to the opening round. And again, Jalita now then double down into a 5-on-3. With 90 seconds left, can Elevate for the first time maybe in this half. Bring the round back. Okay, decent start. MC with the kill onto IDFC. And still plenty of time despite the 1-player disadvantage. Certainly winnable here for Elevate.
Oh, I thought maybe that was going to go the way of Speak Easy, but slammed by Sapper. Key pick, key kill. 2v4, 60 seconds, some slight control, but quickly dismissed. Wow, Sapper, I tell you what, the bullet hose getting to work there in that round. Perfect timing, positioning, the shots landing.
Wow.
Clean work there from the defense. And this game very much shaping up to be quite competitive between the two.
I mean, better, isn't it? I mean, at least in the round itself, we can see a little bit more evenness between the two teams, certainly compared to the first 3 rounds. But then still Jalita from the onset. Get themselves into a really good position there on Bar Cocktail. Now over towards we go. This turning into a back and forth when it comes to the rounds, even if the rounds themselves have been pretty one-sided.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It's also very difficult to judge these kind of games too, guys, because I got no idea what the second half's going to look like. Is Elevate just looking really strong on the attack on Cafe, then they close us out on the defense? Or is there a world in which, somewhat similar to our opening game on Skyscraper, where attack might just kind of reign supreme a little bit? And if that is the case, then, you know, so far it's a pretty even looking match. But if this very much plays out historically like a normal Cafe, then Elevate in a really good position with these 2 attacking rounds.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds to go.
So Monty then in play here for the 5th round.
Attackers are heading out.
Excited to check the value that the shield is going to offer in this instance. Glaz as well also in play. So there could be a bit of a set play on opportunity here on offer. Deploying those smokes down. Again, Glaz going to be pretty self-proficient now. Whether that's used to cut a flank or to cut a line through the objective itself. Have to wait and see. No Warden in play, and arguably, a bit of a surprise we haven't seen more Glaz, especially now with Warden weakened, post site changes. There's every world in which you can actually count being played often at all, so we'll see if that can be leaned into. My shit that is in play. You'll be able to see those lies. They have been hacked though. So work from Speak Easy, and we're not even into the 2nd minute of the round.
E4
taken quite low. Little
C4 as
well. Caught the attention of many with the game yesterday against Knock Knock. Very tight angle there for DCH. Very little reaction time available to actually get that kill on the cross outside here at Bakery. And here comes the Montang. Again, already half held. Drone shot out. Only 5 remain. Impact available for DCH and even more damage and eventually Shed will fall. There was a push in and up close. Sapper swings out of prep to get that kill. Jalita able to cover for their own and eventually miss the punch as well. Over towards Smallbake. Sapper's now down. Elevate really just fighting tooth and nail to try and take this Bakery control, but at what cost? Well, eventually, the cost is quite a heavy toll. But it's a 2-on-2.
Minute 10, and as we can see now on the overhead, that diffuser will be collected. Getting in towards this objective though will prove to be a challenge. Online side again established, and there may still be some information available to the defense. Time though, not bad for Elevate. Minute to go. Speak Easy with the read. ACOG's also in hand. So there may be a world in which they're actually favored to win out these fights. Finding a plant position though, I think, is probably going to be their toughest challenge. They need to try and beat somebody on the defense, and that's exactly what happens. Survives just.
They have the utility. Speak Easy. Mark went prone. Didn't work. Drop shot wasn't there for him, and now down to IDFC. An opportunity, and he does get the first red ping bomb chassis. He knows where the plant is going down. And it's an easy headshot to play off at that information. Well, we have our first scrappy round, and it's Jalita that eventually pulled through with the win. They go up 3-2, and this game is turning into a decent game as well, but mining the choice once again for Jalita.
Yeah, very scrappy conclusion to that round.
呢 round 都係
Jalita
打啦，2打4，夾硬靠槍法打翻嚟。
Proving that this roster certainly has something to say in this league, in this group stage. They are defense though, so 4th round is imperative to put themselves in a good position to be back at that previous round. Unfortunately, no value really extracted from Glaz. That was probably one of the biggest mistakes and oversights made by Elevate in the round.
靠槍打翻嚟嘅，因為對面都靠槍打翻嚟。呢度 info 差少少嘅。 跟住裝埋差1秒都冇。不過佢哋個 EU 組合 ，Alex 嘅 EU 組合冇我想象中咁誇張，可能未慣我哋 Asia 打法 ，Monkey Style 嗰啲太。 啲叫咩？公式化佢哋打得。Asia 係好 Rain Star feel 啊。
Elevate searching for their second win to begin this stage. You look Elevate, roster changes that have really shaken up the Southeast Asian scene. There's that missed it. Bleed ended up getting the win to begin tonight, 7-4 over Fury. The team that Jalita beat yesterday in overtime. So they don't have all 3 points, just the 2 points. I have to kind of keep that in mind for Jalita, especially if this does go to OT later on. They could find themselves on 4 points, but just 2 wins. I mean, it's an interesting proposition. Shed waiting for that drop. Again on the Montang. I think arguably hasn't really all been successful in this half. 0-4, but also beyond just the KD stats, the impact of the Montang hasn't really been all that strong.
No.
有個Valkyrie
that can be gathered. Isolating defenders, putting them on islands, squeezing them, forcing them to make a misplay, and then being ready to capture that. Something's come through. IDFC forced back. A good initial early pressure here from Elevate. Arpe also has found himself in quite a good position. Red stairs. And you can see that's where the stack is coming from. The Monty to follow with the diffuser. Vertical defense here from Jalita will probably be key. And yeah, Mark.
都係咩位置啊？按2樓平台位。
Contest this, but we are in the final minute already.
應該係。
Not a lot of time. Still 5-on-5. I haven't had too many rounds like this so far.
見到人睇唔聽啦，攞 info 啦。
Watching the cameras, top red, easy kill for Mark as Zenhai Carl loses out. Love this little angle as well in towards Lounge, but Shed just going to go for the plant. 20 seconds on the clock, makes his way in towards Mining. They got the balcony control.
Nitro.
No response here as well. There was one Nitro available with IDFC coming in quite late. Jalita though, despite allowing that plant, have gotten a whole heap of kills. They all just start stacking out one by one the same window. Jalita win the round in one of the weirdest rounds that I've seen. There's 4 people out on the balcony right now as they go for the defuse that they allowed, but then killed everyone.
有啲係好融入到 Asia 嗰個風格。
In the post, I was of the mind that the Nitro from the Valk
感覺上啊
inside of Train almost had to land and deny plant for them to be able to win that round. Ultimately not the case, able to
EU 嗰邊打得好公式化㗎嘛，逐步逐步嚟，嗰一步要做咩？你唔會突然間好誇張咁樣，勁多人 roam 啊，勁多人偷頭啊啲，你有幾可會見到啊 EU 癲。
quite a chaotic jump out in the end, but that was the way to play it. Well synced, well coordinated, confident. We've seen teams lose positions like this rarely, but they can happen. So they were decisive in that instance, and overall, a decisive way to conclude the half. 4-2 lead. Jalita will be happy with that. And sets the stage again for a close half, provided Elevate respond accordingly on their defense.
Yeah, and pretty much answers that question that a 2-2 was posed. Is this going to be a case where both teams are going to be able to get good entries, get some attacking rounds? Or does it kind of play out in that more historical fashion of Cafe where defense does very much prevail? Jalita, in the end, to their credit, were able to get to that 4th round, a quite critical 4th round, especially if it does play out where defense is going to be favored. That's going to allow Elevate an opportunity to get back in.
我覺得頭先裝其實你俾我揀，我都會可能會咁裝，喺大屯去裝。咁但對面始終人數有優勢 ，retake 個反應太快，跟住你 mark 位佢隊友聽唔到聲又直接死晒，少電，難搞。對於啲泰國嗰啲 style 嘅 play style。
The red stairs position and Shed now forced over towards
佢兩個今日真係搞唔掂喎。轉變好冇啲 ，Macy 同阿 Shed 真係搞唔掂咁樣。冇聲嘅 cut。
As expected, a VIP extension being employed from Elevate, and it's Speakeasy played at the moment on the wire with magnets and a deployable shield, courtesy of the Warden. Means that Jalita needs to be really mindful if they go for a freezer hatch, and that's a position that they may look to exploit with quick control on the vert. But already getting to work. Ram also in play, so again an emphasis from the attack. Goyo canisters and castle barricades.
藍色地氈嗰度開唔到㗎嘛，唔係咩？係咁喺度射。
Prioritizing that early on so that doesn't become as much of an issue later. That said, frame rate on that freezer window will be cleared.
有冇大停啊？今次攻防冇。仲有粒 smoke。
Jalita's actually being quite good. Jackal also available for a bit of information as well. Elevate not exposing themselves to the vert. Interesting counterplay here from
Sony擋板。
Not a lot of time remaining. For all intents and purposes, only 40 seconds left as IDFC with a slow lurk towards bot red. Smoke out towards that hallway.
Speakeasy 穿煙行嘅。
Through from Jalita in towards freezer. Vulcan canister explodes. Lovely vault over with the skeleton key. From Zapper. Flash outside as well. Anticipating the push to come through. Good little headshot angle. Eventually gets himself a kill, but with that, Mr. Punch gets the plant down successfully. Even despite the fact that VIP still in control here for Elevate now in the retake scenario. DCH up the bottom in towards 5 players, and they immediately converge onto his location. Headshot from outplay was swift. Elevate in a position where they can quite comfortably get the retake. Mr. Punch has got a couple to deal with in freezer, and he does! A double punch! And suddenly now down to N-High Cloud, and he can't win out. It's a trio of kills for Mr. Punch, and a successful attacking round from Jalita.
There from Mr. Punch. Elevate played that quite well.
我覺得 Elevate 輸啊，今場嘢。
Vertical pressure was going to be important. Clean that up nicely, then tried their best to trade out freezer, and unfortunately, they were on the receiving end of that 3K. Really, really good stuff there from Mr. Punch. Had the ultimate backup in terms of Red Ball. He had a second This push through from Jalita was really, really nice as well.
對面兜翻嚟都 OK 嘅 Elevate 咯。但咁樣俾呢條友一個人抹咗3個真係好啲，少啲。
Every single player there on the drop.
Just like that as well. That's now 3-round advantage for Jalita. Unfortunately, though, the tech issue here does kind of halt their own momentum. And what is with mining? Have I missed something in the off-season? A very short off-season, Guz, but it's been the go-to site of choice here tonight for both teams, apparently.
Yeah, Yeah, it must be something something in the water, full moon, perhaps. Not entirely sure, but it's good. I like the switch up. Super defended sided siege can wear thin quite quickly, so seeing the teams unlock a lot of these problems on the attack is a promising sign. I think that's probably one of the strengths of Asia over the last 12 months, especially recently as well, is that comparatively to other APAC region, it often feels like they have a slightly better read in terms of their attacking capabilities and win conditions and fundamentals like that. And so, yeah, to see that ball rolling forward here into 2024 has been fun to watch. And a 3-round lead, certainly quite significant for Jalita at this point in time.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, attacking on Cafe is never an easy feat. Saw that even for yesterday, Jalita defense is what kind of prevailed for them on that Oregon game, but also their attack wasn't awful.
好似好唔慣咁，佢哋 LFA 呢邊真係睇下點樣適應下週打法咧。佢兩個新入嚟嗰個 Macy 同埋 Shaq。
Beat them down 7-1, looked very strong. That was mainly on Oregon defense. We think back to it, right? First half 5-1, that's a pretty standard.
點解佢哋個抱得上嗰個聲咧，突然間可以細聲咁多？好奇怪，真係。
Closed that out pretty quickly, pretty comfortably. But boy, have they got themselves into a tricky situation now here on Cafe. Down 3 rounds. You know, it's a new look roster. There's expectation probably for this roster. Do shake it up so much. You know, a couple of members from that G Who roster that took down G2 and MC and Shed. I think that and you're on the defense here of Cafe. Can't get blown out here. Must win the next couple of rounds, bring it back, keep it nice and close. As we do, in fact, head to reading and mining. High place of mining.
你得唔夠入嚟？
again.
差唔多其實睇到就係睇到，睇唔到就係睇唔到。Valkyrie 其實唔使咁點夠得咁勁，嚟嚟去去都係嗰啲位嘅嚟㗎。
Should be fast-paced this round. That's the expectation. Mr. Punch diffuser in hand, he could be looking to actually go quite direct in towards.
As
mentioned, as the match started, Ying and Dockerby off the board. Typically, you would want at least one of those for a set play like this, but we'll see if Jalita can maybe pull it off. Interesting that they're looking to do it on the tertiary site, though. Perhaps a bit of a risk. We'll see if it pays off.
IDFC immediately makes his presence known straight away. Not willing to pull any punches here. Just keeps Elevate on their toes. Spots the mirror window, of course, as well. But Mr. Punch
又想做啲癲嘢佢，又想做啲癲嘢，等隊友攞壓力，跟住飛上去。突日嚟啦！
Smoke out, and here comes Mr. Punch with the kit. It's just going to look to plant that immediately. No, caught off guard. I think the bees were out already. And with that was pinged out, his position was known. Ape eventually falls. There's the blitz push from IDFC though. Straight in towards Train. A little bit of an overwhelm. Kills going back at least 4. Elevate, they control white stairs. Nicely done from Shed. The man was 1 and 6 coming into this round, now 4 and 6. A bit of pillar control 1 though by Sapper.
The chaotic round just comes to a standstill
momentarily with 90 seconds remaining.
白梯未清都做咗屈嘅。
They need to make that dash across for the diffuser. Also the threat here of a flank as well. IDFC with a read. There's not much he can do at this medium range. He needs to try and close the gap and Shed. Very compact together at the moment. So breaking these two apart is going to be a real challenge. And with Sapper low, the most he can really do here is provide information and then take a risky fight. And that's looking to be exactly what he does.
2 drones available for IDFC and Sapper. Smoke as well, so still some utility. With what the Blitz can do still with that shield, but Sapper's very low on health, and IDFC is half as well. Precise movements as they look to try and recover the kit inside a fireplace. There is that smoke. What shot from N. High. Cal, the Blitz immediately makes the vault. Look for the flash. And Unfortunately, that smoke in the end actually obscured the vision and provided a very good rotate path to safety. Elevate win the round. I'm not too sure if it came down to their site of choice. Just a really good defense from Shed towards White Stairs. 3 kills for him. Was able to really salvage that round. Kept good site control. The Grim Hive Launcher as well on the bomb chassis. Prior to that entry as well from the Amaru. Really caught Jalita off guard. And so maybe there was a bit of anticipation from Elevate. Especially once that blitz was outside of mining.
Yeah, I mean, the pieces never really connected for the kind of push that I think ultimately Jalita wanted to pull off. As I said, it was also quite a risk to be going for something.
Off-season 嘅時就 G2 一次啦，有個中型比賽。
Typically, the attack, if the fundamentals are strong enough,
所以 Elevate 簽咗佢。
Around goes astray, but
但我覺得佢好似有啲未適應亞洲打法，未適應東南亞打法。係咁俾啲 monkey style outplay 㗎，有啲慘。啱啱睇咗今場，佢同佢嘅隊友都係，我琴日冇認真睇啦，佢哋個場有啲攰嘅，同埋嗰場佢哋做緊其他嘢喎，邊睇邊做其他嘢。嗱，今場係咁見佢哋啲，佢啲打法係好 EU， 但啲隊友比較慣咗以前嘅打法，好似又唔係幾啱佢哋咁咯。跟住對面又好 monkey 咁樣。
Pretty certain not every round is going to play out like that last one in terms of the fast-paced nature of it. And so if we do go into the more methodical playstyle, Jalita may just back themselves in, of which they have kind of, reverted back to a little bit more stock staple. 10-6 for Ape. He has continued the good start that he had in this match all the way through here into the 9th round.
你嘅 monkey 到頭先咩啊？ 阿 Wooly 直接拉上去真係癲嘅，喺個 hash 底度。
Even spread for Jalita. As the shock drone of Mr. Punch is making its way around, navigating top floor, which is where Elevate currently are holding.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
So halfway point then of the round, and Jalita sooner rather than later will be looking at boots on the ground, drop down these hatches and begin their progress forward. Initial drones come through, they have a read down below. There are nitro cells in play. So that's a threat that they'll need to be mindful of. Good swing from Macy, not punished.
Macy. Okay.
Neither is the second. So the trades from Jalita not being found. Mark though does have some ground in Pillar, but it's straight into a mirror window. Like, he's not going to win this fight.
你有密封入去。
Two-player advantage for Elevate. Suddenly, the pressure on for Jalita. Structured gameplay hasn't quite worked out for them. Fine Hive Launcher.
No, a bit
of information, but shot from above and well. Really good positioning. Gets himself another kill and has really started to get himself into this game. 4-on-2 now. Still though, significant disadvantage for the attack. IDFC Mark not really playing off of each other. IDFC solo push up top red. And Enhai able to get himself up to 6 kills, a couple of important ones in this round, and it's another round that's been subverted for Elevate. They'll bring it back to 4-5. After Jalita were able to open up the account to begin this half with an attacking round. Defense once again prevailing. I'm not sure how committed IDFC is to this push. I think he'd rather actually conserve his KDA. It's looking nice at 7-4.
Save KD.
Never really wanted to try and commit to that.
No, he most certainly had commitment issues there, but I don't really.
哇！阿 Macy 屋企都幾大喎，咁即係阿 Shaq 坐就喺隔離㗎。
Time dwindling and tracking back.
房嚟㗎啦嘛，房嚟可以坐兩個喺隔離左右，佢間房。
They had a lot of different ideas, I think, in that round. None of them stuck. They kind of just threw their hands up and said, okay, let's see if we could just sneak in Pillar. Let's see if maybe we could find a pick into a mirror window or whatever the case may have been. getting into the lurk game. And, yeah,
有錢真好，
shut it down. They set up
冇錢咯。
really, really clean. Got the opening pick. They got 2 opening picks.
間房就擠晒隔音棉咯。
The pain really only multiplied there for Leader, who are now starting to show some worrisome signs.
Whoa, fortify!
We'll see if they're able to correct course here. Over on Kitchen, there's the clash in play from Elevate.
Yeah, which is interesting because I don't know if they really needed to change much up coming into this particular round. They've actually got themselves some good form. The clash is going to be.
我幾時有錢過？請勿認真。
You can see the way the MC is going to play. He's going
佢
to
街都唔出嗰啲人嚟㗎。
available. You can sort of bunker down them with a clash. And on the flip side, you know, Jalita
邊度睇得出我有錢？請問
trying to make sure they can probably get some of that train and mining control. The Jackal sweep out any roamers, and then you got the track stingers as well for any kind of flank opportunities that may come through later in the round. Also barricade over towards small bank.
Maybe with
the lighter portions, but I think this kind of lineup that we see from Jalita, to me, on first floor control, which could actually kind of offset then the clash entirely. I'm very curious to see how this round is going to play out. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from both lineups.
Now, last time we saw Jalita counteract the VIP hold here from Speak Easy by smoking that off. So we've seen Elevate now respond.
呢啲人你個人生 game 先出現咗啲問題。
No shield this time around, so it does expose Speak Easy a little bit. He's been around long enough to know that his role will come into play later on, so no point over peeking now, otherwise he falls, and Jalita know it's the Warden. That's going to be a huge boost for this attack. So we'll see how that plays out. Shed also defensively on the clash before the drop of coffee as well. So I really actually quite like a couple of the ideas Elevator presenting this round, directly countering how Jalita won this.
Track stickers over towards White Stairs. Straight into Fireplace as well, opening up as much of the floorboards as possible. There is that first floor control coming through from Jalita, but as great as this is and sort of objective completed and getting to this position, so much more that needs to be done, and DCH gets caught by Ape. Not quite sure exactly how, why, or where that DCH finds himself in that position. That doesn't seem to be in sync with the rest of the team. As they're still clearing out utility, they're still opening up the floorboards, they're still kind of one step away that DCH really shouldn't be losing his life at that point in the round. And now, really makes life difficult here for Jalita. Down a player, stretches them thin. Shed, able to avoid the Vulcan canister flames. And will be a nuisance if there's any kind of freezer push. Mark going for a bit of a flank. Zami tucked in close left, can't get there without making the noise by breaking this keeper barrier.
"25 seconds then. It's not looking great for Jalita. Still yet to deal.
Still
yet to find a pick overall. Time dwindling. Someone needs to step up. A bit of information, but there's still these are not favorable fights.
Reset 咗。
That was an awful round from Jalita. I'm sorry, but I mean that was just like really poor. They clearly had a goal in mind, guys, which was to get first floor control. Open up floorboards, put pressure on site. It's pretty conventional. Nothing wrong with that. But why is DCH by himself dying? Down below. Why are we seeing then a very late push over towards Bakery solo and then not being able to play off that yellow ping? There's like also 30 seconds left, by the way. Like they kind of did what they wanted to do initially. So, and I kept saying they got that, and then it's like it all just fell apart. It's like, okay, well, we got the first step of the plan, but the second step is like, what do we do now? Really confusing round from Jalita.
I mean, I think a couple of the ideas, though, that Elevate presented, namely like the Clash Coffee and the Warden VIP, were really good counters.
Funnily
enough, actually played into a lot of the counter ideas. So, yeah, not only did Jalita not adapt properly, but arguably they never really got the teeth into the attack to the point in which it mattered anyway. So, yeah, overall, a struggle for Jalita. That's now 3 rounds going the way of Elevate. We expect defensive strength in Siege at the moment. Elevate finally presenting it. Good rotation from them, and we'll see if they can continue.
Yeah, and that's the thing, when you kind of look at that lineup that they brought, it's kind of got that one goal in mind all the way through, which is very much get that second floor control, open up floorboards, also deny any kind of potential flank opportunity. While we're doing that, we want to be safe, we want to feel safe. That's why you bring, obviously, the track stingers. But then it's like, what have we actually got for sight? We've gotten here, we've got this control, we're opening up these floorboards now. And that was the issue, I think, for Jalita in that round. 5-5, and, well, Elevate, by the way, weren't the team that obviously took that tactical timeout. It was Jalita. That was just a misclick for those that obviously saw the chat box. It is confirmed. So that was a tactical timeout by Jalita, feeling the pinch. 3 rounds in a row now for Elevate as they brought this one back. Jalita played in an overtime game yesterday, now on the verge of maybe doing so once again. One of these two teams now get themselves an opportunity to clip all 3 points, which could be incredibly valuable by the time the group stage is done. 11th round we go. Another chance for Jalita. This time they bring the Nomad. Change it up ever so slightly. The Grim can very much help them on site too. So a bit of a change up here, along with the IQ selection here for Mr. Punch.
Detected
composition from Jalita, namely the Nomad as well, just for that flank watch potential. In a world in which Elevate maybe look to aggress offside and they have the offense to facilitate that. Catch them off guard, who's been having a bit of a slow game in the frag department, but can make up for that with pressure. Able though to escape. B's deployed by IDFC to zone out some positions to try and take some ground. It does look like Jalita actually have a decent amount of information available. 5 drones up, which on a map like Asia, you'll take that pretty much any day of the week as we approach the midpoint of the round. Certainly take that. Sapper finds the first pick, who has been a very dangerous player for Elevate in this match.
90 seconds remaining. Feels like the best opportunity since the beginning of this half. An opportunity for Mark to find another kill. 2 now for Jalita in this round, and Elevate's defense finally just succumbing to the pressure. Speakeasy, Shed, and MC remain. Mark will fall. Little double pinch. And then Speakeasy elsewhere. Big kill onto Mr. Punch. And it's a short-lived advantage. That 5-on-3 did not last very long. With a minute remaining, Elevate brought it back to a 3-on-3. And Jalita have to change their plans once again on the fly.
To be fair, they haven't lost the worst of operators, right? Still 3 hive launchers, still hard breach, still
10秒內每個人數有一齊，直接搭梯推上嚟殺返你兩個3樓。
To maximize the tools they have remaining and the time. 35 seconds, drone to come forward. If DCH gets a good read here, Jalita might actually be in an okay spot.
Not a lot of time remaining though, and that is an advantage for Elevate. MC
喺企位應該 Elevate 嘢面打呢個。
behind that reinforced wall inside of mining. Has he been cleared out? There's your answer.
咁啊難講啦，咁啊難講啦。
Gave him every chance to get that kill and he couldn't commit. Shed, great swing. Pushing through 90, he gets the double. It was Speakeasy that got it technically, but Shed did his work, and Speakeasy will follow it up. Strange old finish to the round for what's been a strange old game, but Elevate have now got themselves match point.
Wow, the conclusion of that round was absolutely insane. A couple of fights there that really shouldn't have gone the way of the ultimate winners. That said, perhaps the round overall or statement, a presumption could have been made that Elevate was still in a good position. I did think that Jalita had the tools required. They also had drones up, and I think we're feeding information, at least a little bit of info, but yeah, not to be.
Wait. Yeah, I'm so confused now. Who's called this time out?
撳錯掣，好似係話呢度炮槍真係諗住等入啲啊，係嘛？諗住等多陣點解？諗住等埋第2個有機會。
the back of the tactical timeout. Now we head into the 12th round, 6-5. Elevate with an advantage, match point, and also something to note, guys, but I mean, it goes without saying, but 1 point guaranteed. It also means for Jalita they can no longer get the 3 points.
Very, very true. Yeah, good point. I think, yeah, actually, that's quite a valid point. I know it's only the second play day, but I do get the feeling that we're going to have a lot of very close teams probably vying, especially again for the top 2 positions for ultimate seeding and skipping the round in the playoff bracket. So every point will matter. Jalita already with 1 overtime, that time successful. Even if they go to overtime again and win, it's 4 points compared to a total of 6 potentially. So it's an interesting discussion point. As for Elevate though, looking to storm home with a 7-5 victory. Looks like there'll be a pause in the action, so probably discussing what's just happened in terms of the tactical, but should be resolved pretty quickly.
It does kind of take the sting out of it as well now if you Elevate after winning that round. So, for what it's worth, to just kind of recap, Jalita did take a timeout earlier, prior to that last round. It did display Elevate, but it was Jalita's tactical timeout. So, from my understanding, I don't believe anyone took a tactical timeout. I mean, I think it, I don't know how to explain it, but I don't actually think Elevate called it back. Either way, we move on, we move forward. Match point moment here, 6-5 to Elevate. Off the back of that round win, they have very much completed a comeback of sorts. 4 rounds in a row for them, as they now seek all 3 points for what would be the 2nd game in a row after beating Knock Knock yesterday. Taking down a solid team in Jalita. And I think that it's probably been deserved, considering the way in which they've fought their way back into this game from 2-5 down. But that is so aggressive from Shed. Easy return back in, though, of course, when you play the Aruni. 1 swift punch and you're back in to safety through reading. It does go for it. Why not?
Lying Grim combo this time from Jalita. Different form of crowd control than what we've seen a little bit previously, where it's a bit of capital play, for instance. So zone out positions, instead more of a reliance here on info. On the topic of info, really, really good drone up inside of bar. Gives away yellow ping. Macy, though, is pretty close alongside to offer some support. Mirror window as well. They're going to aggress on this, I think. Speak easy, flash out. Able to avoid that one, though, and can escape. Able to get out. I mean, that's really good work from Speak Easy, just to not forfeit his life in that instance. Off the back of it, Jalita really actually don't take a ton of ground mark. He is at least able to drop, so something top red in terms of presence. The rest of the team will now get in position.
90 seconds remaining. Elevate wanting to get all 3 points from this game. Arpe's been probably man of the match. Influential, very consistent whole game through. Jalita fighting tooth and nail to see if they can get themselves some extra points here. Bar Cocktail to close it out in regulation. Triple stack top red. Mark with the kit. 2 more adrenal surges available, and a big drone getting some information towards Cocktail.
Jalita being really cautious of aggression here from Elevate and contesting these repels, but Elevate quite content to sit back, wait, they'll lean into Plantinal, they'll lean into Nitro Cells as well, in play, pre-placed. Jalita progress forward, Plank goes down.
It's planting, yeah. I mean, this is just straight in. Missed the punch, catching him behind MC through washrooms. Had no idea that that push was coming through Pixel. Oh, what a swing one, though, from top white. How is that one? I mean, the plant is successful, but it's a 4-on-2 advantage. Skyline pressure for IDFC. Assuming it's planted correctly for it in terms of the defensive position. This will be very difficult even with the player's advantage. 4-on-1. And it's down to IDSC. Presuming he's got a great angle to deny, but what a shot from Speakeasy! Azape was sitting there. Elevate confirmed the comeback from 2-5 down. They win this 7-5, 5 rounds in a row. And fist bumps from Speakeasy and the whole crew as they take down Jalita and collect all 3 points for 2 wins from 2 play days.
Yeah, that's a really huge win for Elevate, especially taking home all 3 points. Really important for them and a great way to conclude. It's definitely not every day of the week where you will see a defensive retake on that site once the plant goes down. Yes, a 4 versus 1, but just some really good discipline, teamwork, coordination. That has undergone significant change heading into the stage. We were very unsure as to what we were going to get from Elevate, but week 1 has been positive from them.
Yep, certainly so. I mean, a tremendous performance at 2-5 with that opening attack round 1 by Jalita. Couldn't help but think that that was how the game was going to play out. That Jalita were going to be able to close this one. But evidently, Elevate were in a significant position, though, where they backed themselves in. From 2-5 down, they were able to bring it all the way back and win it out 7-5, collecting 3 points. Jalita will be kicking themselves. They won yesterday in OT, but couldn't quite even get to OT today. It's a second win in a row for Elevate. New look roster, looking great.
This is a really tough call. I'm actually not quite sure about this one. I think for a really long time. I know my answer.
Wow, so shocked.
又係4 star 頭陣片啊
Actually, to be fair, I'll be on in 5 minutes and you'll be on in like 5 minutes.
Actually, no, that's true. That is true. I am.
First frag.
I don't know. I've seen this guy farm a little bit. I went roll.
What? That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big dog! Big dog!
Come on.
Thank you. Why did he listen? I'm on drones.
I figured you'd be just spawn picking.
I'm on drones.
He doesn't know how to get. So what happens is someone drones someone into the building, and the other player is an entry.
It was who gets the first pick, not who gets picked.
Not who watches it on a drone. Well, this might be a controversial take. I don't know. Only if I'm on drones can this person pull this off.
Wow, absolute bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go.
I really have just continued to just
you haven't played enough with this,
The thing is, Rob doesn't want to work together with anyone.
No, I just want to run in and find as many heads as I can. We play it like another game that I shan't say.
This is a tough one.
I mean, it's not like you can't really kill yourself with nades anymore.
You can, I've seen it.
Well, you might if I haven't. I just picked the worst.
It's the most obvious. Well. It's the most obvious.
He already knows. He already knows. Yep. Is that a first 5 out of 5?
Yeah, that's a 5 out of 5. Well done, brother.
Should be proud of yourself.
This is actually tough.
I know who I'm going with.
Okay, I have a story for this one.
Come on, Amanda.
Oh, she got a story.
Oh!
Wait, what?
Wait,
I have had to call both of you to get on an Asia show before.
Oh, yes. That is true.
That is.
I remember that.
And then I called both of them over and over and over.
Laura woke me up and was like, why is Mandy calling you over and over? And I was like, I don't know why. And then I clicked in 2 seconds later, I was like, oh, I've got a broadcast. Like now. I've actually got a good one here. I've got a good one, and I want to see what everyone else says.
3,
This is a 5 out of 5.
1, Dev.
But to be fair, not his fault. Most of the time, his luggage gets lost. Not due to his
Also,
issue.
my shoes were stolen from my hotel room in Brazil, and I've never got them back. So,
Are you barefoot right now?
yes, I don't actually own any shoes anymore.
Get the grippers out.
Yeah, I've...
This is an easy one. This is easy. Flip it over.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
There is a reason.
Yeah.
There's
No,
a reason
that
we
is
call
bull.
it.
It's not guns.
Look, there's a reason we call him the content. It's not because he's good at content. It's because he creates.
Sorry, did I write Gus? I meant to write me.
Oh, wow, that was really good. Good segue.
Did I make a mistake?
Thank you very much for watching Talent Drama. We will see you after the break.
Well, it's a 1 in 3 chance.
Thanks. Is that how this works? Is it?
Drop the bomb diffuser. Located the diffuser. Located the diffuser.
俾個 replay， 有冇 chat room 有人講 multi， 冇人講 multi 嗰個 webcam。
Well, after a 5-2 lead for Jalita, it very quickly got stamped out. I mean, that was the former Elevate that we've seen time and time again, guys, but just on full dominant display.
Yeah, they really kicked into gear when it mattered in that matchup. I think we're really seeing this team come into their own. Obviously, yesterday we were, I guess a little surprised at just how well they did, but they've backed it up again today against a more difficult opponent and showed some really good stuff inside the server as well.
Xenox, exciting for Elevate, given the fact that we saw, as Guz is alluding to, what was such a dominant performance yesterday, backing it up against Jalita, who, have taken down Fury. This is no small step.
Yeah, I mean, even that result yesterday against Knock Knock, I think shouldn't really be understated. Like, they're a team that have got a lot of experience from South Asia, typically the MHO kind of roster, and previously to that, players from Mercenaries, so they've got good history. They're players that have got a lot of experience in the Asia League, so the fact that they're able to beat them 7-1 was really good showing for a roster that's obviously still pretty newly put together for all intents and purposes. Then, obviously, as we saw yesterday, Jalita kind of caught Fury off guard, got a good win there. They obviously then did well enough to get out to a 5-2 lead. The mental fortitude for Elevate to just kind of like dig deep, back themselves in one round at a time to win 5 rounds in a row at this level against a team of that caliber that has a lot of experience, I think is very telling for this roster, and I think it puts them in good stead for the remainder of not just this stage, really, but I think for now at least the group stage, because playoffs is so long away, Rob. You're not going to look at this result and think it's going to have that much of an impact on playoffs, but for the group stage, it puts them in a really good position.
Look, I'm excited to see what they do, but I'm even more excited to welcome in our friend from across the pond. Let's bring in Shed for the first time. Shed, mate, first and foremost, hello and welcome to the show. But secondly, I believe, and you can absolutely correct me if I'm wrong here, but this is your first time in the Tier 1 global ecosystem. No, it's still Asia, but it is still a part of it. If that is the case, can you please give just a very quick background on where you've come from?
Okay, so I've been playing Siege competitively since 2020, like COVID. Then went through various teams, played in like the second division of the UK Nationals, and then eventually formed a team which later became Jihu. We played a bunch of Tier 2 stuff last year, like Central Combine and recently the South Breach, where we performed very well. And then now I am here. That is kind of the story. It's been a long journey, but still a long way to go.
Obviously, Shed, you had some glimpses with Jihu going up against some of those Tier 1 teams over in EU. How does it compare to sort of what you've played against in scrims, but also now, obviously, in officials in the Southeast Asian region?
I'd say there's definitely a big difference in, like, maybe the understanding of the game. Like, it's a little bit behind in APAC. People tend to just sort of force things, like force aggressions in gunfight. But it's not like as aggressive as I thought it would be. When you think of APAC, you think people flying out of windows 24/7. I mean, that's what we thought was going to happen today. We didn't see that like at all, really, apart from the first attack. So, I think APAC is still behind. The results show that, but I don't think it's as big as people say it is. Like, these teams are very competitive. The development is good.
Talking about competitiveness, obviously a couple of close late rounds in this particular matchup where the team synergy really gets put to test. How do you feel like not only yourself, the roster as well is working together at the moment? Obviously it takes time, but second play day, how do you feel it's going?
I think it's good. We're going good. I think today, particularly on the attack, we made mistakes that we just do not make in scrims. I think maybe the nerves got to us, like we got a bit worked up and it's only our second official together. I guess that's expected, but give us another week to look through this, figure out like what was going on inside our heads, and we'll be so much better next week.
So I guess just to encapsulate this, obviously for the viewers at home, they probably expected more game-style questions, but we wanted to open this up and kind of welcome you to the Asia League as well. Obviously, that's a huge important piece of this. How do you feel like your team's going to match up throughout the stage? Obviously, there's a number of teams, as you said, that are quite competitive, but coming down to the wire, only one spot on the line, that is an incredibly tough ask when we've got 5 teams competing for this.
Our goal is to be the #1 team and be in Manchester, and that is it. And simple as that, really.
You can head home again.
That's
hey?
what we want. Yeah, I'm going back to the UK. Haven't been here long and back again. You know.
Yeah, we love that. We love that. All right, mate. As per usual,
好有信
is
心
there。anything you want to say before we let you go?
想睇佢哋 Air 肥打
Thanks to the fans, everyone watching, and GG's. That's all.
Well done. Well done. Well played. I guess welcome to the league, brother. And we will speak to you very shortly. I have no doubt about it.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Well, again, off to the races for Element.
Can I just say?
Oh, please.
I saw him smirk, and he's still smirking because I know he's already knows what I'm about to say. I know it. The second that Shed said he was expecting APAC to be more aggressive, and it isn't like that, Xenox's eyes are lit up because he has been saying that for like 3 years.
Okay, maybe not 3 years. Maybe not 3. 2.
Maybe 2.5. I don't know, whatever it is. But he's right. He's absolutely bang on. APAC might not be as good as playing structured Siege, but they are trying. They are not jump out of old. So yeah.
You know, just to double down on that, Jake, I'd love to get your thoughts on this as the resident professional analyst here. Do you think it's a matter of, because you said you've only been saying it for 2 years, do you think it's a matter of the meta evolving and the rest of the regions becoming more aggressive? Or do you think it's a matter of these teams from APAC going internationally and learning how to play and kind of bringing that style back to water down what we used to think was absolutely absurd aggression?
Very convoluted question, Rob, but I like it. This is what we get from the best, and I think
真
it's
係
probably
打個
always
大
going to
概
be a
你
mix
先
of both.
知
That's the easy cop out
出
answer.
面
But
啲其實
fundamentally,
區
you
域
kind
啲
of probably
隊
have to just
打
look at the
嘛，
results and think, okay, a couple of years ago,
跟住
APAC,
你
I
轉
guess
打
I'll
法
just
都
generalize
正
because
常
also a couple
啦
of years ago it was the APAC
就係以
League.
前嘅打法唔得啊嘛 ，Rand
Just wasn't
Star
obviously getting results. They weren't getting good results internationally, and also locally, just we're getting clowned on. So, I mean, it's very easy to then look within yourself. Then you kind of go back, and I think you're someone who's brought this up quite a few times. Look at all the coaches that have actually been brought over from other regions. Look at like what Korea's doing with obviously bringing in a lot of Brazilian influence, for example, right? We've seen Mingering obviously go from South Korea to even O. So we're kind of seeing like this interregional moving around where APAC is all really much trying to learn off of each other and also therefore then learning off of international regions. So I think also just having more opportunities coming out of the COVID era, right? You're getting more lands, you're getting more internationals, more majors, more SIs, and with that, more of an opportunity to kind of just relearn the game a little bit. Because honestly, pre-COVID, you go back to like the Norengo days, for example, right? And even the Mantis days, like the APAC was doing all right. And then you go into this COVID era and you go into this bubble, and I think that's where it all kind of dissipated a bit. So we're starting to obviously get back a little bit towards a bit more structure. And as I keep saying, you cannot label APAC as this just super aggressive region that runs around all aim, no brain. There is certainly a little bit of brain.
Yeah, and by the way, when you were mentioning coaches, names sprung to mind that I haven't said in a while. Hybrid, you know, kind of invented that meta from like 2019, the old Italian young man that gave us a lot of love. But let's go ahead and move on with tonight, because that's what we need to do. We can't just sit here waffling, although sometimes it's going to get pretty bad. Daystar now take on Knock Knock. And Jake, I actually have a really good Knock Knock joke for you. But before that, you have seen Star Wars, yeah? What? This is bloody amateur hour around here. Daystar now take on Knock Knock. We can transition into this matchup because it's important too. I think that, guys, this is a game that I'm pretty sure when I looked at the predictions, we've all gone Daystar here, which is quite bold of us to assume. But we are pretty confident about these young gunners coming from Hong Kong.
Daystar with I would say respectable debut. Unfortunately, they don't walk away with any points, but they started to clutch at the heartstrings, really, and we're looking for a team to do that. We always do in Asia. The new up-and-comers, can they capture our hearts and make a bit of a run of things here in the first stage? Unfortunately, again, losing to Dials doesn't bode well for them in terms of finishing in the discussion of top one for Manchester, or probably not even the top 3 at that matter, but I think they're a chance to make the top 6 for the bracket if they keep up this good run of form. And they showed some promising signs in terms of individual performances as well as the stats highlights. So exciting things going for Daystar in a match where they should probably go in with a decent level of confidence, I would say.
Yeah, I think I can add to this just very quickly. Not very often I'll open up about a team in the analyst segment, but I did have a very quick chat to ED at the end of last night, and he just wanted to give some important context to some of these players. So Hijack is the oldest player on the team at 28 years old, but the rest of them are sitting around that 20 mark. So he said that Neon, well, as we can see, is cold-blooded. One of the best players he reckons coming out of Southeast Asia at the moment. And then he actually highlighted KZB as a player to really look out for heading into this match, but obviously into the later parts of this stage. You said that maybe the nerves got to him in such a, a massive debut. There's no question about it. It's a very big performance for Daystar to even be here, let alone competing at that level. And he's likened the actual team themselves not to a seventh heaven, but to a gaming gladiators, if we can throw our minds back there. So, and I, you know what? I see it. And Xenox, I actually believe it. I believe it this time around, mate.
Yeah, and look, I honestly believe in these guys as well. I think their performance yesterday against Diamond warrants that. Especially with the learn a lot throughout the stage. That's really about it, which is great because it obviously means there's not that much pressure. I think also, very quickly, while everyone's gone for Daystar in this game, I don't think you should immediately think Knock Knock can't win this. I think Knock Knock are a very, very good team. I also think there's every chance they actually do win this game because they've actually got more experience in this region than Daystar.
That face, that nearly sent me.
Is that like is that GIF worthy?
I think that's definitely GIF worthy. I'll tell you one thing, Jake. Fortunately, we don't have to get your opinion now because you've just told us what you think about Knock Knock. But I was going to say, in stark contrast to Daystar, we expect this team to be finishing top 2. They're the best in the region. Goes. Knock Knock are, by all stretches of the imagination, going to probably sit within 5th to 8th place. And this is a game that on paper we would probably expect to be somewhat in, would it be fair to say in the competitive realm? Do we? Well, I don't want to completely knock. In all honesty, we do come into this and it's just a very hard pill to swallow. What's wrong with you, Jake?
I need an organization out there to please pick up this team. I will help fund them being picked up because I'm sick of hearing knock knock from Rob coming out of his mouth.
Okay, very quickly, for anyone
Are you rich,
out there,
Jake?
I would also like to retract. I would also like to retract the last 20 seconds.
Jake Xenox Diddy has said he'll put his entire Asia League budget toward getting this team a team. Can you
Wow,
believe
that's very generous.
You know what, Xenox, I do really appreciate you letting me borrow that Lamborghini and saving my cat from the burning tree. That was just really nice of you. But let's go ahead and move on to the vetoes. Don't worry about Knock Knock. We'll talk about them when we get into the game. Again, guys, this is a difficult one. I would personally love to see like a border or a chalet here just to open see a bit of shenanigans. Both are still in at the moment. I'm a little bit concerned. At least I mean, surely. I just want to see a border. Go on.
Potentially.
Oh, yeah.
Skyscraper. Again.
Wow. Yeah.
Come
Are you going to read on this? We've now seen it played 3 times in the opening 2 days.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm looking at the vetoes for the 2 teams.
好識啲 crossfire 位
2 times.
Hey? Has it not been played 3 times?
No, it'll be 2 now.
This being the 3rd?
This will be the 2nd.
Is it? Oh my goodness. Well, I apologize. Guys,
you sure you don't want to triple down?
Let me double check. No, you are right. You are in fact right. I will not triple down on that. I will
check the Wikipedia, mate.
I will hold back. I will hold back. Well, it's twice in one play day.
No, I was going to say just very briefly that I was looking at the veto for both teams yesterday, And oddly enough, the two maps that got played, both the Chalet and the Oregon, if I'm remembering that video correctly, were both banned out by Daystar in this particular matchup anyway. So suppose a bit of a read there. Maybe didn't like some of the things they presented yesterday. I find it hard to believe that either team has a great read on the map vetoes of each team. It would more so really just come down to personal preference of what they want to play. So Skyscraper it is this time around. Will we see it trend towards the attack? That's, for me, the biggest question mark. It is possible. We've already seen it. Will we see it again?
Well, who knows? I wasn't listening to you. I just totally spaced out. Let's go ahead and give
以
it
前
to
香港
your
唔係唔俾參加 Pro League， 點解而家有俾翻？
It's Skyscraper. It's Knock Knock.
唔知啊，
And it is Daystars.
啲咩因素啦我都。
Thanks, and it is Dev and Mandy Casting. Thanks for not introducing us, Rob. So we'll just have to do it ourselves. Mandy, this is a cool game because we've seen the big top 4 play already, and now we get to try and discern which of these up-and-coming teams, which of the underdogs will end up fighting for those highly coveted playoff spots. Only the top 6 in the league get to make it to playoffs, and there's an extremely high chance that one of these teams misses out.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are going to try and fit into what I would say will be that 6th spot in the playoffs, and it'll certainly be a brawl for it, and I think it all begins with this matchup. Not just that, but this could be, again, another opportunity for South Asia to finally get a win over Southeast Asia, still yet to happen since the new format.
Yeah, I think the two most likely games that we'll see South Asia get a win over SEA are probably Knock Knock versus Daystar and Hasib Warriors versus Daystar. Because in theory, like Daystar is the outsider looking in out of the 6 SEA teams in this league, right? You got the big 5, and then you got Daystar sitting here making their debut into the big leagues. Of course, formerly known as APR, where they qualified for. Now, I dug through the archives, Mandy. We're going to Skyscraper. We know that already. Yes. Knock Knock, and even back when they were Monkey Hunters, never played Skyscraper. Daystar, even back when they were APR, never played Skyscraper. Not for a whole year. And so, where does that leave us now? Not with a lot of information, that's for damn sure. Even if you look yesterday, Daystar let Skyscraper slip through the veto against Direwolves up to the very last map. And Direwolves were the ones that then banned it out. The same can be said for Knock Knock. They actually let it through, and it was the second last ban of Elevate. So we are breaking fresh ground here between Daystar and Knock Knock. It is South Asia's best chance to get a big win here in the Asia League.
I don't know how you feel about Skyscraper, Dev, but when I see Skyscraper, I'm like, ooh, kind of excited.
我帶埋電腦去咪用緊 MacBook， 我帶埋電腦去，我日日玩永寶啦，用電腦，我而家用緊 Xbox 玩打機啫。我有帶電腦，但未砌翻咯，未買部嗰個咩 case 未砌翻。
Doesn't make that any easier for this side of the attack, especially with how prevalent it's been in the region as well. And that's what makes me nervous, right? For me, a team that can successfully attack this map and have good interpretation of the map is some of the teams like Bleed, like what we saw them do earlier, all this like innovative stuff that's really well drilled. Can I say the same thing about these guys? Well, they've got to prove it to me first.
Yeah, look, it's a fair criticism, but I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, and also casting my mind back to the Skyscraper game that we were treated to earlier today. Bleed, Fury, what an awesome attack aside of Skyscraper. How good was that? I want to see more of that, and yeah, having the Monty band out does make that a little bit less likely. Fenrir seeming to slip on through, and indeed will stay in play, so there's actually a lot of these big power operators. Of course, Azami and Valk, two of the big ones on the defense being taken out, but we still got that Fenrir. Mira's a little bit out of matter on this map, I would say, but the Kai, which was banned earlier today, has slipped through as well, so I do think this is going to be quite a struggle for the attacking side, and I'm going to be looking to Daystar to go strong here.
Yeah, I think it's like a pick your poison when it comes to banning defenders in the current meta, right? There are so many strong defenders at the moment. Fenrir, you pointed out, was one of the big ones that has gone through. But you know what? We could be saying the exact same thing if like Azami got left in or if Valk got left in, right? So yeah, I don't know. I think it's just whatever the lesser evil is, you want to leave that one in.
12隊 NA 12隊入到 region 係嘛？入到 region final 嗰12隊得12個係 MNK 嘅，12隊邊得12個人係玩 MNK 嘅，你其餘嗰24個人啦，都係玩緊手仔，你話幾誇張 ？MNK 我係幫手執嘢咋。
It is funny to see the Frost, though I think a couple of the operators on the defense that have retained their magnified scopes despite the 1.5 removal have proven to be a little bit more in meta. And in fact, we got 3 of them here, right? Castle, Frost, and Wamaya. The other big hitter I think of is Malusi. Like, historically, it's only 1-speed operators that get these magnified scopes on the defense, but with the and I want to see if not use of that in the duels.
Well, we have seen the defense set up now for Knock-Knock. It does make me think that they're using these long scopes to facilitate some of these long lines of sights that they've created on the defense. They've spent all that time shotgunning out the walls over on the other side of the map. DAY2, of course, looking for by the time that DAY2 do then go and hit in towards the shrine, then convert it into the rest of the top floor because of all these walls being opened up by the defense.
There's a lot to open up, not just hard breach, but
應該咁講，佢係咪可以打爛嘅嗰嚿嘢？就算唔打爛，即係蝕咗血都唔值啊！呢個狀況。
At the moment, a real playmaking operator has taken a bit of damage, but yesterday he got, I think it was 15 or 16 kills by the end of it. It was him and Jogor on Direwolves that really fragged out in that Chalet match.
Jogor.
And I want to see if Neon can achieve similar results here. Ooh. Good impact. Hijack's taking a bit of damage. Nice idea from the Osa. Under peaks, but Jittery is taken out from elsewhere. Good work from Momo to crossfire here from the window. And it's an explosive start for Daystar. 2 players falling early. The South Asian roster. Hijack is low HP, but managed to slip in and establish this strong position with the Osa shield.
Good control as well over here, like you pointed out, with the Osa shield. Has cut off. Now there's kind of Envy inside of Gold. Sorry. KZB on the other side is a bit wary of a player over in Daystar, although it doesn't seem like Daystar take their way into the top floor at this point. They could look to hit the bomb site, which is what they are posturing to. Although Rattle is going to look for the retake.
Oh my god, KZB! How do you win that? That was almost a solid trade onto Rattler, but then he slipped away and his teammate pushed for the kill. It's just pure chaos, that engagement. KZB lucky to be alive. Daystar retain their numbers advantage. Rattler has slipped away back towards the bomb site. He has no more gas to burn time. Neon caught in an awkward position, able to get out of that frost mat. Rattler has to go for the peak, but loses the fight. Despite Neon still being injured from that frost mat, he gets up and does damage.
第一個唔緊要，呢度 OK， 靚身位
OK。
冇 win 啊嘛，有料有料。
得啦，完咗。格領先。As well, locking Baz into position. Nice shot here, but this just ain't gonna happen. Like, there's no way that he can make this work. 1v3 retake. That's gonna be the first round for Daystar.
Yeah, definitely not. This one's looking pretty clean, and Baz with just a little bit more HPs. Certainly going to be taken down pretty shortly. Great control there in the top floor from Daystar. Very much a direct attack onto that side of the map. They didn't end up doing the sweep plant we saw them posture for earlier. Instead making full use of the Osa shield, being able to get control of the top floor. Punish Knock-Knock for over-peaking a little bit as they tried to contest them, and it's left them in a great situation. 1v3. Baz can land the first one with only 9 seconds left to go. He's got to jump straight on the diffuser, and KZB can finish off.
An S from Envy. That was, I think, the one that we were talking about. It was when Frost was peeking out of T-Room and just... It's so weird. Like, do you ever have a moment where you're playing and you just actually takes a few seconds to understand what's going on. Like, you're ready to blame the game. You're ready to be like, they must be cheating. But that just... I wish we got to see it from KZB's perspective.
And then you just have that moment of clarity, right? Where you're like, damn, I really suck.
He's just that much better than me. Yeah. I cannot get it. Like, we were speccing the right player, right? Like, our obs made the right call. Envy rounds the corner, and we literally see Nomad's gun facing the other direction. Next second, we are dead. It's a tilt up, for sure. And I think that's a testament to Daystar, like a team that's been kicking around for a while under APR. But yeah, a lot of mechanical talent. And also, like, semblance of structure as well. Like, you know, Osa pick, a nice, well thought out push. I quite like what they had there.
Yeah, me too. I thought that was a fun one to be honest. Get Elsa in through the hallway.
今日終於似啲人啊，唔係玩 ranking 啊，佢哋話特登玩 ranking style 㗎，因為對住租過。
And then KZB is nuts. What can you do? These things happen.
Can't do nothing.
佢哋咁講啊，都發問咗佢，做咩玩到成個 Rain Star 咁？佢話特登嘅，叫 Day Star 嘅，唔使玩 Rain Star 咁啊。呢度哇，咁十嘢。
Okay, fair enough.
好彩冇人過，如果有過應該 at least
識一過。Again, Malusi, we mentioned that in the first round. Another magnified scope operator on the defense. Funnily enough, the Warden pick, he no longer has his magnified scope. And I'm going to take this as an opportunity to say, ha ha, if you're a Warden main from last year, honestly, you should be ashamed of yourself and learn to play a real operator now.
Damn. But then, couldn't you
阿 Jack 今日揀咗個唔使對槍嘅職業，好安全咁對我嘢。
I agree, yes.
Right.
Yes.
If
you pick Warden now, you're a Chad. If you picked Warden last season, you're not very, I don't know, what's another... Not
Chad, 其實 B 個 skin 幾靚，係咪動漫 skin 嚟？
That's what I'm
trying
to think. What is not Chad? I'm thinking of like that meme.
佢琴日就係對哇，
and then the big doge with the muscles.
點樣掉 C4 炸死佢啊？
If you picked him last season, anyway.
佢死慘喎，冇邊啊！
First pick with a C4 onto Momo Rin, who in the last playday was pretty.
佢琴日就係對槍對到死晒，今日當自己大盾咁玩。
So good start there for not.
係咪真係當自己大盾咁玩？
Setting up their set piece, and now they're lacking the player on the karaoke window. So Cotley's going to have to rotate. Unfortunately, in this kind of top black stairs strat where you have Neon, you have the Osa shield. Okay, what was that? That was a mess. Yeah, Neon completely caught lacking, trying to open a breach into sight, and that is now 2 picks gone begging. Knock have done a great job so far, and this is where we test.
依班好難打啦，依班對面知晒你位，跟住你好難打個突破口出嚟，睇下 KZB 望唔望到啲人啊？有機啦，咁就有機啦。轉位去龍嗰邊，鼓嗰邊啊，鼓嗰邊嘅，一龍一鼓咁樣。如果你打龍就要。打兩隻。OK。夾硬嚟嘅又嚟。
This round should never have been winnable from a 3v5, and now it extremely is. It's very possible. Ijack's got.
冇啦，對唔贏啦。其實
he does lose his life, however, leaving it just up on Ijack.
咁就
all that ends well for Knock, unless it doesn't.
裝就應該未必裝到嘅，有冇C4？仲有 C4 嘅，冇計。
For him, so Knock thankfully do lock in that first defense on the back of that early aggro, and then maybe a few moments of lacking restraint, but they get it done eventually.
Yeah, not a bad round there for
依家冇計啊！Leon 嗰度。
Following after that, gave them a bit of wiggle room for error.
唔知佢溝通錯誤定咩啦？我知佢想開籠入去 K 房嗰邊裝嘅，咁但你一係掉閃入茶房先，你唔掉閃咗行過去嗰個位咧就好尷尬啊！嗰個位。入彎唔緊要。跟住冇 win 俾 C4 炸嘅係，應該真係冇計嗰個位，估唔到。掟 C4 都知人哋嗰下個位都炸到，炸吊繩好難嘅。
In their first play against Jalita, really loved that Deimos. We saw a lot of Deimos Dokkaebi, Deimos Monty combos. I think it was Japan League or Korea League. There was that. I can't remember which team it was. They were just running like Blitz Monty Deimos every single round and really farming on the roam clear. I love stuff like that. Like, give me more cheeky ideas.
I don't know about you, Deb. I want to get your thoughts on this too. But in my opinion, stuff like that at the moment is like the unspoken meta, I think. Like, honestly, like, I genuinely think this. I don't know how much you agree with it, but like, I just have this feeling that every time we see these like innovative ideas, even like bringing along 1 or 2 operators that are a little niche or you know have an idea and working off that a little bit to try and create a hole or an opportunity.
點樣 smooth 啲重要過啲戰術，即係嗰啲。
Especially at the moment where attacking can be a little tricky with some of the problems that you've got to face. I
feel like with like a
plethora of innovative small tactics, I'm gonna say, is secretly, in my opinion, the unspoken meta. At least that's my opinion. I don't know how much you would agree with that, but I think it is.
I think, yeah, you're really onto something there with the idea of like opportunity, because that is like the struggle is when you're attacking, right? Defense has so many good tools, has in a lot of cases like the architecture of the map favors the defense as well, so you need to like especially in the previous meta, like kind of the SI and 2023 meta, operators on attack as impactful as they were.
嗱，呢度就有啲急啦 ，I 呢度有少少急，如果對死咗咧，有大問題嘅。
Just as we were saying, they're looking for a freebie because Knock Knock, they did overpeak in the first round, and so I think they're looking for a way to capitalize on that. Neon here, with diffuser in hand. Oh my god, what am I watching? He gets Envy down and looks to force that back. Baz has a C4, and it lands to perfection. So DAY2 now fighting from behind, but KZB continues his reign of terror. Another kill goes begging as Jittery finally puts in the dirt, the best player for DAY2. And a 1v2.
冇 win 到贏唔到 ，crossfire 人哋有冇閃啊？就冇，衰仔冇閃，冇。
No Candelas to speak of. The opportunity to fake a plant. Oh, that needed to be a headshot. He's got info on the
想法係 OK 嘅。
The boost spot.
問題係冇人 cover 到啊 Leon 去裝咯，反而 Leon
Jittery far back, he goes down. A 1v1 as the second smoke is deployed. The warden has been taken out.
同你講衰仔唔好裝 sneak 過去。
25 seconds time to play with.
And
that diffuser starts to be forced. Radley
我覺得難贏嘅。
starts to move on. It is baited, but the bait has
不過有機，如果咁樣繼續行。
Momo has to round this corner and land the headshot. Rattler only needs a single bullet to land, but the headshot is there for Momo.
冇裝晒啊！
DAY2 steal another attack on Skyscraper thanks to the hero play from Momo.
Oh my god, the chaos and the calamity that ensued that round was absolutely ridiculous from the side of DAY2. Explosive execute into the bomb site. The kills went flying everywhere, but it somehow comes down to a 1 HP 1 versus 2 from
Momo. 我下個咧，我自己覺得咧，佢唔好裝，佢唔係攞 defuse， 佢應該唔係攞 diffuser 喎。佢咁樣上去冇問題啊 ，Momo win 掉閃俾佢上咗去，跟住隊友引火，佢殺完之後繼續衝佢再殺會好過佢裝。
I just thought that was the one round they weren't going to pick it, and then Neon goes onto it anyway.
其實 B 瞓醒就冇問題嘅，琴日真係未瞓醒其實
player who's playing the bomb on defense
緊張
dueled from outside a window. That seems to work. The plant's denied. DAY2 are numbers down, and then Momo steps up for a 1v2. And believe it or not, after all of that, it's DAY2 taking the tactical timeout. So Knock Knock, given the opportunity to just sit and settle into the failure that they just had in that 2v1. I mean, this has proven to be an exciting game of Skyscraper, Mandy. I know I might have called it a bit early, but I'm pretty keen for this.
No, I'm keen for this too.
There's a lot riding on it.
You've done good here. You've done good here with the attacker-sided manifesting, I've got to say. You called it really early on. You're like, yes, it's Skyscraper. Attacker-sided Skyscraper, and it certainly has been in the last 3 rounds. Our sample size has in fact increased.
嗱呢度啦，上咗嚟殺完之後咧，其實真係冇乜機會撞到嘅。
Even just like the number of bullets it took, like he didn't even go for the knife. Could have probably gone for the knife there. Yeah, and once again, KZB had a huge impact that round. Big multi-kill rather. And of course, landing those headshots at the end. See it one more time. He really should have just gone for the knife.
I mean, I don't know, I feel bad for the guy on the other side. I've got no idea who the one was on the other side.
其實變仲卡勁啲。
So fixated on the gunfight that was happening in front of him, he didn't hear the Amaro behind him. Oh dear.
仲卡冇打咯，以前嘅話。
Anyway, here we go. So DAY2, sorry, not.
KZB 我估。
That said bomb site and are now going to go and repeat exactly the same.
即係如果你話爆發性嚟講 ，KZB 幾勁嘅，但穩定度。穩定度嚟講，以前嚟講啊，你話嗰陣時差唔多嘅。其實你話佢兩個嗰陣時。
and then kind of capitalizing on man advantage.
我最廢嗰個老人家嘅，我冇計入去任何行列入邊。哇，識 angle。
I love this. Incredibly cheeky. You are never able to contest this from top black stairs. I'm going to have to start playing this one, especially with the castle. Like, perfect operator. You set this up yourself. You got the secondary shotgun, got the castle bracket. He sees it's a blitz, though. And so he's not going to shoot. He's not going to expose himself. Oh, there's a little bit of damage onto the blitz. I take that back. It's a huge amount. He almost manages to land the killing blow as well. It's pretty devastating for poor Momo.
Oh man. Oh well, he's gonna go down. Completely to that angle. Absolutely no idea where he's just died from. Rat alert.
OK。 呢度唔應該再同佢對喎 ，KCB。 呢啲位對唔到啊 ，KCB。你係屌啊，但對唔到啊呢啲位。貪心一少少啊。係隻應該智上高都有人。等緊，係聽到聲嘅啦。
There's just no world in which you should be taking that. Hijack gets timed there a little bit. He almost had that kill on playing on the mezzanine. And if he'd kept peeking for another moment, he might have seen the head. Sandy's going to find more here. I'll call it right now. He's about to see another player moving in from top black.
應該佢真係唔知，由頭到尾都唔知喺邊度俾人打，我估啊。
I mean, there's a bit of info here, right? Like, surely. Okay. Castle barricade is down. And now Sandy's exposed. This is where Daystar have to start isolating and clearing these positions, but there is a good crossfire.
Yeah,
但會 crossfire 喎對面。
He's going to try and make an escape. There's no one on the double window to play cut off, but Jittery's still going to hold on to this position. Never mind. He's going to
咁就難打啦，冇晒 gadget 啦。
on this side of the map, probably making the right decision.
4個線
some restraint to fall back to the bomb site.
都仲
With only 30
唔係喎，
seconds
得
left
4
to
嗰
go.
啲計唔
Pressure's
計？
certainly on now for Daystar to make a move.
應該我仲有4個線。
Well, Knock Knock have played this perfectly. They've established that man advantage, and now they've killed them. Did not overstay their welcome. As a result, Daystar have a nigh unwinnable position. 3v4, 15 seconds.
踢到人先得啦。
Let's see how you go.
但冇時間。
First one
呢
to
邊
likely
我罰
be
咗一個
contact.
OK。
Of course, it's KZB to
應該
find an opening.
冇啦
Looking for more. C4 is perfect from Jittery. Hijack goes down. Cotley yet to even find a kill. Jittery goes down, and there you go. It's a quick cleanup there for Knock Knock, who just played
前面俾 Castle 攞太多時間，太多人嘅血量啦。
And so twice now, we've seen them repeat a bomb site, get it right on the second go.
Yeah, really good there from Knock Knock. I mean, excellent Roman setup, just not well read by Daystar.
對面都有 shot 嘅喎。
Momo,
落呢
unfortunately,
邊
not realizing what he was dying to and walking back
易
and
打
forth
喎
as that same angle did mean that the first pick went in the way of Knock Knock, and then they spent
盡量攞多 1 round 咯，3-3換邊都好嘅。
At that point, Knock Knock had
最
decided
好
to
嘅
go back on site, play the numbers advantage.
4-2啦，用手方咁易打。
I feel like this is going to be a continually back and forth game, Mandy. Of course, we're not having to see any tertiary sites as of yet. Actually, no, sorry, that first round actually was... That was kitchen, right? I forgot that, but that was actually kitchen. Even though most of the action... Yeah, most of the action went down on Tea Room upstairs, but it was actually a kitchen on-site defense. I'm remembering that now. Yeah, I feel like maybe after that, Knock Knock are going to stick to these primary sites. And come to think of it, they actually now... With that context of the first round being kitchen, they have actually won
佢哋個位真係要清估，清估都清早啲咯。如果真係清唔到估，咪直接攞落咯。跟住其實阿灣咪有撈咩啊？係咯，其實啲 air jab 咗嗰個估個走廊位，跟住打龍呢邊好似好啲啦。
Last time, a guy on a window got C4'd and then the second one just got caught with his pants down the middle of a hallway. So not doing that would be a good start.
不過始終真係太早死，冇邊個閃退，俾唔到壓力。跟住大家對槍又貪心咗，打咗太多時間。
Oh, this is cool. So he's on the rappel to look in for the angle that the Maverick is doing to trick the wall. Trying to capitalize on at least some of that time, make it productive. There is actually a player inside a Geisha. That's Jittery on the other side, so if he's not cautious, he could be taken out.
Geisha 有一隻雞房走機房
There's another reinforced wall in Geisha there that is protecting Jittery from most of these angles. And I don't think that there's likely to be any kind of breach on that. as the Maverick won't be able to get close enough, nor the Ying to really activate that.
對方一樓企嗰隻
I like the
Solis
zero pick. There we go. Mavtrick's gone out. I don't know what happened with the Grim charge there. Perhaps intended for a
問
different
題
target.
應
Wants to
該
peek, but
OK 嘅，
feel like he needs
應
to
該攞
overcommit here.
攞雞放到
I would
有
agree with that
機。
as well. Young on the board, you want to have that Warden alive in the right place at the right time for when those Candelas do come ringing out.
但一樓要俾壓力咯，如果你落雞，拎梯上嚟要俾壓力咯。
DAY2 now consolidating their players over on the Geisha side.
可唔可以睇下
trying to decide what they want to
全
do
視
next.
角？哦，其實 B
himself has
俾
been
人偷
taken down early.
哇
Their Rattler going for a
哇
very long run out
咁
up to the
遠，
balcony.
好嘅
He's
靚
going to
踢
take
靚
him down. The second one
靚
going
踢
in
啊！
the way of DAY2 though.
跟住依家佢哋應該係想搶雞房㗎啦，我估。
However, Rattler has retaken his position. Wow, Jittery is getting very aggressive, and the aggression is rewarded. Rattler in Shrine finds his double, and Cotley is in a 1v4 that quickly becomes a 1v3.
有少少散喎，今晚打得好似
No diffuser.
一逐個俾人踢走。
Makes this a nigh impossible task. You will jump back outside and pick up that kit. There's
都有位。
blue mines, there's crossfires, there's even a player downstairs with a vertical angle onto his vault into
冇
karaoke.
計
And
呢
if
個
I was a
呢
bet
個
man, I'd say
唔
that's
知
how he's
KCB
gonna
點
die.
樣死啦，
Try and
玩
jump
型。
into karaoke, and he's
人
gonna
喺
die to the vert. Calling it
龍
right
嗰
now.
邊跳出嚟偷死咗，應該睇人中。
You might be.
Ah, Rattler ruined it.
He
ruined it.
No.
Can't blame him though. He had a
yeah,
massive
that's fair.
round,
Yeah,
this
I was
guy.
going to say that 3K on the round for this
POV
guy.
搞咩
Goes
次
to
次
run out,
miss 晒啲
things
人，
all off onto KZB,
但
and then comes
畫
back
面
in, gets another kill, and gets the
唔
final
知
kill.
啊，
Big round.
唔知啊。
I think it was 4, wasn't it? Because he got
佢
the
依家
run out
台
and then he killed
係咁
the
咩？
line, right? I swear. Or
佢
maybe
個
I'm
台係
remembering.
咁
I
啊，
remember
到到
watching
OB，
Jittery got one
我
Or two.
我想知
He
點
definitely
解。
got one.
Got
I
one.
don't know.
Yeah, two.
We'll have to look.
佢
I
次
know
次
we
都
love
想
looking at
present 好
replays.
多嘢
If
俾
we're
人
lucky
睇
and we
咁，
see some
但
replays, we might be able to.
冇啊嘛，
figure it
冇
out.
可能啊嘛。
Can we count to four?
Production. So I can see 2 from Rattler in the kill feed there. And it says triple kill, and then he gets the final one as well. So there you go.
Wow.
Thank you, production.
Dev, you're very good at counting to four.
Thank you. It's
Much better
one
than
of
me.
my few strengths.
Oh, don't say that.
Basic arithmetic, but up to 5, because that's how many people are on a Rainbow Six Siege team.
Oh, we'll do good here when we do math on the broadcast, don't we?
Mass pull
So knock knock now up in the round count finally in this game.
都5條友啫嘛。
But can they make it better for the defense? Skyscraper, we tend to say, is a more defender-sided map, and we are expecting them.
咁樣調整啊，打邊啊今
They
次。
did get super excited for attacker side of Skyscraper, so I kind of like don't want to bite my tongue too much, you know? That could be bad juju.
It could, but hey, I'll give you something for it. Tea and karaoke, exhibition office, all locked out for Knock Knock. So final round of the half, we've come full circle. We're back down to kitchen and barbecue, which is where the game started. And it did not pan out well for Knock Knock. So if the pattern continues, then it should be a Daystar round, and we'll end up going even into the second half.
Another
依家個問題 ，Daystar 個進攻問題就係拖啦，一嚟拖啦，二嚟就係我覺得破位打得出嚟啦。
outside of kitchen, maybe trying to support his teammates to get Geisha control nice and early, but nothing.
跟住有陣時啲企位咯，係咯，個 OK 嘅，好過琴日嘅，我覺得暫時睇落。
It's quite quiet at the moment on the bomb site. We've got Rattler roaming on the other side of the map near delivery. Baz is
okay.
Jittery and Neon have just directly traded.
Trade
Hard to say who that favors more. Both of them have active utility that is now going to go amiss. My discs and of course the sledgehammer.
中唔中到茶房嗰隻啊？唔係K 房嗰隻。
And he's the one you want in the building taking these early fights. There's info onto the position of this player in karaoke.
Nice.
Oh, KZB actually takes down into
小心啦 ，KCB 啲企位而家掃咗位之後，啱啦 ，transfer 快啲
the
先。
rest of his team to try and support Baz and Rattler. He actually loses his life for that.
有 info 啦 ，Morwin 吊繩應該殺咗個啊叻 ，EC run。 OK， 掃咗位啦 ，Richard 落咗落嚟，冇急啊，冇俾人一踢日啊。
It should be. If it ain't, then something's wrong. Rattler is actually going for a rotate upstairs. That's extremely risky. Does he know? Oh, he spots 2 players. There's 2 players up here. The castle barricade saves his life for a brief moment.
Really, that was
more of a treatment than a cure. And DAY2 do lock in 3 rounds on their attacking half.
Yeah, solid one there. DAY2 collapse in on the players in the top floor. Yes, Leon does early down on the ground floor, but they translated that pretty well off the back of some very successful gunfights going off on the top floor as well. KCB, especially with the crossbar, he established hallway control, punishing knock-knock players from trying to rotate in through the hallway. And
OK 嘅，暫時睇落俾 KCB 打單邊，似翻佢打法。
I think that's really a mark of DAY2 understanding how to play Hammer and Anvil. KCB, he might be one of their best entries, but he's not really entering that far. He's essentially just a rank watcher, being the
follow up 嗰啲有陣時好似好散咁樣。
Pushing around those people in Geisha and Tea Room, and yeah, it worked the charm.
啲槍法真係唔係佢哋弱項嚟。問題係點樣夾住打得好啲嘅。
Maestro pick is a fun one. I mean, he's got 3 of the bubbles now after all, and he hasn't been that prevalent of a pick, but with the absence of the Bravo being banned out early on, it could work. It could be fun, especially with these long lines of sights that we've been able to see now from both sides of the teams. It feels like almost every defender has got a secondary destruction gun or construction gun, however you want to phrase it, right? And so
3個手 office 嗰邊定2個？3個。
become pretty hard to break down.
Very true. Yeah, really extended hold as well. Cheeky spawn peek tempted from VIP. There's so much util here to clear from DAY2. Like knock-knock have really got their work cut out for them. DAY2 banned the Brava, which primarily fortifies the Maestro Fenrir pick. Like I know you were a massive Brava enthusiast, Mandy.
I am a Brava enthusiast.
We talk about there's a decent amount, but like Brava is the only operator that can realistically clear
應該嘥到飲藥鏡睇到應該嘥到分零鐘，最少分半鐘我諗到。
3 bubbles on Maestro now, so like having Brava out makes this such a task for Knock.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to rely on other things
like
explosives to be able to clear out these positions.
攞唔到人頭，有冇攞到啊？攞到咁但俾人 trade 咗。OK， 呢邊再 trade 走啊，其實變啱啦，翻點。
Well, escape with his life 4 now, but in the chaos, DAY2 on the defense have found the first 2 picks and fallen off from this road.
差唔多分半鐘係啦，就係差唔多分半鐘 OK 嘅。
Yeah, absolutely. DAY2 have made the right decision by falling.
嗰邊係 match。
Even though it's nice to hold on to a bit of map control, like losing Momo, not the end of the world. His utility is already preset.
KCB 對 Ash 來捉。
Warden and the Maestro alive. And it looks like Fenrir, KCB, primary fragger in this game. 12 kills, just 5 deaths. Definitely a player in top form right now for DAY2. And yeah, I mean, it's an unwinnable task now for Knock-Knock if DAY2 play their cards right. The name of the game is playing passive and capitalizing on this advantage.
KCB 一醒同唔醒真係差好遠。
With the setup.
Hijack holding the long angle to go into Shrine as well.
炒又唔緊要，保住條命攞 info。
Rattler on the other side of it, feeling a bit nervous, looking for the peaks, trying to see if any of these DAY2 defenders will overextend.
冇乜 info 嘅嘢，好難打。
They don't really have the tools they need to deal with the setup that they've been faced from here on out. Rattler though will find a stray pick on Skaze.
咁就尷尬啦，KCB下咁樣俾人穿咗，係咪見到腳俾人射死啊？
One more kill, and this is super doable, especially because that exothermic's gone off. Where is this Maestro? Hijack. Oh, spotted for a second! Taken down! Maybe it is winnable after all, but thankfully Neon is there for the trade, and Kotley can put Baz to bed. A great round from start to finish for DAY2. A fleeting moment of hope for Knock-Knock, but it was not to pan out for them, and DAY2 have started quite convincingly on their defense. A lot of hope for them now. Running away with some form of advantage.
Very solid round there for DAY2 on their defense, like you pointed out. I feel like, Dev, maybe it's too early to call it, but I just feel like that one strategy from DAY2 was pretty telling in the comparison between these two teams. It just feels like DAY2 are more ready to use the tools that are available to them, the particularly strong tools at the moment. For example, on the side of Knock Knock, personally, I didn't feel like we felt the impact of things like the Fenrir, right? Like the mirror, that type of stuff. It felt like, you know, we saw a lot of Castle, that was quite innovative.
好彩補到槍，如果補唔到槍咧，佢死埋就。
Didn't feel as present as it was on that particular
我唔知講咩好啦。
都
係啲企位問題，小心啲啊！小心少少就穩陣啲啊！唔使咁緊張，始終4打2可以企保守少少。
Not to get all overthinky about it, but I'm just thinking about the operators that Knock Knock were picking on their defense. Ones like Castle, Wamai, Malusi. It's all about like movement and positioning and setups, like the architecture. And I think Daystar have a bit more clued in about how to use non-architecture-based utility, like the Fenrir, right? Like it's a trap. The Maestro, that is a camera, like a gadgets planted on its information gathering. I think that's really a difference between the interpretations of defense on these teams, and I think particularly with the operator bans present, Daystar probably have the better read.
唔使咁樣同佢對喎，
I would be very inclined to agree on that. So here's Momo on an off angle into the entrance.
係啊，走啦，可以走一走去雞房，等一等先。
Pretty cautious about his entry being taken down half HP. Still though, these Daystar players are going to hold on to the other side of the map, not choosing to fall off just yet because the entry hasn't come through yet.
And the nature of Skyscraper with these bans and this setup is Daystar need to be careful not to over-aggress because the value that they get from a kill is not as high as the loss that they would get in losing an early pick. Like, if you're defense, you want to conserve your numbers because the way that attacks happen on Skyscraper, the way that attacking rounds are successful is by getting man advantages and then converting them. And so Daystar do have to be careful, like Momo in particular. It's nice to get some damage onto Sandy, but just don't overcommit because it's not worth the risk.
龍房嗰邊嚟㗎 ，Bandit Leon 啊應該，呢個其實係必殺啦。知道 diffuser 喺邊啊 ？Moving 有啲危險嘅，佢可以走嘅呢個時間，或者可以走㗎啦，1分25秒，保住條命好過留喺機場，佢好大機會死嘅其實。
Momo has been droned out and he's likely to be peaked pretty soon. He knows the diffuser is still there in that corner.
Okay.
I don't think his teammates are going to be able to adequately support him, Jittery! Where is the redrone? Where is the support? Knock Knock goes straight into the meat grinder. Finally, one goes back for Envy as they try and claw an advantage out of nothing. 2 versus 4. That diffuser still on the ground as Baz makes his way over towards it. Momo's got the info and see it disappear as well. Envy's found Neon. Don't let this slip, Daystar. You had a 5v2. Do not let that go begging.
Tough spot still for
仲知道要對面冇 diffuser，Moving 唔喐都可以嘅 ，OK。咁依家唔喐得㗎啦 ，Moving 冇喐得㗎啦。喂，唔使喐喂，佢冇 diffuser 喂，你正話咪睇咗咩？哦。
Okay, 2v5 from Baz and Envy. Now into a 2v1! They don't even have the diffuser, they need to go for the kill here. The Kotley might not know it, he gets taken out! What the hell just happened? How have Knock Knock stolen a 2v5?
你玩 Solis 喎，你知道個 diffuser 唔喺對面冇攞到喎，20秒你可以唔使翻去喎。我可以唔使翻，真係唔使翻去喎。 呢啲真係可以買隊友喎！呢個時間，哦，真係冇需要翻去喎。Moving 呀，你攞晒你需要嘅 info 喎。
And then somehow they can 2v1 the last player as well. They just got absolutely
殺咗2個機場嘅清理機場嘅人，跟住你知道 diffuser 喺 K 房嗰邊。
I actually thought that Baz had accidentally not picked up the diffuser. Like
30秒，冇必要翻去。
Then why wouldn't Solus just stay engaged if he knew he had diffuser?
4打2嚟㗎喎，係。
I don't know.
Because he could have literally stayed there the whole round and won on time.
嗱，人哋都講啦，啊唔係我講啊。
I don't know why. If it was me,
人哋 Casta 都講啦。
Like,
but if it was me, I'm just saying, like, guys, I still had diffuser. Like, drop down the hatch, run away. Let's just burn time.
Yeah, see, that would have been the smart play to make, I think. That
would如果你唔翻去真係好 smart 嘅
There's a point here. This kill, and this kill here, and this. Oh, that's how he died. What a tilter.
That's ridiculous.
Momo should have just stayed engaged. I don't know. I am well played by Knock Knock. I'm not discrediting that, but I am a little bit bamboozled as to what happened there.
Nah, I rate that play. I know that I might be getting
you rate
but
the
I
play.
reckon, like, if I'm Baz sitting there, like, okay.
但係我覺得你呢啲你有陣時你自己要小心呢啲位咯。
He was
燒下邊彎嚟嘅呢啲啫。
Pick it up. That's why I thought it was
I
an
actually
accident.
think you might be right. Looking back on it, maybe he just thinks that you can like auto pick it up, right? But now you have to like hit the button to get it.
It depends on your setting. You can set
That's
it so that it
true,
auto
actually.
picks up, or that you like have to press it. So I don't. Whatever. It worked. Whatever it was, Invi and Baz got the job done. They didn't lose a single player in a 2v5. So credit to him. They're looking good. 4-4 is probably not where this game should be right now. Like this really should be
3-5
3.
3-4
I've got a couple of questions, and funnily enough, it was Knock Knock who just took their tactical timeout. So now both teams have taken their tactical timeout after winning a clutch, which usually you would take it after losing a clutch to recompose yourself. So I don't know if it'll work out for Knock Knock. Strange call, but I can't question it. I'm not the one in the
要睇下二樓你點樣控制喎，因為二樓控制得唔好，俾人倒清咗就。
Taken pretty low after
難搞啊！呢度有嗱 ，OK， 靚啦呀 ，OK， 聽咗電，咪聽咗一塊，未聽到。hijack 個 first blood OK 嘅。 聽二樓啦對面 ，OK， delay 咗 ，OK， 冰封咗。 趁啦，呢個企 safety 可以。
Thinking it might be a little dangerous in there,
呢隻邊係邊啊？
teammates, and it seems like
好
the
似係
entry's going
估
to come in through the exhibition window.
OK，
靚啦。But Neon is there ready for it. Not a lot of bullets in this magazine for the AR-15, so he does have to be careful if he's dueling multiple opponents.
Win 有做 crossfire 㗎嘛？
So far, this is surely a kill. No, the timing is perfect for Sandy. He does come and save his teammate at the last moment. He needs that because they're fighting.
兩個遊走要翻去㗎喎，其實好多遊走啊佢哋。
from numbers deficits before.
佢哋係㗎
Crossfire still held from the remaining few players in the top floor. Cotley covering one of his teammates, who I believe is here we go.
佢哋守方再死多個咧，就依彎好攻方㗎啦。特別死咗 hijack 之後咧，依彎好攻方㗎啦。我睇下 hijack 要點嘅，即係依個位唔可以死咯。同埋睇佢攞到幾多 info 俾冇 win 佢哋咯，因為對面直接入點啦，而家應該好大機會直接入嘅。
Yeah, but he didn't see that there is an
Okay,
eagle eye.
知道入咗點啦。
Even try and shoot those goo mines. He's going to try and plant. First, he has to take out the goo. He's going to try and plant right in front of an evil eye that he misdroned. He does try and shoot it, but there's no way he's going to be able to deny this without some support. And Momo, he is taken down.
Evil eye 射啦，
and Sandy's found this one above as well.
Evil eye.
Hijack needs to try and win this round to the best of his ability, but coming in from above is the hero of the savior, KZB. Oh, and he gets another one.
但係 hijack 冇死啊 ，hijack 死咗就唔同啦個講法。
And DAY2 have stolen a round away from Knock Knock.
Oh my god! I mean, valiant effort there from Knock Knock.
冇人清到個 evil eye 喎，攻方嗰邊。
It was a complete false sense of security. Vertical control still very much in the favor of DAY2 as KZB collects 3 from above. Raining bullets down on the players inside of the bomb site.
呢度保禦 evil eye 係靚嘅，個 evil eye 保禦咗。頭先對面攻方，其實可能裝個位可以唔使裝。
A roller coaster again, man.
唔得啦。
Which is funny because DAY2's game yesterday against Niles was
都冇嘢清到。其實 B 亦都翻嚟翻得靚啦，即係對面落晒去，冇人 mark 佢遊走。OK。
Start there for a moment.
咁咪走晒嘅。
Somehow stole it back, and then it was back again. Oh, look at that! It's actually
有尷尬。
Oh dear.
So The entire lobby has crashed apparently. So instead, we're going to have a look. Beautiful architecture of this Japanese skyscraper and listen to some fat beats.
啱啱講你話如果前期個 crossfire 好啲咧，因為 Leon 自己一個喺 office 嗰邊守嘅，就有啲慘嘅。要 mark 2個位啦最少，我唔計龍嗰邊啦，龍嗰邊好似有隊友喺度。咁但係佢一個人要幫個扎科維啦，個門口啦。跟住係咪冇私房嘅咯？冇私房跳入嚟嗰度，直接殺咗佢啦，兜後。嗰邊 Momo Win 如果企近少少可能好啲啦，可能企估，或者直接企翻去扎科維嗰間房仔嗰度幫手睇側邊，咁啊 Leon 仔兩邊睇就好少少。I-Jet 就 OK 嘅啦，嗰個位冇死，最緊要唔好死，佢玩咪嘈啊！跟住 B 翻去兜就靚啦，個 timing 冇波特。OK。Not bad，not bad，今日非常好。冇咩話好大失誤啦，即係有失誤嘅，咁但冇琴日咁誇張咯，我哋覺得。琴日嗰場我覺得佢哋係贏到啲得嘅，都幾明顯係其實係6-4甚至7-3一開頭個勢係。
Rose is probably objectively better, I'm going to be honest. But, wait, what? Am I spelling eons wrong? Because it's not coming up. It says this is not a valid word.
Have they removed your starting word from
they
the
did!
Wordle list?
幾創新嘅嗰啲 shit。
Oh, wait, no, it starts with A. Wait. A?
唔係創新。
No, I was just spelling it wrong. Never mind.
泰國隊都係做緊呢啲嘢，咁但
Are we sure that we can spell words up to
Apparently not.
幾好啦，即係起碼做呢啲嘢之餘，佢都揾得到嘅，成日咁嘅。
I got one green and one yellow.
即係係咪Leon 拉嘅
？Yeah, I was gonna say hello.
3以上，係嘛3年Winnie。
That's funny. No, surely we're not doing the Wordle.
拉上去嗰陣時。
Thousands of other people could want today's Wordle, like me. Me, I'm one of them.
Fine, I'm gonna do it off stream, and I'm not going to spoil it, but I am currently doing it.
You are currently doing it. Okay,
I'm currently doing it.
I don't think I could like handle the pressure of doing the Wordle in front of thousands of people.
Well, the thing is, nobody knows like
how. 佢哋之後會打邊隊先下一場？
I'm not. I could be.
Not wrong.
27號㗎嘛？
I'm doing quite well. I've done 3 words and I've only got
28號下一場係打。
Those are bad signs.
Jalita.
Oh god, it's horrible.
呢場就難打啦。有機會打到嘅，要佢哋狀態好好啦。呢場我覺得就會贏嘅11號呢場。4號呢場咧攞經驗啦。我4號都有打，4號有打，17號呢場攞經驗，10號呢場攞經驗。4號同3號、11號盡量點樣贏咯？起碼我諗第一次打對5或者4咯，等自己咁當然4好有啲難度嘅，佢呢4隊都係官方邀請嘅，咁呢隊就係靠打 qualifier 嘅，就佢哋第一 A star 第2咁樣入嘅，佢 winner back 佢 loser back 嘅。咁所以其實如果琴日贏咗 DW 咧，我覺得就會好啲嘅，因為理論上啦，個排名應該就係1、2啦，呢個應該係第3嚟嘅，我估啊，3、4係佢或者 Daystar 啦， DW 應該係5，有機會係5啦，係咯。咁但係即4、5、6就係佢3隊揸緊咯。DW 同埋 Jalita 同埋 DAY2 爭緊咯，第4名啊。都幾打得幾密，其實幾快完。27號打1個月就打完，打完個。
Hey guys, Upshall Games here. FanDuel Casino's exclusive live dealer studio.
跟住就 pay off 啦，係嘛？佢打完呢個聯賽就 pay off。
Giving that spawn camper the business. With their live dealer studio, it's like being at the table anywhere you play. Let me tell you, real dealers are the real deal. Get your chance at the #1 feeling, winning in an exciting.
我覺得打啲勁隊可以試下同佢打波打，即係打 Fit 啊，打 LFA， 淨係同佢打波打對槍算，即係未必夠打。我睇法啫。Eddie 係邊個？哦 ，manager。
Or sell 50 stocks with no fees. Investing noobs, this app's for you. Gotta go. My team needs me.
It just huts different. All Pizza favorites, all 50% off. For now. So when the order's up in the air, or your crew can't agree, tell them half is free. For real. What more do you need, pizza-wise? Now that's delivering.
醒咗啲可以睇埋做過嗰場嘅 DW。Coming up, rehost， 係咪要 rehost 3次？呢度真係靚，呢個位攞晒 angle， 佢完全睇唔到。呢度衰仔咯，呢度自己即係冇 win 嘅啫，鬧咗20年嘅，要自己 solist 知道係 diffuser 啫。 抌春嘅，見佢咁輸一晚。
Welcome back, everybody. Daystar v Knock Knock is back underway, and we have hit a bit of an impasse. It is 4 and 5, and we may have to rehost again. But let's just, let's bring people back in, like a nice warm blanket, a nice warm cup of hot chocolate, cup of tea, whatever your fancy is. Mandy, this has been a pretty solid back and forth game thus far. This is, as we dubbed it, one of the best opportunities for South Asia to get a win over an SEA team, but also a solid chance for the rookies on Daystar to prove themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Daystar came into yesterday very exciting roster against Direwolves, and it was very scrappy and back and forth then as well, and it certainly hasn't changed going into Skyscraper against Knock Knock either.
rehost
Oh dear.
Rehost, guys. It's unfortunate. These things happen.
Who's there?
As we say, it is what it is. But you know what else it is? It is another really quick break coming right up, and on the other side, we are going to play this video game.
預搞晒咩啊？個大組織嚟㗎，你有陣時好易搞錯啊！呢啲真係。唔係咁易啊！佢嗰個系統整 rehost， 即係你隻嘢嗰個系統唔係幾 friendly 咯，我自己覺得。真係 rehost 三次，依佢咁講，要 rehost 多次。有咩睇㗎？冇嘢睇喎。睇下你死嗰啲位咯，係咁易睇一睇啦。睇你輸嗰啲玩題有咩可以執下咯。
Because of all these walls being opened up by the defense.
好似係20。
In that first defense.
Like, is a real operator? Because now when you're picking...
Okay, I agree, yes.
Right?
Yes.
Is that...
If you pick Warden now...
I'm thinking of, like, that meme of, like, you know, the tiny...
You're not very... I don't know, what's another... Not Chad, sure.
點樣試貨俾人炸水仔
Like, what's not Chad?
That's what I'm trying to think of. What is not Chad? I'm thinking of, like, that meme of, like...
企掛繩個位唔係幾靚咯，應該係嘛？應該係啊。可以小心啲咯呢度。太拼唔慣，唔係啊！我哋打應該係打翻香港 server 嘅，應該係夠拼嘅啫。頂盡咪40，打新加坡好似40啫嘛，定20我唔記得咗啦。啊！呢度咧。就真係一個幾緊要嘅 mistake 嚟嘅。
Now they're lacking the player on the karaoke window, so Cotley's going to have to rotate over. Fortunately, in this kind of top black stairs，
佢呢度想開窿啊嘛，佢又想個 B 點開窿入打 B 咁，但呢度你可能要俾閃咯，同埋你龍房個 hallway 你都唔知有冇人。呢度就少少尷尬啊。係咯，唔係幾好咯，呢個位就變咗依一彎好難打啦，因為你兩個隊友塞咗喺度。
They're restrained because they just have to chill out from here on out. This round should be theirs. They don't have to overcommit looking for picks.
Yeah, so DAY2 here, they've gone for a repeat of the same Osa hallway shield strategy, but
呢度其實靠 KCB 夾硬打嘅，
kills on the trot already. It's only been 1 round.
咁夾硬剔2個。
Freebies, and there you go. There's another one. So numbers are even. Of course, KZB is now low HP. But this round should never have been winnable from a 3v5, and now it extremely is.
跟住呢個位都冇計啦 ，KCB 可能要等多陣咯，等多陣等 Hijack 同埋 Cotly 攞翻用呢邊 control 先，咁就冇計咯，呢度就1打2都冇辦法。
Thanks to the hero play from Mo.
冇邊嗰度都靚嘅。
Yeah, no, if you know that angle and there's a castle barricade, you are never.
呢彎係咪輸啊？呢彎好似輸。呢度一開頭。呢彎靚嘅 ，Cody 點死啊？拉啊！死咗。Cody 打背脊嘅應該。Sandy 打死咗佢，咁冇計啦。 應該咁樣對死。呢度其實如果咁打嘅話咧，冇邊有冇跳入嚟啊？應該都有嘅。呢個1 on 1嚟做得好靚啦，冇嘢好講啦。呢度就要睇下咯，呢度甩咗。 我係咪開波啦？主台應該差唔多。開完呢度啊，呢啲位要自己睇啦，睇翻主台。20秒，係針算幾好。
Give your finances a lift with NBNA TrueLine Mastercards. Low interest rates on purchases and balance transfers.
11點。咁都合理嘅，其實7點開波算係咁啦，仲要閒日啊嘛。你話佢打禮拜6日，又唔得啊！禮拜6日應該撞咗 NA 嗰堆啊，係嘛 ？NAU 嗰堆，咁所以你冇計喎，你 Asia 定係犧牲平日時間嚟打，同埋好難就啊個市區同其他地區。 我明啦 ，rehost。呢啲係佢哋主教練啊，係 DAY2。冇俾落香港咩？唔喺香港啦，而家。 跟住你哋啲人又要返工返學，咁所以不過都辛苦嘅，打11點夜晚都未打完。不過其實你打機都慣咗夜瞓㗎啦。另外要等多3分鐘嘅嘛？等下啦。 撳出去睇， 我冇咩可以幫到佢哋嘅，你淨係睇下點樣可以夾好啲咯。我而家啲 game 聲跟唔上個 meta。而家11點再場 D 特，係啊，所以冇計嘅。咁但你要就翻，你有冇諗下 caster 仲辛苦啊？啲 caster 澳洲嘅全部都係咪？caster 澳洲依家係3點凌晨3點啦，應該兩點或者3點。所以冇計㗎，有陣時係咁噶啦。你要就其他地區多啲觀眾睇，定你想依家有幾多人睇緊啊？我諗都有6、7千啦，驚咗添，8000幾。要就到咁多個地區嘅時間係要呢啲時間㗎。咁你想多啲人 reach 到你，知你係打緊比賽啊？定你想冇乜人睇，但就咁打先？做得選手嘅想越多人識越好㗎啦。應該冇問題嘅，唔好唞咁耐之後 cool down 咗對手，應該就直接完㗎啦，贏到㗎啦。跟住睇佢哋邊個訪問，邊個做訪問。其實俾2萬 A 直接收工，係啊，好啊，想睇，我唔介意。 限等待。都等到攰啦，又要再等 ？What？ 要等多3分鐘，點解啊？點解啊？聽到入 game 聲，好似係啊，好似係。等下啦。之後嗰啲未必睇到噶啦，之後係邊日啊？3號、4號都仲可以睇到啊，10、11、17我就唔知啦。不過可能到時就算3號、4號睇，都可能揀嚟睇，唔會睇晒咯。主要都係睇，又都係睇香港隊打成點嘅，即睇可能睇下睇 DAY2 睇都過係嘛，係咯。主要都睇 DAY2 啦，難早過都睇下啦會。有一隊即係可能呢啲咩落呢啲，我平時應該就唔睇，有時間可能打幾船。可能打住 Rainbow， 跟住到 DAY2 打咪就係睇 DAY2 咯。到時再睇下點。哇！等多1分鐘又要。咁係咁播佢個 replay， 係咁播佢個畫面，係咁播啦，係咁播。後尾嗰啲向天花板射嗰啲減少啲咯。唔係咁好咯，我自己覺得啊。觀感會好啲嘅，因為不過 OK 嘅，贏咗個 catch。This is the last time. Last time rehost. OK， 等住先。Let's go. Let's go. 喂，仲未開，穿咗好耐咯，穿到個胸仔都出嚟啦。DAY2 贏定輸，領先緊5-4定6-4啊？我唔記得咗，太耐啊個比數，好似5-4定唔知5-3咁。總之 DAY2 贏緊啦。呢度好慘啊！啲班人得21飛，連續跳出嚟真係難搞。2粒彈。唔好再酸啦，開波啦！
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and apologies for the extended wait. It took us a little bit, Mandy, to sort out some issues, but thankfully we are back in Knock Knock DAY2, battling it out here on Skyscraper, and yes, 5-4 in favor of DAY2. It's been a long and grueling game thus far. It's been a pretty scrappy one.
唞咗咁耐，其實對手一定酷輕，我覺得，唔係話咁好。
DAY2 were able to do in the first half and find at least 3 attacks on their second.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the win condition for Knock Knock here, to be honest. DAY2, they brought in some pretty innovative stuff. It was well coordinated. The ODs were...
佢哋其實 B 啲咁食手感嗰啲咧。
The first few rounds of the defense with DAY2 are telling it all. The tools that they're bringing to the table have been pretty hard to crack through.
Yeah, I've been pretty impressed by DAY2's use of util on these setups. We talked a lot about the Brava ban impacting the value of operators like the Fenrir and the Maestro, which we saw quite a bit of before, and it's proven pretty effective for DAY2. But obviously going to this is exhibition. This is where we already saw Knock Knock win their soul attack so far. So I wouldn't count it out just yet. I have a lot of solid tools to try and deal with this. Jittery, for example, is Twitch drones. We got like Thatcher Thermite to deal with Hard Breach. But I am curious about this Roam game because it proved quite difficult last time.
So here we go, Envy on the karaoke repel as put some shots through the wall to see if he can take out any roamers early on, but Daystar so far, playing it relatively safe. That being said, I just cursed them. Rattler to find the first pick onto Neon, a player inside of Dragon. Will open up the round for Knock Knock.
Good start. Roam Clear already setting up well. And this Solus has been cornered here.
睇唔到點死添，我仲係發緊
There is
夢。
some support from KZ.
機晒㗎
He has been on fire. You can't see the scoreboard now, but he had 16 kills before
Sim.
our rehosts. Here comes Momo. He's found one. He's dropped the hash, but KZB is looking to hold on for a little bit longer.
Okay,
and he finds one.
nice.
Forget about the opening pick. Knock Knock have been picked apart on this.
淨係幾驚 KCB 走唔到啊！原來開咗窿，機查到嗰邊，攞翻名睇下嘢。
Knock Knock now looking to pick up the pieces. Rattler's going to make his way in through the ground floor, but it's a tough spot now within these.
呢邊對面有啲白痴嘅個進攻，咁樣窗口跳入嚟。
To them for now, so they can try and work off this to claw back a pick if they can find the right angle. But even then, going against the
啱啦，對面越白痴越好啊！攞啲 ECQ 嘅搞掂埋佢。 呢度就少少危啦，唔知冇 win 知唔知啊？有機會俾 EMP 殺嘅，佢淨係 show 咗聲㗎啦 ，EMP 等緊啊 ECQ 啦，ECQ。
Indeed it does. There was no need to make a play there. 30 seconds left and you had a numbers advantage. You have now succeeded. Rattler is low HP and will have to read.
有位問題 ，rotation 行嘅位問題，唔知啊。J 度靚啊 ，OK， 冇問題，應該攻方唔夠時間。
Yeah, and not much to be done here, not much to be said. Daystar can simply hold their angles and wait for Knock Knock to come a knocking, but they won't be answered with anything friendly at all. Daystar have finally found themselves on match point.
AI
2-round buffer and are in a very solid position to look to close this out on defense as they can head back to their primary bomb site.
It's looking good so far for Daystar. Potential final round of the half or of the series, and they've looked extremely proficient on the defense. Disciplined game, with the exception of Momo having a meander jumping out. Aside from that, great macro, I think, from the team so far. They went for that extended roam. They chose when to fall off. They supported each other on that fall off, and they found picks off the back of that as well. Great conversion from Daystar, and well, they're going to jump down into bathroom and master instead.
Okay, that's good.
See if they can find success there.
咁你要用個12倍鏡望翻佢。
This has been interesting to see this bedroom bathroom bomb site taken quite a few times, and according to my notes, the last time that Daystar played it, they were actually quite successful on it. In fact, yeah, I'm
冇 邊度啫，覺得有陣時 overthink 咗嘅啫，諗太多係咪？
Above, he got that vert. Yeah, got that vert 2K.
I think you might be right about that.
啲 shot OK 嘅，啲 shot 幾好嘅佢哋，即係起碼做緊嘅嘢係阻到對方咯，呢個係重點咯。如果唔係你啲 shot， 你諗幾複雜都阻唔到對方，都係嘥氣。
This time around, will they learn from their mistakes? That's the real question, right? When they go
match point 啊，攞埋佢收工啦，佢哋可以。
clearing out the top floor to make sure that by the time they do go in for the execute, that the vertical can't then be played by Daystar.
Roam clear attempted, and there is some good info there. The drone to support.
走啦，其實 B 度係啦，褪啦啱啊，覺得會條命仔。
Another drone goes out, but these drones seem to be ineffectual at actually enabling kills so far. Nigeria's in a good spot. KZB rounds the corner. Damage done both directions. KZB finally taken down, but look at
呢度就唔係幾好啦。
He's on for a flank and he might be able to deal some damage. Jittery
冇人幫到 KZB
呢度，係
太靠佢個人能力喺呢度。 佢哋對面3邊夾佢，佢冇位走。而家試即係 Momo 呢邊可能太遲波，有陣時 crossfire 位成日好啲啦。確呢度 OK。
inside of reception, and Envy's going to try and capitalize on the control that he's got.
Big kill there for Hijack as well, so 3v4. I'm not confident in Knock. This bomb site has proven so difficult to crack into because they're so distracted by this roam clear. Hijack has now found Jury as well. This is 1v1 after 1v1. Hijack doesn't know yet, but
EMP 冚咗佢 drop 落嚟嗰下聲。
It's not looking great here for Knock.
Yeah, no, certainly
should be GG 啊，冇乜意外啊。
A bit dangerous, okay? Yep, certainly so. Cotley rounds the corner and immediately takes him down. Exothermic charge in hand. It's
2萬，我2萬定咩
Well, looks like the game may be done and dusted for Knock. Unless if Rattler something unbelievable, forcing down that plant, but he's baited out, and that does give Daystar time to reposition. No need to as of yet. They're looking to play extremely patiently. Don't believe there's much info on site. You can't plant in the closet, my dude. You got it. Plant just on the edge, and so he does. He's faking it again. He knows he needs a kill here, but he's just not going to be given anything. And the longer he waits, the worse a position he will be. There's just no way he can contest and find all these kills. Daystar ever so patient. The GG is called. A long and arduous game, but a massive result for Daystar as they pick up their first win here in the Asia League.
Really solid one for Daystar.
仲有冇 moving 後邊有人嘅？乜水？代打。
Even on Daystar's debut into Tier 1, really solid skyscraper. Very in particular, the second half going back onto the defense, they played that with a lot of proficiency. They just looked calm and composed in their decision making, and it was really well played.
轉咗翻嚟咯，其實邊個鏡頭翻嚟啦
？Daystar in the end, it was in the second half.
咪望窗口啦。
Looking back, it was 4 defenses successful. There was one tiny blip with that exhibition office attack that Knock managed to pull. But even that, remember, Manny, that was a 2v5. Like, that should never have been won in the first place. And had that not been the case, then it would have been an even quicker affair. Valiant effort from Knock. I know the expectation was that South Asia was going to struggle in this league, but unfortunately, it seems to be the truth. At least for now, Knock had more rounds today than they did yesterday against Elevate, but Daystar have their first win. We'll break it down after the break.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. 今日好過琴日好多啦 ，OK 嘅。琴日50分，今日我俾70分，俾高啲可以80啦，70、80啦。琴日真係50分嘅。今日又飛得啦，核突 OK 啦，唔講你啲低能失誤啦，咪 Solis 睇到人哋個 diffuser 走開啊，一講就睇 round 啦，唔知你做緊咩？你做緊咩呢度？做咩睇咗 diffuser 仲翻去啊？有嗰個喺西嗰個有佢死啦，咁咪贏咯，輸下邊啊？呢度 retake 我覺得 OK 啊。冇咩問題啊！對面失唔多過你哋咪得咯。依度其實可以好少少嘅殺完呢個，因為不過佢攞 diffuser 冇計，佢唔係攞 diffuser 咧，佢可以繼續衝去殺人會好啲。或者你掉完線，有冇阿 Vias 你掉完線直接跳入窗頭，直接跳入窗頭，唔好等第3粒閃啊！掉咗2粒雪啊，第3粒閃留住先啦，你直接跳入去幫呢個人繼續 frag 人，或者你幫佢 trade 人先。我冇 interview 啊，有喺 coming up match 4嘅，喂你哋唔做 interview 啊？
3, 2, 1, who got it right?
It's not a question I'm answering.
Shit, I played a bit of Maestro recently.
你覺得 shit， 我覺得琴日 shit 啲啊，阿 Vias。我話今日俾70分你咋，琴日50分啦。有練過喎 skyscraper。 估唔到你哋喎。我以為你哋打波打㗎。
Could you imagine 180?
Don't even need to give me the multiple choice, man. I know this one.
How do you not know this?
Data. Daystar is a terrible name.
Some of us respect the law.
APR 嘅，我聽嘅啫。不過你俾個組織收購咗我計。唉，恭喜恭喜，加油加油！keep 住個勢咯，下場打咩啊？下場咪打啲癲佬啦要。下場3號打 Jalita， 有機嘅有機。仲未更新佢個表，佢 run 呢度都計分，其實都重要嘅，所以如果同分你就計 run 數噶嘛，所以其實盡量輸少啲 run 係好啲嘅。俾個目標自己咯，你哋 Daystar 第4或者第5啦。今季咁啊，差唔多啦。下季就第3或者第2咯，慢慢升上去咯。下季使唔使再打嗰個 qualifier 㗎？係咪都要㗎？即係我當你今季可能第4或者第5啦，咁下季係咪要再打個 qualifier？我唔知依家啲規矩係點㗎。MVP 今日係邊個啊？又未講，咁就 match 4啦。
Welcome to Drone in the Unknown with my favourite, Oceanic and Agent.
We haven't actually signed the contract yet, so.
If anyone can guess this right.
That's T2 in...
It's a wall!
No, that is Oregon. That's Oregon.
It looks a bit like T1. I don't think it's T2.
It's definitely backstairs though, right?
Alright.
If I get this right, I'm telling you
because
right now.
Could also be laundry stairs. I think it could be laundry stairs.
That's a good guess.
3, 2, 1, flip him.
Yeah, thank you guys for hard carrying the team.
Love the way we're all like, oh, geez, he came up with a good. But I was like, instantly, it's Oregon.
Oregon, mate. That was never the question.
Yes, it was. He was like, geez, what?
港島名校聖保羅男女中學疑爆出咩侵犯學生私隱風波，3名該校學生喺 IG 專頁匿名舉報。聖保羅男女中學推行自行自備電腦學習政策，但日前開始要求學生交出電腦讓校方人員安裝活動追蹤程式。學生不論校內校外電腦使用情況，包括通訊軟件、喺社交媒體聊天內容、數碼足跡等，都被校方意識。根據投訴內容，有學生因喺家中用私人電腦打記憶俾校方責備，哇咁癲，動晒私隱條例喎。
Could drag on forever. We don't know. We don't know. We could be here until all hours of the morning. I mean, it already is all hours of the morning, Xenox, but fortunately...
That's fine, mate.
We do get to move on. That's the best part of this. We get to get into our final matchup of the night. And look...
幾時你知我睇？任何時候知我睇咩點得？幾時？
Been left to be desired, but 7-4, 7-5-7.
冇 interview 可能講唔切啦，我唔知啊。我唔知啊，正常要有嘅，點解突然冇啊？喂，而家點解冇 interview 喎
？Honestly, when we kind of discussed the match for Daystar and Knock Knock, it was very much all of the talent crew was basically, riding that Daystar train. They came through, awesome. But I did give that little caveat that Knock Knocks is certainly a team that you can't go into it underestimating. And I think they showed enough, at least in this match. Almost knocked over my drink. But in this particular game, I thought they were in it really until the end, even though it's a 7-4 scoreline, right? You're not that far off a 7-5 loss, for instance. So I think they can hold their heads high. Certainly a better performance than the game against Elevate yesterday. And obviously for DAY2, great for them to be able to get a win as well. The unfortunate nature of this, though, it does now confine Knock Knock to probably being one of those two bottom teams. So they've got a big stretch of games coming up where they need to get themselves out of that bottom two moving forward. That's the goal moving forward for them. Obviously for DAY2, that certainly helps their cause of getting into the playoffs later on, but a big game coming up. And I think honestly now for Direwolves and Hasib Warriors, this could actually be a game that goes all the way to the distance. 15 rounds, calling it now, Rob.
Wow, that's how many times are we going to have to jump in and out, do you think?
I'm going to go with 3 rehosts.
Hey, what's the over-under, Michael? What's the over-under? Which one are you taking?
點解今日連上都冇一啲特
Yeah, that's what we're all hoping for. But
17-8 KD of KCB.
From the roster yesterday, in respects to, kind of, I'm going to lean into the Joe conversation right now. Guz, he's been tremendous in the opening play day. Can he back that up, though?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, I'm sort of framing Direwolves at the moment to be in a little bit of a rebuild phase. I wasn't really convinced what we saw last night was going to be enough to enter the sort of that like top 3 discussion that I feel like we keep having. However, I guess a lot of these teams are going to continue to progress, hopefully, maybe some regress as the stage goes on. So Direwolves will be looking to ride that wave. They have a lot of experience on this roster, and it's
今日有上，今日冇上，整唔切啦，應該。
all that far behind.
頭先唞嘅時間整唔切啦。
Huge opening day as well for him. So I think Direwolves have a lot going for them. Maybe not quite enough to put them in line with rebuilds like Elevate, for instance.
係咪租過可以收工啦？快啲搞掂。
More than enough depth to win this one out.
Jake, 4 out of their 7 rounds yesterday were won in 1vx's.
Oh, mate, how good was it?
Oh, I mean, it's one of those games that you just sit back and you've got to enjoy, right? Sometimes you get masterclasses, sometimes you get fumbles, but, well, Direwolves put on a little bit of a display. But look, in all fairness, speaking of displays, we saw a bit from Hasib yesterday. We saw the first 4 opening rounds go their way against, really just the number 1 team in this region, Bleed. They really took them to the axe, but unfortunately, they just couldn't get much more done.
Yeah, now we were fortunate, and I say we as in me and Guz, just so people don't get confused between me and you, Rob, when I say we. Now, this was a game in which everyone wrote off. I actually will bring attention that there was actually quite a few upset people regarding the desk's comments about Hasib Warriors going into that game. Not so much directly about them, but more so the perceived matchup against Bleed. That Bleed were very much this massive juggernaut, and Hasib had no chance.
Yeah.
Then they come out of the gates and they win 4 rounds in a row, and they looked good doing it as well.
Absolutely.
They were sensational. They won all their entries. They were overwhelming Bleed for all intents and purposes. They made Bleed look really, really bad. So much so they enforced a tactical timeout. The unfortunate thing is that's where it all ended. They won their 4 rounds. Everything was peachy. Everything was great. They couldn't put a foot wrong. And then they lost 7 in a row. So what can Hasib do that little bit better? I think it's onside execution. I think that's kind of what let them down. That final piece of the hurdle was very much, once they got to site, they did start to crumble. But getting there was fine. Map control and getting themselves into the building, good entry kills, having numbers, roaming, also good team coordination. These guys were great. I thought ZDox really led from the front on a lot of those attacking rounds. I know the numbers aren't the best necessarily for him. Doctor was sensational. But I actually think this is a roster that can actually win this game. So much so, I tipped them. At the start of tonight, I'm the only one that went Hasib Warriors over Direwolves. Yep. I genuinely believe they play at their best tonight. They can win this game. Hence why I just backed them in. I saw enough yesterday because they were the ones that were demolishing Bleed. Now, they obviously ended up losing that game, but I'm hoping, Rob, they've taken some learnings.
And just to clarify, you think that they can stand up against Direwolves, but they need to be at their best? Is that what we're saying? Yeah, cool.
They're not going to win this game if they're going to obviously play worse than yesterday or play average. They are very much going to need to play like they played those first 4 rounds. If they play like those first 4 rounds and they can do that for longer periods, yes, they can 100% win this game.
Yeah, well, we're all excited for that one.
And look at that, instant respect as well. Direwolves insta-banned the border after what we saw from Hasib Warriors yesterday. So I love that immediately. It's actually Direwolves showing that respect for Warriors. And we go to Chalet, though, which I actually don't mind, ultimately, for Warriors, too. Again, that kind of like open-style map. I think it'll be good for their team coordination.
Yep.
But I obviously kind of look at the last two maps. Really almost the last three maps, Consulate, Bank, Chalet. I think both teams actually are going to feel very happy with this map choice because they're all quite similar, a little attacking in nature.
Yeah, guys, we go back to Chalet for Direwolves. I mean, who do you think's won this process?
I want to say Direwolves quite comprehensively, actually, because Direwolves not only played Chalet last week, but the options available as well are decent picks for them. And did I say last week?
Yeah.
Sorry, yesterday, of course. Yeah,
That's
against the old Daystar, and they look pretty comfortable on that map. So yes, respect shown, border. I think the way in which the latter phase of that veto process did play out, they left them with a couple of different options available, and maps where I'd expect them to do well. So Chalet, yeah, probably just tilts the discussion more in favor of Direwolves for me.
Interesting, because I was just looking at the map veto process as well for Hasib Warriors from yesterday's game against Bleed. Banned out Oregon, banned out Skyscraper. They've done that again tonight, right? So they've clearly got their insta-bans, if you will. What's interesting about those two maps in particular is, what do you think of those two? Well, defense in nature, right? All about this kind of defensive-sided siege. So I think, again, if I'm Hasib Warriors internally, I'm thinking I want to go to these more aggressive, open kind of playing maps. And so therefore, I don't think they're going to be too dismayed with this. They did ban out Chalet yesterday, but it was one of their later bans, along with then Consulate after that. And again, look at the two out of the last three are Chalet, Consulate. The border got taken away from them. That's fine. I don't think they would have cared that much about Labs or Clubhouse, for instance. And so I don't necessarily disagree with guys. I think Direwolves themselves will also be happy with this. But I do think that Hasib Warriors will back themselves in on this map. Don't be surprised if they get off to a good start.
Well, it's an exciting prospect because you've got, really the better team out of the two South Asian teams. I guess, that's at the moment, that's relative to what we've seen so far. And they go up against a team that we really are kind of putting in that 4th to 5th spot, guys. Is there a possibility that Hasib can actually bring this firepower that we saw against Bleed? Can we see them replicate that on a map like Chalet?
Yeah, most certainly. I wouldn't be too surprised if we do see that. It comes back, though, to whether or not they can sustain that over the course of an entire match, which is quite lengthy. And if their progress or if their momentum gets stalled out, which we saw against that Bleed game, can we see that fight back? That can they have find the dog in them? Can they bring that out, unleash it into the server? I think they'll be more competitive, no doubt. I'm not going into this thinking it's going to be near as one-sided as I thought the Bleed game was going to be. However, again, Direwolves with that experience, with the Southeast Asia qualities, they're going their way. They should be winning this in something like a 7-4. I could see maybe a World 7-5. If we see the absolute best of Hasib Warriors, maybe even OT. But I would be pretty shocked.
Keep going.
But I would be shocked if Hasib Warriors walk away with more.
But they're
7-5又7-7又 OT
If
嘛
they have a live game, I mean, Direwolves will probably be in trouble. But
there we go.
You know what?
Only played A2.
If they had a live game, they might beat Direwolves. If you had a live game, would you even be in the server?
No. I mean, there's a reason I decided to cast Rob. I'm not very good at the game.
Oh, I never touched it. That's for damn sure. I'm not going within a 10-mile radius of competitive play. I'll leave that to the professionals, as we do, of course. Leave the game in the professional hands of Devin Mandy.
Thank you very much, Robert and the guys on the desk. Yeah, Mandy, this is our last game of the night, and it is another SEA versus South Asia banger. I'm not sure whether South Asia is going to have any more luck here with Hasib's Warriors against Direwolves, as we saw from Knock Knock against Daystar.
Well, look, Knock Knock, they were fairly competitive against Daystar. I'll give them that. Like 7-4, it's not terrible. They did all right on the defense. Hasib's Warriors taking on Direwolves. Now, I feel like that's a bit of a different story, right? Direwolves, they've been around the block a few times. They've got the experience, a lot more experience than Daystar have got. Whereas the Hasib Warriors, they're still struggling a bit to make an impact.
It's true. Now, if there's anything that we can take away for Hasib's Warriors here, is that they are a pretty good Chalet team. They did beat Knock Knock on this map in the qualifier in a pretty convincing 7-3. And in contrast, when Direwolves last played Knock Yeah, I don't know where that puts us. DAY2 obviously have the more recent form, playing just yesterday against Daystar, winning 7-4. So I'd like to give the benefit of the doubt over to DAY2, but hey, let's see if Haseeb's Warriors are ready to cook.
All right, here we go. Bandface is going to go via popular dev in this region.
Yeah.
Don't completely know the reason why it's specifically Bravo. In most games, maybe they've just realized that it's not so good that it just can't be there. But it's not
幾粒鐘啊冇電咁樣，3粒鐘啊冇電。
I don't know.
It is. I mean, it does leave other ingredients in. You know, Thatcher, for example, Maverick. So any hard breach should be pretty straight up, but of course hard breach is not everything on Chalet. Yeah, I do wonder how much they're going to play into these bans, like particularly that Bravo. We talked about it on Skyscraper. You play the Maestro, you play. We're actually already seeing it. Even the Valkyrie, right? Useful. The Bravo is useful against that. What's the other one that we were talking about? It was wasn't it? Which has been banned out. So
yes.
今日個 share 同琴日嘅 share 有咩分別咯
？Firstly, up to SC's Warriors to try and counter the or lean into the Bravo ban, and I think they've already done so by bringing the double intel operators.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that as well. Maestro and Valkyrie in tandem is a lot of info for the Warriors. I'm excited to see how they're going to play off the back of that. Not just that, but even then the combination of the castle and his army is going to make the inside of this map very much a fortress to get into. So it should be pretty challenging for DAY2 to make their way in on through the map and then navigate its interior. And even then, chances are they've got eyes on them the entire time. That being said, though, Dev, there is IQ for Seal, who is the perfect operator to try and deal with these sneaky Valkyrie cameras and the Maestros as well once you hit the bomb site.
The thing that people often forget about IQ is like, yeah, she's a soft counter. She's not really a hard counter because you don't just have to see them, you also have to destroy them. And for some of the Valkyrie cameras, perhaps just finding them using IQ will be enough. Like the one that we saw placed in lobby before should have already been spotted by Seal just based on where he is and the fact he's using a scanner right now. But that doesn't mean that they... Oh, wait. What the hell is happening? C-Dux has gone for a runner and been punished for it. Joe Gore's happy about that one. He actually finishes him off with the secondary after running out of bullets with the R14. But all right, well, it sees Warriors a second case. Unfortunately, it's not quite working for them yet.
Yeah, look, fair enough. Try to do something aggressive off the back of, catching them off guard, and it almost does for Joe, but he's proven to us just yesterday that he is in fact quite a sharp shot, not the person you want to be running out against. He's Pika facing a keeper barricade inside a bathroom, but that will be destroyed fairly easily. That is on the window. I wonder if he's seen the Valkyrie directly behind him or not. Nevertheless, he will take out the default one regardless. Taha is going to
Office.
to even up the man count.
Office. 咁都殺唔死 ，OK。
Shotgun, he's right there, and he's just got ya.
問題
Deluxe
應該有機會再剔多個靚位嚟嘅呢度。Warden 嗰個位好靚。冇問題，佢 Warden 開技可以打死你。
Not going to work so well. I mean, he can just...
哇，係啊。
Oh no, the timing! He disabled his gadget for some reason. I guess it doesn't matter because the push was ill-timed by DAY2. Another one goes through again. He's just going to swing this at some point. Souffle's found Dini, and that does mean that DAY2 have brought things back. Taha's also taken on down, so Seal can finally put the nail in the coffin here for Doctor. But not if he rounds the corner first. Plays shotgun blast. Leaves it all on a siege. Namesake of his team in a 1v3. We'll need to isolate some gunfights. Ideally try and use his gadgets, his evil eyes to his advantage. As the time slowly ticking away for DAY2.
Alright, I'm not going to lie, Dev. I didn't even realize that's what the bomb site there. They still need to, after going through all of that, now go and convert.
係咁抹住 H 嘅人作咪樓梯，但樓梯好大壓力。
There's not a lot of time though.
對面應該有 cam 望到佢有機會。
It is the perfect gun to do it.
Yeah, but nobody on DAY2 has actually gone above.
It
doesn't matter because Seal is going to finish it off with a nice little wall bang. Well played from DAY2. Again, scrappy rounds, but good result at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, yes, all around there for DAY2. Scrappy, I feel like, is the name of the game between DAY2 and any team, it seems like. they are willing to throw bodies at the problem. But big round there for Seal. He's able to clean up the top floor pretty handily, 2 to his name, and then the final one onto Hasib as well. Sometimes all you gotta do is shoot them. Don't overthink too much. Honestly, I don't want to overthink that round too much, or I wouldn't overanalyze. They got to the top floor, they sent in some flashbangs, found the right timing somehow on this Warden with a slightly misplaced shotgun, and the round was over.
Funny moment, right? Like that was a very telling moment. If Seal had died there, very different result on the rounds. Yeah, I don't want to overthink it, Mandy, but I already am. And for me, the green flag I'm seeing from DAY2 is that they are bringing some util to clear problems, and they're using that util. The red flags are the fact that the flashes were mistimed with the peaks, and also it's a warden, so flashes maybe not the right ingredient. And the second one is no one's staying above on the hatch to try and deny kitchen pressure when you're trying to 3v1 there. But I digress. Maybe it doesn't matter in the end. It's an attack, a win is a win. DAY2 have started strong.
I mean, yeah, I agree with that. I think there are certainly some teething issues within that round, but nevertheless, a win is a win. You gotta take those ones, right? Anyway, we're gonna go over to Foreign Games instead for Sea Warriors. They are not willing to repeat Dining in Kitchen as they did previously. It seems like DAY2 are gonna look to sweep them out as well. They've brought along the double roam clearing operators of Dokkaebi and Lion to aid their cause.
The operators to engage that early pressure, the Lion, the Doke, even the Grim to some degree, and of course finding an early pick is
清奶吧要租個打單邊，
where you can really zone out defenders. Saw it last round where his Warriors were a little
夾人啦嘅 kitchen 嗰個。
so sharp, this guy. And he does know where this one player is. Taha's now dropped downstairs and found a kill on the Felloc. So the player that was
打住電話都死㗎嘛，冇計啦。
ends up losing his life. And Taha will be having a laugh about that. He's been worth his weight in gold.
Solid fall off there for Taha. He had his route to get his way on out. He knew the entries were coming, and he manages to get one away for his troubles as well. Seal now knowing that there was a player here.
到過上2樓，呢度要出 K 拉俾壓力先清到拉把魚。拉把出邊冇隊友喎，個平台。唔係好好喎 ，DW 嘅開局。仲有冇小場？呢玩唔出任何意外就首方70%會贏到啦。
It's a bit dangerous, but they can. It is Dokkaebi with the DMR.
You really would think that with this many DMRs in the lineup, like obviously Lion as well, it would be pretty easy. I'm a little surprised that Seal is so insistent on using his nades, because the nades would have been nicer to try and clear out this position. Oh, hang on a sec!
咁樣窩入去殺咗人。
Okay. But he'll use it to his advantage. Now the defense is left scrambling. Dini is now trapped in the dark corner, looking to make his way down, but he does expose himself to Souffle. Seal has been taken down and now finished off as well. So at least something back for Hasid's Warriors. 30 seconds to play.
Well, I guess that's the disadvantage of having a keeper barricade there instead of a shield, right? You don't have the little slits that you can see them through. See attackers just walk straight up, and now they're having a look at the bump side as well.
月亮就攻方優勢啦，依家咁但位裝
Pika's not checking the run angle. He's going to walk straight into him. Taha has found one, and that
可以上去。
1v1. Good flash there, but this is perfect. The Solus is the perfect operator for this. The pre-fire around the corner. Nets Taha. A little bit close for comfort, but it does get Hasid's Warriors into the game.
Great round from Taha. 3 in the round, I believe it was, at the end there, cleaning house as they tried to go in for the execute. Coming up through the basement says they didn't quite expect him taking the engagement into the hallway and then finding a cheeky reposition behind the keeper barricade that we spoke of oh so often in that last round. Solid round for Hasid Warriors.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
It's like a shame that Hasid Warriors are like it's coming down to clutches. Because I don't know, like again, really back and forth round. Like DAY2 didn't seem to have like the positions to deal with a lot of the util, and then they forced it, which seems to be the DAY2's MO. Like a team, as you said, not afraid to just send it, right? Which has been catching Hasid's Warriors off guard, but
呢場我覺得真係5開嚟嘅。
to really buckle in
兩隊差唔多，睇邊隊少15咯，唔會話好一面倒啦。
Resources to like drone out these final players, or maybe just a bit of decent, but Hasib's Warriors done a great job of capitalizing.
又想偷頭，正常唔會點行呢個位噶咯，你咪 ranking 咯。
Change bomb sites once again. Go on.
It is very ambitious to spawn peek with his army. The one operator that has the most value, like later in the round.
Yes, compounding value. I would have to agree with you. Well, that's nice, using the drill of the Ash Charge to take down the mirror early on off the back of Seal's teammate. Opening up the barricade does mean that a lot of that pressure coming from down inside of Dining has been taken away now, or at least a little more blinded for the defense.
中國同你一齊入底。
all the way down in the basement, supported by the teammate of Seal, and looking to try and take as much map control as they can.
I do quite like
燒同佢一齊打底。
Really looking to hunt down any
租過去走你嘅時候，唔使再幫阿燒打啦。
which is all the way upstairs in master, and yet they're clearing the basement. But netting a numbers advantage can lead to great things on this map. You can flood, overwhelm, look for your 5v4s, your 3v2s, your 2v1s, and capitalize. And so I think the next point of contention is to target Zdux, who's roaming down here, actually peeking quite aggressively into West Main. Be careful not to lose his life. He does a lick of damage and is continuing to run away. It looks like he's just going to play to drop down the hash.
You're exactly right about that. Chalet is one of those maps where, oh gosh, that's a scary angle for Z.
驚咗出嚟，然後一樓底嘅 H 咧走咗啦。我想睇 H 喺邊 ？H 唔係喺底嘅咩本身？
Souffle now tracking that roamer that has fallen off, is isolated on his own, is going to take that scan off him now, and Hasib instead is going to turn his attention in towards Solar, where he's coming from. Still finding a great entry up the Solar stairs, just as we're speaking of, will now find the next point of
有機會呢度出一個 OK 嘅，有殺到就得啦。
Not too shabby considering that elsewhere Zdux has found another pick. I believe that was the player on the
呢個有冇試貨？有。OK 靚啦，燒。佢咪 scan 晒人場。
Who's looking to push for the kill? Sees the player for a brief moment. Plant being forced down, and no, you don't want to do that when you're Deimos. Enables the wall bang, the ping comes through, and now Din has made this a 1v1. Seal has been big.
咁就尷尬啊！
So far, and he's looking for this plant, but ran in the corner. Din's gonna have it dead to rights. Could it be 2 1v2 clutches in a row for Hasib? It is indeed.
咁就尷尬啦！
Massive moment now for the defense, who have basically stolen 2 rounds in a row.
Oh man, you absolutely called it there on the Deimos. The ping goes both ways, and it seems like one of the players on the Deimos have just forgotten about that.
Deimos scan 完人之後有 info， 跟住你兩個可以去，一係就 H 去裝 diffuser， 一係就兩個一齊哼咗嗰隻 castle 出嚟，個次序亂咗。
I was really need to be careful because too many of these rounds they're letting those dire moments. It's funny, man, because the start of the round seems pretty solid from them. Maybe not every time, but in that round in particular, right? Great roam hunt, great job isolating these players, taking map control. It's just those late rounds, especially when there are a couple of players down. Like even if it's a 2v1, a 3v2, numbers are tight. They do quite struggle.
佢蘇自己位之前會唔會？
In those late round moments.
Yeah, absolutely. Direwolves struggling very much in the late game. We saw them do that same thing yesterday, right? We commented so many times how many rounds in that Direwolves game ended in clutches, in 1vx's. I think it was like 4 or 5 rounds or something like that. I think it just goes to show that, yeah, Direwolves, while they're really good at this early game, by the time it does hit the late game, it can get a bit scary.
蘇志偉出嚟嘅時候會唔會咩？會唔會？ 會唔會同佢講嘅新角
？So it looks like we're going to rehost this one. Haven't really got much information about that round, to be honest. Like it was just a bit of a setup, but yeah, I don't know. Let's talk holistically about this game so far, Mandy. Because I don't know. I'm 2-1 up for Hasib's Warriors. Both of them clutches. If I'm going to be pretty brutally honest, I was expecting more out of Direwolves. I think that, yeah, just fumbling the bag a little bit there.
Yep, I would have to agree with you as well. I think, yeah, Direwolves, they just look a bit messy, I think, in terms of what they're trying to achieve. Every attack round, it's felt like they have like a plan initially to get into the building, but then by the time it hits, like, coming to the execute phase, it doesn't feel very well called or very well thought out. And I think ultimately, yeah, it might work a few times against a team like Hasib Warriors, which are a little bit more inexperienced, but I think the moment that Direwolves face an opponent that's a bit more disciplined, they'll probably struggle with that lack of structure and the lack of, you know, having a well thought out late game.
Yeah, look, credit to Hasib's Warriors, right? Like, it takes a good individual play to take advantage of a situation like that. But yeah, you can't deny the Direwolves have left the door ajar. It's Hasib who are going up and smashing it back over.
Left ajar.
I think tightening up those man advantage situations and the late round calling, I think it's probably a calling issue, would be my guess. Like, obviously we don't have comms, and I also don't speak Chinese, which I believe is what Direwolves are coming in. But yeah, like in the late rounds, you really just need someone to say, okay, you're going to plant here, I'm going to cover from here, and it just has to be like quick, succinct, and all in sync. And I think that's what's lacking.
Right, yeah, I would agree with that. Do you actually know who the IGL is of this team now?
I don't.
Because I don't know anymore. Like,
I would have to ask. I have a feeling a Souffle would be my guess.
I
know
I think that's a fair guess as well.
It used to be Souffle was, you know, big entry player on the team. But yeah, I haven't really followed who's been active, because obviously it was ED way back in the day, and then Harambe I think took the mantle when he filled in as sub. Yeah, I'd have to guess that Souffle is kind of the biggest leadership figure on this team.
I think that you may have found the root cause of the problem, to be honest. I feel like I'm not going to lie. Like, yeah, no, I don't know this team super well anymore. But maybe the leadership isn't as well developed as we would hope for this team. And yeah, especially when you have this 5, it's quite difficult to pick out a leader. And that can sometimes be a red flag, especially when you need to coordinate something in a very short amount of time that can't be pre-planned. Such as executing. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like you've done a pretty good job there in finding the root cause.
Thank you, Mandy.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting thing about like the history of Direwolves, like what a team these guys were. Like they were the best team in not just Asia but APAC South, right? And probably the best team in we reckon the best team in APAC at the time. Like when Damwon Kia, now D+, like dropped off, I think these guys were probably one of the next best. Like maybe after Elevate struggled a little bit, I think, you know, around the time of the Yonchiping Major in 2022, I think these guys probably rose up to the top, and they, if I recall correctly, like they did quite well in Yonchiping. They didn't end up making it out of groups, but they had a really good game against FaZe, I believe it was.
Correct. On Skyscraper.
Wow, you have a better memory than me.
This region's favorite map.
Apparently, we've seen it, what, twice today? Yeah, so I don't know what to say about like the history of this team. Where they were, amazing, and where they went after, you know, there was the whole drama with ED being dropped and then Reaps leaving. They never really recovered from that, and it's been a slow downward spiral. We hoped maybe there was a shining light yesterday when we saw Joe Gore farm yesterday, and obviously, who did we have on the interview yesterday? I think it was Seal.
Sapper. Oh no, not Sapper. Yeah, no wait, you're right. You're right.
I think it was Seal, right?
You're right, it was Seal. I was thinking S in my head, and I just instantly went to Sapper for some reason. Yeah.
We did have Sapper yesterday, but for a different team. Yeah, no, I think it was Seal, and Seal said that Joe Gore just came like from ranked, like straight out of ranked star, 18-year-old, you know, fresh up, which is great, but that doesn't mean that you're going to have good leadership.
I've just realised I've been talking to no one for a couple seconds. Unless, yeah, absolutely. I think, yeah, there was an iteration of Direwolves a little while ago where it felt like no matter what roster change they made, they were like good for like a year. Back when like Harambe was kind of in and out of the roster, like playing it, but now it's like, yeah, I don't know. I think the other person that I'm really sad to see go out of this roster is Jackie Wu, man. He's gone.
Oh yeah.
Like, damn, that guy was like the most charismatic person in this region. Every event he would be there, he'd be like encouraging the team, being like, come on guys, we're still in it and stuff. And now he's gone. So I don't know. I think a lot of the key players on Direwolves that were either leadership figures or had really good team dynamic are like kind of gone. That, or maybe we just need to get to know these players a bit better. One of them.
Well, I think a bit of both, right? Like, obviously, we are super nostalgic, and that's just the nature of being around in the scene for such a long time. Like, I was so attached to that old Direwolves roster, so attached to ED in particular for being such a homie. Now, he is still around on Daystar as a coach, but, you know, ED left, you know, Reaps left. Obviously, he's doing great things now on Bleed. You know, Harambe left, Jackie Wu left. It's pretty devastating when you see all these great players phase out for various reasons, whether it's performance or time to get in some new blood, or whether it's stuff happening in live. And I guess you just have to flip it on its head and say it's an opportunity to showcase young talent. And I want to point out players like Seal and players like Joe Gore. They've already been stepping up massively. Now we're going to go to a quick break, and afterwards we'll get back into this game.
仲要 break 啊 ！Oh my god！ Oh my god！
That's T2 in. It's a wall. That is
Oregon. It looks a bit like T1.
一日要有啲 technical issue 有幾多次？
Could also be laundry stairs. I think it could be laundry stairs.
That's a good guess.
3, 2, 1, flip him.
Hey guys, Upshall Games here. FanDuel Casino's exclusive live dealer studio has your chance at that #1 feeling, winning, which beats the #18 best feeling, giving that spawn camper the business. With their live dealer studio, it's like being at the table anywhere you play. Let me tell you, real dealers are the real deal. Get your chance at the #1 feeling, winning, in an exciting live dealer studio, exclusively on FanDuel Casino.
In video games, veggies are less rewarding than other foods. Knorr supercharges veggies in the real world. Now, we're doing it in the virtual world too. We've cooked up veggie mods for your favorite games. Play them and sign our petition to power up veggies in gaming.
It's up against the wall.
It's Oregon. Oregon.
You can do it.
攞啲嘢食先。咁樣等都唔係辦法。
Is it blue bunker?
Oh.
I pre-place here all the time. Damn it, yeah. When you said I pre-place, I was like dining because that's where
false scent, mate. False scent.
你有冇食早餐？
你食
飯。
I reckon it looks a lot like Oregon to me. Don't you think it's kind of like Big Tower of Oregon? Bank lockers? Yes! I knew you would get it. I knew you would get it. I was
legit confused.
Do we really need me and Rob on this show?
This one's pretty easy.
This one's pretty easy.
I mean, the map is easy. I actually don't know where.
One.
How wrong am I?
Is it? Oh, it is off. I did break room. No way. Is that your first one?
One that everyone else got wrong.
Well, it's Oregon.
Yeah, but where?
Oh, that looks like classroom.
3, 2, 1. I'm so right. It's not even funny. I'm so confident. I'm so confident!
I did finish writing before you revealed it.
I got Oregon. I got one.
That was Drone to the Unknown. Thank you for watching. We hope that you enjoyed it. But we do have more countdown to come. Let's Let's hope it doesn't
Rob. Hope everyone enjoyed the content that we brought to you here today.
Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you in the next one.
That was Totally Unknown. Thank you very much for watching. Enjoy the rest of the content.
We got there.
We got there. Talent drama, take one.
Alright, this is a really tough call. I'm actually not quite sure about this one. I'm going to have to think for a really long time. I know my answer.
Wow, so shocked.
Oi! Oh, I feel dogged by
Dev
this.
cop a stray?
Yeah, Dev definitely caught this straight.
Actually, to be fair,
我冇乜對換嗰啲效果，
Actually, no, that's true. That is
唔
true.
使試啊。
First frag.
I don't know. I've seen this guy farm a little bit. I went Rob.
What? That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Big dog.
Big dog.
Come on. Yeah, thank you.
Why did he listen? I'm on drones.
I figured you'd be just spawn peeking.
I'm on drones.
He doesn't know how to get. So what happens is someone drones someone into the building, and the other player is an entry.
It was who gets the first pick, not who gets picked.
Not who watches it on a drone.
Yeah.
Well, this might be a controversial take. I don't know. Only if I'm on drones can this person pull this off.
Wow, absolute bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go.
I really have just continued to just
You haven't played enough with
The
this,
thing is,
mate.
Rob doesn't want to work together with anyone.
No, I just want to run in and find as many heads as I can. We play it like another game that I shan't say.
This is a tough one.
I mean, it's not like you can't really kill yourself with nades anymore.
You can. I've seen it.
Well, you might if I haven't. I just picked the worst.
It's the most
That's what I've done as well.
It's the most obvious.
He already knows. He already knows. Yep.
Is that a first 5 out of 5?
Yeah, that's a 5 out of 5. Well done, brother.
Should be proud of yourself.
Oh, this is
actually tough.
I know who I'm going with.
Okay, I have a story for this one.
Come on, Amanda.
Oh, she got a story.
Oh!
Wait, what?
Wait, who
I
did
have
you
had
say?
to call both of you to get on an Asian show before.
Oh,
That is true.
That is
I remember that.
And then I called both of them over and over and over.
Laura woke me up and was like,
yes.
why is Mandy calling you over? And I was like, I don't know why. And then
Welcome back, everybody, to DAY2 versus Hasib's Warriors here. Play day 2 of the Asia League for Blast R6. If you're just joining us, where you been all night? We've had some bangers, and perhaps this one could be the same. We kicked off the night with 2 absolute classic matches with what is likely to be the top 4 teams in the region going head-to-head, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. And now we're potentially fighting for those outside-inside playoff spots, Mandy, right? Like the top 6 out of this 8-team league go to playoffs. Now, obviously, top 2 get a free win in those playoffs, so that's really where you want to be. But you'd rather make the playoffs in a low seed than not make them at all. And I think, I would almost put money on the fact that one of these 2 teams will not make it to the playoffs. Which one is it going to be? You guys are going to have to stick around and find out, aren't you?
I feel like that is a very fair place to put your money, to be honest. Especially with the way that DAY2 have gone so far. They haven't looked super promising yesterday, and especially in this showing against the Hasib Warriors, who have been pretty on the ball at the moment. It's not looking too good, and I feel like that is fair enough. These 2 teams could certainly be the ones eliminated out of the top 6 if they don't show up soon. Hasib looking to take fight onto Joe, who's been extremely sharp for the past 2 days. We'll take him down on the Zokobi.
有 first spot 喎，中國。
It is Hasib who are more likely to be that team on the outside looking into the playoff spots, simply due to the fact of their experience lacking a little bit in the Asia region, with Southeast Asia, of course, coming from the South Asian region. Veterans of that scene, but historically a region that has struggled to hang with the Southeast Asian counterparts. Even though DAY2 does have quite a few rookies on it, those rookies are stepping up, like Joe Gore, as you said, already found the opening pick, had a massive 16-kill game yesterday. Actually one of the vets to go down though, Pika, taken out quite early by Taha, and that's the hard breach to boot. Now there is extra hard breach redundancy on the Thermite, but as we are looking at a basement defense, I mean, this is not really really ideal. You know, you want the double hard breach available. Only one exothermic charge left as Felix almost loses his head to quite an aggressive Goyo player. Where is the move now for DAY2? They've had quite a bit of aggro, and I mean, yeah, it seems Warriors want to keep taking the fight to them.
DAY2唔係打 Belcam。要諗埋落去明睇。
I have a lot of respect for someone like Taha going for an aggressive play. Like he was trying to make plays based on the info from the Valk and the Echo, but you got to know when to pick your battles, right? And when you're in a numbers advantage or a numbers equality, that's likely not when you want to be making plays. You need to be waiting. Now, Zdux has been droned, and he's just wondering whether he has or hasn't. And he is absolutely destroyed there. Souffle through the vert. There was also a player outside the breach ready to pick him out, and now 20 seconds left. Up for Hasib's Warriors on this defense. Now, the win condition is denying this plant. How is that going to be possible? Gets out the Yokai drone and does deny the plant for just a brief moment. However, it might not be possible. Doctor does swing and deny, but the trades come through quickly for Direwolves, and they do lock in a second round, tying up the score.
Yeah, not a bad round there for Direwolves. Solid roam clear, I think, throughout the early game. Joe has just been on the ball, honestly, with that Dokkaebi. Like, if I'm watching this game right now, I've seen Joe go crazy on the entry on that operator 2 days in a row. You definitely have to ban out the Dokkaebi, right? Anyway.
Dokkaebi is insane. Like, in this league, it's funny we're seeing so much Brava ban because
之後嗰啲全部都
Dokkaebi bans
佢哋劣勢啲，
我覺得 too much. Throw a spanner in the works. That's why I'm saying. Well, this is why I respect Bleed, right? Like, Deimos against Fury. That is baller. Like, who bans Deimos? Nobody in ranked, I'll tell you that much. You can't ban Deimos in ranked. It's like they're sick of that little grayed out button over Deimos in ranked, and they're like, nah, we're in comp now, let's give it a shot. And I love that. Like, you identify an opposition as particularly good with an operator, get it out of here.
Yeah, absolutely, I think. Yeah, unfortunately, keeping that Dokkaebi does mean that Joe has got his comfort pick.
後日攞鎖匙去。
Saw him deal on Chalet, this exact map. This time yesterday, and it was pretty dangerous. So, yeah, firstly, Warriors struggling a little bit in the early game, and then eventually not being able to stay safe on the bomb site as they managed to go for the plant there. 2-2 is the scoreline now between these two teams. That's a lot of twos. I think I'm losing my mind. I was going to say that's a lot of twos, and it's 2, but it's actually 3. So, damn.
It's 2 o'clock somewhere in the world.
It is 2 o'clock somewhere in the world.
Where is it 2 o'clock right now? I guess.
It's 2 o'clock somewhere else in Australia, no? No, it's not.
Is there any 1 hour time difference? Wait, no. Yeah, in Queensland.
Oh,
because Queensland is on.
Yes, you're right.
Queensland's on standard time, whereas we're on daylight time down in Melbourne. So there you go. It is 2 in Queensland.
It's 2-2 at 2 a.m. if you're in Queensland. Exciting news. Anyway, here we go. Another defensive attempt for the Sea Warriors.
背到傻喺度。澳洲凌晨而家。
So we're going to go over to kitchen and dining instead. Last time this bomb site played out, Hasib was left all by himself, all lonely on the bomb site in a 1 versus 3 with the Elder in hand, and he didn't win it out. That was the one that Direwolves landed on the board. Hope they can do it again.
彼得好似啲狀態都真係幾飄忽下。
Just need to lock in here. They've taken their tactical timeout. They lost 2 rounds to 1v2 clutches, and had they converted those solid advantages, this would be a 4-0 start in their favor. We would be talking about a very different story.
你都唔正常，你非正不正常人類。
Banked those 2 clutches. If they can find a 3rd round, I'd say that's a pretty solid first half. You know,
度燒啊，燒樣。
But of course, it's not everything. They are going to have to deliver on attack as well. And Direwolves, now that they are firing up, are a team to be trifled with.
係要燒多次。
Direwolves looking for a solo-sided attack to clear up the top floor. To start things off, Taha is on the other side of this fight with Felix, dueling with the Hibana. I don't know how much I rate these zombie barricades on the windows.
Quite useless.
As opposed to between them, because they can be punched with your bare hands.
有咩用啊？兩個喺度咁樣拖時間，陣方有利啲添喎。
He's used his last Azami barricade on the bathroom window, and meanwhile, Pika has managed to find another pick.
邊緊時間？又翻學。
I think Zedox is going to be able to
大學開學。
there, but the timing could be a bit awkward. Is he off his feet yet? No, he's still crawling on the ground. I'm not sure if Zedox is able to come and support. And there he is. Zedox has come in, taken down Pika, picked up his teammate, thanks to as well some support from Din down below. But Joe, it's always Joe. And the round may be Jova. 4v2. Haseeb's Warriors floundering. They've got to make some plays. They've got to get around.
OK， 又做 MVP 啊咁樣。
Haseeb to try and do that himself. But with Joe, 6-0 since this rehosts, I don't reckon there's a big shot in it for Haseeb's Warriors. This has got to be the flank of his life.
I mean, this could happen. Oh no, they know.
Oh,冇咧，呢得攞到啊！
Now the one left all alone on the bomb site, but it isn't a 1v3, it's a 1v4. Seal says goodbye.
有冇做過 POV？
Very clean round. The only thing that could have gone wrong
was
the aggressive play from Zedox, managing to take down, I think it was Pika, and then look for that revive. Thankfully, Joe's there. Joe seems to always be there. He's everywhere. And he's been a shining light for DAY2 on their entry. Love to see a young up-and-coming ranked star, fresh 18-year-old, get around it and start having big plays. I mean, 3 kills back-to-back like that. Obviously, one was down, but that doesn't discount the impact of that.
認真。
Taha would have been revived.
要做9點玩到晏晝4點先放。
Now DAY2 up by 1 round, but
因為佢識啲妹豬。
If Haseeb hadn't got 2 of those clutches, this would be a 5-0 lead.
型妹豬係咪？
I'm gonna say this losing on a 1v8 stage. I'm gonna exactly without losing a 1v8. So I'm gonna say this one early on in the stage. No, we are not gonna escape this curse. Such is the nature. Anyway, DAY2 though, they looked pretty good there. I thought that was a very solid attack. Good collapse.
卡哇伊妹豬嘅。
Got a 3k. That was epic. And now, Haseeb Warriors are thinking we still don't want to go and repeat any bomb sites. Do something.
Why do people keep spawn picking with his army?
Why
with his army? Like if anybody, why his army?
成日都 spawn pick 呢度，一係 pick 下第二度啦，都知基本上打比賽真係唔會行上去嘅啫。
Those Azami barricades are rather challenging to take down, even though the nerf has come through in this position. Which is why Felix is still sticking on to the Hibana, as I'd imagine. Nevertheless, they still have at least a DMR in the lineup of Joe if he wants to take some of them down.
啱啱靠我租過一個剔晒人，如果唔係頭先個優勢啫，都係個鬥方嗰度。誇張。
I don't know if this is a bold statement. I feel like the best teams are the ones that play a few DMRs. Like every now and then you see like a Dokkaebi DMR that's kind of just there because Dokkaebi has got a DMR, and so you may as well bring it if you want Dokkaebi. But only a couple of teams are like actively choosing to bring like Brava with Camas or Lion with the.
I see what you mean.
417. I reckon there's correlation. I reckon the best teams are the ones that are bringing those DMRs.
Not everyone is doing it with intention. I definitely agree with that.
笑佢樓下殺咗一個，依家好似好 ranking 啊佢哋，好 solo 啦又，死啦笑。 我已經入咗點啦，會唔會早得滯 ？OK， 跌咗 diffuser。
What was that timing there? Haseeb gets the better of him. Thankfully, Joe is still alive, and he does bring back the numbers for DAY2. Things are pretty awkward now as both of these defenders are essentially locked into sight. However, the diffuser is locked in there with them, and that does restrict DAY2's options here.
跌咗 diffuser， 對面兩個喺一個喺閘開，一個喺吧台後，都唔易打。 逼唔到佢出嚟嘅話都唔易打 ，OK， 咁啊 OK 啦，冇問題啦，輕鬆啦，因為。
Haseeb now looking to try and take an engagement early. 1 versus 3 needs to look for a fight. Can't do it. Joe will take him out. DAY2's picking up another pretty clean attack round.
Very clean. And can I just say, Joe is such a bloody gamer. Like, what is he on now? 8, 9 kills, no deaths since this rehost? He is just farming. I love seeing him run amok with that SMG-12. The SMG-12 is a hard gun to use. Like, yeah, it's got a really high fire rate and a fast damage, but yeah, the recoil is really something, and it takes a lot of mechanical skill to muster up the courage to grab that gun and use it as your
殺咗8個都嚟喎，中國係嘛？真係喎。
Bro is a Dokubi merchant. What can you say?
rehost 數都殺咗8個。
We've gotten rid of the 1.5x merchants now.
唉，傻佬，後生仔好18歲。
And then they're gonna nerf it again.
Such is the cycle of life, no?
Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
Very true.
It's like everyone suddenly got too fast with their mechanics, right? Like everyone figured out how to do the super fast jiggle peeking and stuff like that, and then the game decided to become slower.
Yeah,
I'm gonna slow these players down, man. They're too fast.
Yeah, I think what we should do is just if you're too good at the game, we just chuck 2 10-kilo dumbbells and attach them to your operator, and you got to go and use them. Don't tell me this is the spawn peak that works. Oh, okay, no one's gonna peek it. But at least
個個都想 pick 呢個位。
a good gun.
有喎。
Oh no! The timing.
That's
He's gonna repeat.
佢真係走翻咯。
Chad.
Go for it. I mean, he's 8-0, mate. I mean, that's after the rehost. I don't know what he is now. What was he before the rehost?
What was it? It was 2-1 at the rehost, right? And so I don't know. It was probably he would have died twice.
And 1, 10 and 2. So
possible, very possible.
He's got a lot of kills. He's allowed to go for spawn peaks. That's okay.
He's a gamer. Gamer.
Right, here we go. So Joe's thought the better of it and has decided to pull off slightly back towards the bomb site, thinking that something might be amok on the other side of the map because his side of the map has been a bit quiet, and such is life. Solar is in fact being taken. A couple players out on the rappel, double window open as well, and I believe someone entering in through the basement, so certainly got the right read on what's going on.
Yeah, I haven't quite figured out the push yet from Hasib's Warriors, though. I think it seems to be a bit of a vertical push, trying to put some pressure down below. But there is a player here repelling on the double window. It's a classic position outside trophy from Tar. Yeah, so they're trying to pinch out all these players downstairs, but there's no pressure from Lobby as of yet. Zdux is trying to make his way up West Main, and it looks like he's done so. And so they can start putting the hunt in here on Fel Arcs, and does happen to be a bit of an exchange, and Zdux comes in from behind. Seal's gone down as well. Now, my question is, what does Souffle do? Does he commit? Nah, he's going to fall back.
做過喺邊啊？
What is going on here?
Okay.
Oh my goodness, Pika's gone for a meander on the outside of the building and has not been able to kill the person on the rappel. They go for the fast rappel all the way back down to the ground.
殺唔到啊！啱啱嗰個吊繩喎，哇！
Have found yet another pick, leaving just Pika all on his own.
佢殺咗添，喺租過唔知邊度殺人，跟住死咗。
Does have some support from Souffle downstairs.
呢度冇啦，
冇啦。
誒唔係喎。
Souffle coming on up. It's a 1 versus 4.
有啦，跟住。
The plants down.
但30幾秒有排。
As Solus. If this player near the hatch exposes, he could find ahead. No, Zdux bests him, and Hasib's Warriors find their first attacking round and start to go towards
the
scoreline. It's been quite a drought for Hasib's Warriors, but they get their first round since the rehost.
Yeah, solid attack there, managing to stave off the threat of all the spawn peaks early on, find their way in through the solar side of the map, which was completely uncontested by Direwolves because they were so spread thin on the other side of the map all the way in Library, and then from there convert the round with some solid entries.
Attackers need to locate and defend bomb.
You concur? Yes, indeed.
Verily so.
I actually don't think I can think of a sentence. Sorry.
That was a sentence, so you thought of it. You did good.
I tried really hard to say something smart there off the back of that, and I just
you were trying to think of some kind of retort.
Yeah.
You wanted to continue the bit. You wanted to be.
I was trying so hard to think in something Shakespearean there for a
moment. 都冇乜
ooh yes.
特別咯，兩隊都係單打槍法依家其實冇乜嘢可以睇。
I see that makes more sense. That's a bit more modern than what I was
DW 邊租過一寫冇嘢睇。
I can't do Shakespeare. Thou art cannot do thy Shakespeare.
That's not bad. I can barely
都過一死，佢冇打突破就危險啲咯，有打就 OK 嘅。有吹一兩個走就 D 得就贏㗎啦啩。
I do love all the memes you send me. Guys, Mandy sends the best memes.
Ranking feel.
Quality tier cat memes. This is a bit cheeky from Direwolves, by the way.
Boss G? Okay, mate.
Joe. Souffle is prone in
BOSG 出埋嚟。
There is surely someone repels in here. I really see.
仲咪玩 man？
I don't think it is.
It's got to work. Like, surely they go to clear.
Oh yeah, it's gonna work. I'm so
又係咁咯，中大。
Where's the drone going? We're watching the POV of the drone.
哦 ，miss 咗條。
It didn't check. Get destroyed, mate.
好
Oh,
慘。
that is a miss drone for the ages. So well played from Souffle. Absolutely debated. And his Warriors are playing with down.
Oh yes, get in the bathtub. It's gonna work twice.
Oh, he's got a boss G kill.
Oh, no way, he's just got a boss G kill as well. Oh no, it's not the bathtub. That's so disappointing. Oh man, this has been one chaotic round. One chaotic way to start the round at the very least. How will it end?
點會唔相信個鐘啊？個鐘正常睇晒啦，佢唔係隻 H 問題啦，呢啲一定係佢睇幫佢睇嗰個問題喎。日日中大人一定係算個鐘嘅喎，唔會再 check 嘅咯，唔會再嘥時間 check 其他位嘅。你話 check 唔到 fit 早都情有可原啦，而家唔係啊。
He's yours. Get him with the boss G again.
Ranking.
Oh, that is insult added to injuries. Souffle jumped out. It's all up to Din now. He finds his consolation frag, but that's all he will find.
唉，冇嘢睇，輕鬆贏啦應該。唔識打攻方呢邊。
Dominate once again. 2 rounds away from putting this to bed.
Oh man, that was a nasty round there from Direwolves. First of all, the rat pick to start things off.
輕鬆1-3 MVP 租過。
That's not cool if you're on the side of Hasib Warriors. And honestly, fair enough, they're thinking, something has gone very wrong and we're going to take a tactical timeout. I think good opportunity to do so. Things are certainly falling apart on their end.
I would love to know how many kills Joe Gore had before the rehost, because he's had 11 since, and yesterday he got 16. I reckon he could be on the cards to actually do better than what he did yesterday.
That would be quite impressive. Yesterday he did very well.
I'm gonna see if I can like bring up the Twitch stream. Go back in time.
Man, this guy really is just an SMG12. Sorry, continue.
No, he is an SMG12 merchant.
SMG12 merchant.
But he can also make things work with the boss G, and I gotta respect that.
Yeah. Oh man, chaotic game. It's been good.
Joe hot every damn.
Well, it takes time to do these things.
Okay. I understand. Greatness takes time. Greatness takes effort.
It does.
All good things do not come easily.
有冇話租過開啩？雖然佢以前有開，唉。
Yeah. Okay. So I can't remember if it's Toy Story 1 or Toy Story 2, but there's the scene where the old
而家開住
repaints Woody.
都咁開就抵佢死啦。如果唔係咁，起碼證明翻自己先啦。唉。真，佢以前開啊，佢以前係有開，俾人捉到啦。呢十幾歲嗰陣時開啊嘛，13唔係15定14嗰陣時開啊嘛。
The value it's going to add to the broadcast once I find that.
Oh, tremendous value, like you've never seen before, really. It could be everything. The casting.
要衰自己嘅呢啲。
Statistics, man. It's everything, honestly.
唔抵幫啊！
Alright, here we go. Direwolves, having won their last bomb site fairly handily, are going to go down to the basement instead to potentially put us on match point. Pika's going to start out early here inside a library, right in the corner. Meanwhile, though, it doesn't seem like Hasib Warriors is at all interested in the road clearance. Trying to hit all the way down into the basement first off, opening up big garage with the back of the buck. Souffle as well is going to back up his teammate in Pika over here on the top floor, and never mind, I bite my own.
Okay, 個第5就係咁啦。
He's posturing up for this clear onto Pika.
And you know who I'm watching.
都 copy.
It's Joe Gore on the other side of the map. That's all I care about.
又 kick 死咗。
I'm joking.
我四近都換型出翻嚟。
Thank you. He's doing nothing right now, but keep in the back of your mind. I checked. He had 3 kills before the rehost, so he's on 14 right now. 2 more, and he has broken the record.
我有啲咁嘅 angle，可以咁樣望上。呢度係邊度？Slow mo 爆。哦，我知啊，我知。呢個窗口。
Nonetheless, for now, as you said, Hasib's Warriors trying to clear library, but it's been slow.
佢度 EXE 5、6年前。差唔多啦。坐咗咁多年監啊。
On Ivy's stairs, there's also a crossfire from mezzanine, so he's feeling a little cautious about that one. Meanwhile, Doctor is going to send out some of the bees to try and get some info onto the player on mezzanine. They do sync, in fact, and force him to fall off into library. Souffle taking a bit of
打唔入咯，攻方呢邊完全唔知自己做咗咩咁，真係好想清咗 library 啲人，但又俾唔到壓力，跟住係咁俾人偷走啲人頭，打成2分鐘啦，都冇壓力嘅，阿 Sammy 都冇壓力嘅，零壓力。
Taha's distracted. There we go. Finally an opening pick for Hasib's Warriors, but that does cue.
但有 diffuser 喎佢。
He saw the diffuser. He saw the diffuser.
咁就難講啦。
He's made too much noise, and they know about him now. Oh, what a shot! Xenox is out.
Oh.
Pika looking for another.
Okay.
No way. He's completely picked Hasib's Warriors apart. Oh man, oh man. Hasib Warriors need a doctor now, and there is one to step up in a 1v3.
得啦，DW 贏，冇可能輸。
He might not have the diffuser yet either.
唉，仲有 smoke 喺度拖。
Just looking for ghosts. There's nobody here. There's no time either. What is going on?
等陣先都得啦，大家。
Happy about that one, Pika with massive value on the roam, taking down 2 and leaving the diffuser all the way on another continent. Doctor is going to round the corner, but it's Felux to finish him off, and DAY2 will put us on match point.
Yeah, well, that was another such challenging roam clear there from Hasib's Warriors, and I think Dials they just really look to emphasize their roam game. It's so hard for
又俾我蹬死，關咩事啊？DW 贏係正常啦。
Right now, I think there was
職
only
業隊喎。
convincing round from Hasib's Warriors, 2 clutches, so Direwolves have definitely been a better team.
我都正常啫，DW 贏。
But it's a shame to see them go down in such a fashion.
對面守方 OK 㗎，係攻方唔得啫嘛。
And then shoot them the moment that they take step into the building, which seems to be working out pretty well for them. Joe, to great success, has been on the roam game. Not only that, but we've even just seen pretty strong showing from Pika on his own. I don't see that stopping anytime soon as he's jumped straight back onto the vigil. Boss G in hands, SMG-12, of course. It's looking pretty dangerous, Dev.
5 seconds to insertion.
It's so hard to prescribe something for Hasib's Warriors right now as well. I don't know what you can say, like, just the roam game has been so powerful from Direwolves, like those players continue to have a laugh, like Joe Gore, for example. He's got the Boss G and the SMG-12 again. You just don't want to be playing against that. If you're Hasib's Warriors, like, he's just going to be swinging everything. They're going to be ratting a bunch. They're going to be playing off each other. Like, credit to Direwolves, it's not just like running amok like crazy. They are playing cleverly.
不過暫時睇 breed 咧，佢哋都好慢熱啊！佢哋冇我想象中咁統治喎，嗰個狀態。上季冇輸過噶嘛，佢哋喺好似話喺呢個亞洲聯賽入邊。 睇佢2日都係輸幾彎先再揾翻個狀態，輸嗰彎數完全係發夢咯。呢度有冇info 㗎？
Surely someone's able to support now. Joe has found his kill. Joe's found.
都會有殺2個。
It's Jova. It is over
完
again.
咗咧。
He's hit his 16 kills, but that's all he's going to get. He's taken
13殺。
Joe down. The round's winnable, guys. That's the call in the Hasib's Warriors comms.
Okay.
He's left on an island on the other side of the map, but he's never been droned. Like, no one knows he's here.
對面好似都冇中過個車咁，冇乜點用個車啦，幾多車剩低？有4架車剩低未用，2架。得翻錘仔2架，但係係咯 ，total 有4架未用。冇嘢睇嘅，贏到都係啲特 full 啦呢度。有冇試貨啊？冇試貨。咁都有機嘅。冇知咗。
Nothing goes well at all for Hasib's Warriors. It's all gone awry, and Direwolves have stolen the match. What very well could have been a 7-1 ends up a 7-3 as the GGs are called, and Joe cops in another 16-kill game.
又係16殺。
Joe's definitely become an emote after doing the back of that. Something the Harambe dance for Direwolves. Yeah, excellent game there from Direwolves and a pretty stellar one from Joe himself. Great performance off the back of yesterday as well. It's Mr. Consistent when it comes to that.
Yeah, I think we have a new sheriff in town, Joe Gore. He's made a real name for himself. Every now and then you have a player go big with a 15-20 kill game, but
冇乜嘢講咧，係咁啦。下場交咯。
You got to do big. It's the only way I can live, and I know 3 people that live the same way over on the desk.
If you're not wrong about that one, mate, I do it very big, sometimes too big, unfortunately. It's Gaz, I'm talking about my eating habits, okay? I'm not talking about any other aspect of my life. It's okay. Look,
嗰啲係咩意思？冇解釋，應該贏輸幾多萬，依家係打和平咗。
I think, was it 19 kills yesterday? I could be wrong there, but 16 today. It's just absolutely absurd.
Yeah, 16 as Dev shatters my eardrums.
So
yeah, so really good from him, and I'm actually seeing refreshing the map stats all through. But there's every world in which he pushed very close to a 200 EPS in that game, which is absolutely insane. It's sitting at 180.
係咁咯，收台啦，恭喜晒啊！冇嘢做，有咩做？冇嘢做啦，冇嘢做啦，係有咩做啊？玩人中咧係唔係冇嘢做啊？諗下玩唔玩先，係咁。